gaming foam. Realme 15 Pro M7 official gaming foam.
going to the M7 World Championship.
Let's go.
Futbol uğraşıyordum, futbolcu olmak istiyordum. Ama pandemi girdikten sonra futbola ara verdim. Birazcık da Mobile Legends oynamaya başladım o zamanlar, yani yaklaşık.
Que nosotros empezamos desde la MDL, la ganamos, después subimos a la MPL, también la ganamos y ahora estamos en el Mundial y también esperamos ganar.
I think Team Zone is underdog in M7. Nobody expected us to be here.
Evo was once a dark horse and we break through the expectation of everyone.
They broke history!
Even though we are coming in as a newcomer, we are not just coming in here for experience.
We know we have power, that's all, we are good.
Nosotros somos el equipo Dark Horse.
Who do I think will be the dark horse? A bit of a Malaysian bias, but I would say CG for sure.
I'll lean more towards Yangon Galactic. I don't think anyone really is expecting CG to be a threat.
Kita orang bukan dark house, kita orang cuma pendatang baru.
ကျွန်တော်ကတော့အဲ့လိုတော့မထင်ဘူးအများကြီးပြင်ဆင်နေတယ်ကြောင့်မလို့ပွဲတဲ့ကြရင်အကောင်းဆုံးပုံစံနဲ့ဆော့ရသွားမှာချပြသွားမယ်ချပြသွားမှာလို့ချက်တော့စောင့်ကြည့်ပေး
Sebab kita orang ni suka invade orang, bantai orang, memang gaduh tak berhenti.
ညီရဥအောင်ချတယ်ပေါ့အဲ့ကြောင့်မို့ကျွန်တော် aggressive ဆော့ရတဲ့ဘောကြတယ်
Agresif, kenapanya? Karena suka perang. Karena kalau misalkan bermain agresif, musuh bakal kena pressure duluan.
មូលហេតុដែលពួកខ្ញុំចូលចិត្តលេង aggressive ដោយសារពួកខ្ញុំកាលមុនគឺមើលថាមើល player ខ្លួនឯងនីមួយៗហើយគិតទៅថាអ្នកគឺដៃខ្លាំងមែនតើអញ្ចឹងលេង aggressive គឺត្រូវ
我们战术打法无规则打法，就对手可能研究不透我们吧。
We are not that serious. We just playing for fun because it helps us not get pressure. If you play for real, we get a high pressure international.
可以打进世界赛的关键之一是早睡早起，保持好身体。
Siguro determination lang din talaga and focus sa sarili kasi doon nalalabas siguro yung pagiging consistent sa paglalaro.
Our secret in our veterans in our team. Enemies need to respect us.
Strong mentality and discipline because it's all about out of the game. King teams for me are gaming us.
Siguro para masabi kong king yung team or legends, siguro meron muna silang MSC title and M-World title.
Kalau dibilang tim raja, enggak lah.
The Sky Kings have been taken down!
Kita belum layak lah dipanggil raja. Ya, back to back dulu lah semuanya, baru bisa dianggap tim raja.
Tingin ko isa kami sa mga king teams kasi sobrang dami na namin pinanalo na tournaments and sobrang dami na namin na-achieve ng magkakasama. Sa tingin ko kapag na-achieve na namin yung Golden Road, hindi na siguro king team yung tawag sa amin, siguro mas angat pa doon.
I think we are because based on the recent tournament in MSC, we are the top 2. If we win, we already show everyone that we have the potential to become more than a king. Let's do it for Malaysia.
I will redeem Indonesia.
I will complete the Golden Road.
Live from Jakarta, Indonesia, the battle will start here in the M7 World Championship. Let the world see us.
Can't wait to go to Bali after all this, man. Do they have any Japanese onsen since Bali?
Oh, they might actually. I know it's going to be really comfortable in Bali overall. It's going to be a good time, especially since M7 has been this exciting. It's like so. Yo, OG, bro, come on.
Yeah, join us.
Come.
Yeah.
Dude, that's the guy. He's got the voice line in the game.
Benchana, that's him.
That's the guy.
What? So, yo, man.
I'm sleeping now. What?
Yeah, sorry to disturb you, but like, how do you feel about like Alter Ego finally gonna be the first team to make it to the knockouts?
But it's not enough for me because I need only go to knockout, please. Two teams, Indonesia and knockout. So we can beat you guys. What do you think about Indonesia can beat Philippines now?
I think. Hey, whoa! I think they've got a chance. They've got a chance. What about you?
Yes.
See, bro, respect to the opponents.
We can go to up, bro.
Yeah, just keep going up. But hey, Alter Ego, they're very good. They're very good, and I'm not losing hope for Onyx.
Hey, man, since you brought it going up, check this out. What's up there?
What's up there, our legends? And down here is Rose, your host for today. And with that, I welcome you to the M7 World Championship. Yesterday, we witnessed Alter Ego as the first team to qualify for the knockout stages. And unfortunately, we had to say our goodbyes to Dianfeng Yao Kuai. And of course, today, as we all await another qualification match in the evening between Selangor Red Giants and Team Liquid, let us first witness the match between Boost Gates Esports and CFU Gaming. This match will be a do or die. This is the second half of the Swiss stage round 3. And without further ado, let the world see us.
Everyone is usually asking for a little bit more color with their technology, so we're going to give you a little bit of RGB. It's Redmar, Gideon, and Brigida to cover for this day of the Swiss stages. Welcome back. How are you guys feeling? I'm still losing my voice. How are you guys feeling after everything we've witnessed?
Honestly, I'm feeling really, really good. After seeing what happened yesterday, it feels like teams are kind of finding their momentum back again, that state of flow. The teams are being expressive, but I don't think that the meta has been figured out just yet.
Yep, I was actually thinking of where the RGB was coming from because I'm wearing black and he's wearing gray and maybe the red is you. But yeah, for me,
Our names.
I am feeling so tense about my first cast today because we are immediately jumping into an elimination match. So it's very sad that we get to see one team say goodbye again, but that's just how it is. And I just hope that they get to unleash their full potential in this series.
Yeah, again, just in case you missed it yesterday, we bid goodbye to DFYG and celebrate Alter Ego as the first team to advance to the knockout stage. Today, we're about to witness another elimination and qualification match. That's going to be at the top of the day with our first match, and then later on with our final match in that Selangor Red Giants versus Team Liquid meetup. So make sure that you're updated because there's going to be a lot of action. We know it's a weekday. We know you're probably busy. So from time to time, check it out. But in just a bit, we're going to be showing you the brackets of the Swiss stage so far so that we could just follow you up with what you have potentially missed. Remember, 5 rounds of Swiss. We're on the 3rd round now, and 8 teams will qualify for knockouts, while 8 teams get eliminated. Only teams with the same standing can battle each other. 3 wins you qualify, 3 losses, and you're out.
It's time for the conclusion of this very 3rd round. We need to conclude all the matchups still left. We have one potential elimination and one potential qualification for anyone in the uppers and as well as the lowers. The middle of the pack have almost been finished off, but there's still some questions that need to be asked. Question is, who else is going to be joining potentially the FYG or have to face a qualification match just to stay alive?
Yep, and I think one of those biggest questions too is what the matchups are going to be. So eventually later on, we will be having another draw to determine what these matchups are for the 2-1 and the 1-2 pool, which is kind of like the second to the last round of the entire Swiss stage that we have.
Yeah, exactly. So as we mentioned, we have the 2 BO3s to open up our day and close it out, while in the little BO3 sandwich, it's Evil versus Aurora Turkey for the 2nd match, and the 3rd match is Team Spirit versus Onyx. And after Team Spirit versus Onyx, there's going to be no more BO1s. Because at that point, most teams are going to be either a 2-1 or 1-2, meaning that we're just going to be looking at all best of 3s for the remainders of Swiss.
Yeah, just look at the last 2 matches that we'll have for today.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure everyone has their eyes set on these 2 series, and that's why we're saving them for last.
I think there's a conspiracy personally.
What's
They
that?
always notice that every single team at Liquid game, and especially when it's going to be a big important one with maybe some cultural ties to maybe some of the nationalities that we have here on broadcast. Why are we always the ones, Brigida, who have to go cast these big games against 2 teams that we both like a lot?
That's true. But you're in between 2 Filipinos right now. So
Not surprised. I've been doing it since M1, so nothing's changed.
So we have to look at this one first, though, as Boostgate and CFU fight for their lives. CFU, they continue to search for the fire that once fueled their MPL Cambodia Season 9 reverse sweep, while Boostgate, of course, who came from Wildcard, continue adjusting to the BO1 format. Now, there's something about CFU. They're different. Of course, they didn't have the easiest run in M6, but of course, we all remember them from as the team that almost eliminated SRG up until Innocent decided, nope, this isn't going to happen. But it's really different. The CFU from last year to the CFU now is just 2 very different teams.
I actually have a bit of a different opinion. I think that the CFU, unironically, is kind of exactly the same, which is the innate problem with this team. Because so far, based on what we saw from last year, right, what gave them their strength is a great understanding of the template or format of how many teams are going to play. This time around, I think it's kind of up in the air because the meta rewards people so much for making huge plays and getting creative with your angles.
or maybe it's a slight miscalculation on their part too, because I feel like they're trying to stick with that exact idea as you've mentioned, but it's just that it's not working entirely in their favor compared to how we saw them last M6, where I think they finished 5th or 6th and they've been performing really well. There have been a lot of times wherein they tend to overextend, or if not all of them, a single player, maybe Boxy, when he tries to go for the setups, just really tends to overextend, and the other teammates don't seem to be on the same page.
Yeah. Now we have to look at Boostgate Esports, of course, highlights from their wildcard advancement with one of the most surprising results of the tournament so far, them defeating Virtus Pro in 5 games, winning this 3-2. Now, this series was just a back and forth. Stomp win, stomp loss, stomp win, stomp loss, up until a very competitive game number 5, which I feel like maybe for Boostgate, I think this format works better for them. The longer the series goes, the better, more information they have to work with, the more they understand the tendencies of their opponents in terms of where they want to position and how the tempo of their play is, that by the time, let's just say, considering that Brigida is here, that it goes to game number 3, I think Boostgate would have already fully downloaded CFU.
I think that's a big problem, right? For me, naturally, only because I have a very differing opinion, when I look at Boostgate, their best of ones probably should have been their penultimate way of kind of beating these teams with their sort of playstyle. Like, they have such a fluid motion, even against facing off against Onyx ID. They nearly won. They brought it all the way to the later stages of the game, and I think that's the big issue, right, for a lot of these these teams. Coming into this best of 3, if you're just trying to figure your opponent out in the first 2 matches, and even if the second match happens to be lucky in your favor, I still think that Boostgate might not be able to get through that last hurdle.
I guess I'm a bit hopeful in terms of Boostgate in best of 3s when it comes to their draft. I think there is indeed something that still has to be addressed when it comes to how they carry out or even finish off the game, even though they started really, really well. But Coach Tezet, I think even in best of 1s, has shown us really commendable priorities when it comes to draft. And if we're talking about how they're able to adjust and download their opponents in not even best of 3s just yet. So I'm interested to see how they're going to do that now that they're in this match.
Yeah, there's a little bit more to talk about Boostgate Esports compared to CFU, considering we've seen their climb since the wildcard stages. Well, for CFU, it was one game that delivered a very surprising result where they lost to Black Sentence, a second game where it was, man, what's happening to CFU? Again, comparing the two stats, of course, it's going to skew heavily towards the M7 wildcard because so far it's only been the BO1s. Things should level out if ever Boostgate continue and maybe if ever they make it to the 2-2 bracket.
When we compare these stats, right, obviously the wildcard is going to be our baseline, but then when we're looking at the M7 Swiss stage, notice that both Team GPN and DPM take a dip, but not enough. Like, you would imagine that the DPM would be closer to like 1.9k, right? But it's only down by 300 compared to the 100, well, even less than that, 60 technically from Team GPM, which just goes to show, despite having a 0% win rate, they are still playing their game. They are still getting to that late game. The problem is that closing it out has just not been working for them. Look at their team KDA, 4 points from 6-2.
Yeah, teams in the main stage seem to have dealt with this play style that Boostgate Esports has introduced, or maybe that's the thing too. They've seen enough of Boostgate Esports in the wildcard and how they potentially play, so they have probably a decent idea of how to play against this team. Although I've been hearing that even before we entered the main stage, that Boostgate Esports and even in their scrims that they've been performing or they've been improving really, really well. So that's why I feel like there's more to Boostgate, you know? Like, we're not seeing enough of them just yet.
Yeah, and that's cool because considering the fact that for the longest time it was Rosa and the gang that's been really setting up or having the standard of what it means to play top Turkish MLBB and how you translate that to global MLBB. And Boostgate has just been following that. While for CFU, yes, in Cambodia, very passionate and also, yes, very difficult region to excel in with how competitive the top teams are. Although CFU is one of those names that constantly get thrown in the hat as one of the top teams in Cambodia, we just have yet to see that form this M7. Question is it similar to Boostgate? Is it really just the BO1s? But then if you look back, this game, especially against Black Sentence, unanimous, they should have won that. They just messed up at the 9th minute and it dipped from there.
That's the thing. It feels like mistakes in the game so far can be heavily punished by a lot of these international teams, right? Which is a big difference that we are seeing from last year compared to this year, where the swing of gold is more common now than it was last time. And now there's the real question, right, of the playstyles, the dedicated playstyle we've known for the past 6 to 8 years, the Filipino playstyle of, hey, small incremental leads will eventually get us somewhere. But then you see teams like CFU who are like, we're doing that, but then one mistake knocks the whole building down. While at the same time, when you're looking at how explosive people like Kazue is going to be, for all intents and purposes, we could have a 30-minute game and one play could make the difference.
Yeah, that's why I think it's so important that CFU really remain mindful all throughout. Because personally, I think that there needs to be a bit more work in terms of Sing and the positionings that we see from him.
Yeah.
The fundamentals, definitely there. We saw it even, especially in that game with the Claude, especially if they have the Claude, because the Claude is really such a hot pick right now. But when it comes to the latter portions of the game, against explosive players, as you mentioned, like Kazue, or even just Boostgate Esports, who you might just or get surprised at the timings that they try to go for in the latter portions of the game, then Sing will be such a key player, especially when he sticks with those marksman picks that he's always picked up in the previous games.
Yeah, when we saw them go up against Aurora Gaming PH, community sentiments were they could have won that if they were just a bit cleaner with their execution. Us Filipinos were sweating watching that game, and it's not just the Southeast Asian heat. It's because that game was so back and forth, and it could have gone anywhere. Could have gone to CFU's way. So let's remind the world what happened back in M6. They beat NIP Flash. They dropped to Fnatic Onyx PH. Then they would take down Vamos, eventually even taking Team Spirit back in M6 to 3 games, taking SRG to the limit in 3 games. The dip in the quality compared to M6 CFU to M7 CFU, we have to address it.
Yeah, it's really significant, right? We were hoping that CFU would at least stand out from amongst the middle of the pack. We obviously have our favorites in terms of our top 3 teams, and I think it goes to show that the rest of the world also probably has a pretty solid idea of who those 3 are going to be. And I thought that CFU might get close, maybe a 4th or 5th in that tier list, maybe arguably even in the 6th because some overlap each other.
Yeah, and the difficult thing is still so many questions. Is it the meta? Are there internal issues? Are the comms not proper? But this is just one of the top or the things that are unavoidable about the major international tournaments of MLBB. There's always that thing.
Yeah, and maybe something inevitable for a team who sticks together for so long. Because again, CFU, their key players, their core players, they've been the same ever since who knows when. And that's something they've always believed in. They wanted their lineup to all be Cambodia players, and they didn't want to change much from their lineups. Their core, or their coach even, ever since has stayed the same. And definitely there will be some ups and downs, but it's very crucial that they find a way around it now, because this is, as mentioned by Rose in the intro, the do or die match for CFU.
So is it just a lack of evolution? Are they still stuck in the prehistoric period when they should go to the Palean? I'm not good, like biology time.
Don't worry. I think that I don't want to say it for sure because it makes me very nervous to say that this team is stagnant. That could hurt them.
Well, it's time to welcome them in. It's CFU versus Boostgate Esports. The aggressive Sharks that the world stage once knew have been dormant for a while. Can they regain the killer instinct now that they're smelling the blood they're spilling? In the EXP, it's Wadu, Jungle, Detective, OP in mid, Boxy and Roman, Sing and Gold. Cambodia, give your energy for CFU Gaming!
They came out of the wild cards in flying colors, but the Swiss stage so far is proving too tough. Is there enough gas for them to reach tomorrow with XPXE? With Jungle Kazue, Mid Identity, Rome Watker, and Gold RX, lock in Boostgate Esports!
I have a good feeling about this one. I hope it goes to 3, and I hope we see the best of these two, because one of them has to go home. But it's time for us to also welcome in the coaches. For Boostgate, it's Coach Tezet and Coach Nova. While for CFU Gaming, Coach Timego and Coach Bob. I feel jitters from them. I feel the tension on the stage. Is it just me, or do you feel the same, Brigida?
If I were in their position, I couldn't help but feel the same. Knowing the expectations that people have for CFU after their previous runs in international tournaments, and even more so for Boostgate, who have been on such great momentum after exiting the wild cards. Now they're faced with a problem, and this is something that they have to overcome right now.
Minimal eye contact throughout those fist bumps. You can tell how nerve-wracking it is for each one of these sides representing their own individual regions. With Boostgate Esports, obviously I'm going to get excited about Kazue and XE, but there's also Identity Whacker and RX, specifically Identity. When he goes down, the rest of the team's foundation starts to fall apart.
Yeah, it seems like they really are one of those teams that the mid laner is really the anchor, not just in terms of the shot calling, positioning, but in terms of the overall execution. But hey, Brigida, you were talking about Sing earlier. Are there other players of CFU we have to watch out for?
I would probably have my eyes on Boxy and OP and the connection that they are going to have, because I feel like if it's just about the two and their chemistry, it's definitely there, but it's also them having to make sure that the plays that they commit are somewhat a bit more calculated, because I feel like OP, if it's just about the follow-ups, you could rest assured that he is going to provide that to Boxy. But the problem is gonna lie in whether or not they're gonna be successful enough in those, let's say, pick-off attempts, or if it's something that's gonna be punishable for the opponents, as we've seen previously when they were up against the Grok.
Okay, as we head into the battle between the Sharks and the Gates. Yeah, let's go with the Gates. So vote, are you a Gate or are you a Shark? Type it out in whatever chat you're watching from. CFU Gaming or Boostgate, who's going to be winning this one? Now, as we wait for the votes to come out, actually, no, we should talk about a prediction. Yeah,
That's the thing, because I know what I predicted. We all threw it out in the group chat, so we kind of know where each other are feeling. But guys, this is live, by the way. You can actually affect these standings right now if you get involved in the chat. But personally, for me, I think that today, CFU might figure out, hey, we just need to fight the way we do. We don't need to play as standard as everybody else. Let's break out of the mold a little bit.
CFU guy today. What about you, Liquid Girly?
Oh, well, that was for last match, but the stats we're seeing right now are actually similar to what I think is going to happen.
What a sudden swing.
It's a sudden jump, yeah.
Yo, Latam just woke up. They're like, no, we ain't losing to a voting battle of all things.
I was supposed to say...
Me Turkey.
The fan...
Okay, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Turkey, not Latam.
No, yeah, I was supposed to say the...
Yeah, who knows? Maybe there are Latin Americans who just love Boostgate for some reason. They're like, we love Turkish coffee and we love Boostgate esports.
No, it's something you could easily confuse, but this is surprising. So I think Boostgate gained a lot of fans throughout their run here in M7. It's because prior M7, I think CFU definitely had a lot more.
Yeah. So you are a boosty girly now.
Yes, I'm a boosty girl.
I'm a boosty boy. And Gideon is a CFU man.
He's a Gate?
I'm
Oh no, he's not. We are the Gates.
It's fine. It's fine. I'll talk to them. I'll talk to them to see what they call their fan base before I make some assumptions. They're not good for broadcasting. CFU on blue, BGT on red side.
Oh, Sora getting taken away right away by Coach Time Ego. While I like this, when you're going up against a team like CFU, the Cambodian play style, it's best if you're on the red side to take away the Grok and the Juicin. Although you could be setting up for surprising Yuzin for Yuzhong, excuse me, first pick.
Yeah.
I almost just call Yuzhong Eugene.
No, because maybe you saw the juice in.
Oh yes,
right.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Use in,
Thanks for saving
and then you mix it together or something like that.
Don't worry, it's banned out. I mean, Yuzhong is completely out of the question. You don't have nothing to worry about it now.
What's your command?
Fanny as well. Now, I don't know. I don't know about you, Brigitte, but I am interested in what your thoughts about the openers for these drafts usually, because we've seen a couple of iterations. So far, I don't think anybody's really broken the mold.
Yeah, maybe it's the Claude for Sing. I'm hoping it's the Claude for Sing, since you'd want to put him in a comfortable pick, a power pick that will not require so much attention in the laning. So hopefully it's that, because the Lancelot got banned too.
Kalea's still open, by the way.
But that too is still open.
I think right now, at least now that Sora's kind of out of the question, Valentina isn't such a big deal until we see some mega ultimates start to come out. But also, since Yves is coming through, I agree with Brigitte that right now that Claude is such a phenomenal pick. It makes a lot of sense. What other marksmen do just as good? At the end of the day, Kalea locked in, Purifies locked in as well.
Yeah, for sure. So I think for Boostgate, considering just how good Claude has been as the top gold laner right now, just pick it up. I would not mind. And then just get another power pick that you can pair with it. Maybe not your jungler, that would be way too greedy. A YSS Claude together will show a little bit too much. But if you can get one of your EXP laners or mid laners.
Yeah. What about the Eve, maybe?
Banned out.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, first ban.
That's true. So you didn't have to think about it anymore. Instead, Kazue.
Yeah, it's Kazue's Haya, of course.
Claude, no doubt about it. It's just been the hot pick of the tournament meta so far, and there's no reason not to do it, especially when teams figured out very quickly that Fighter Emblems make this hero kind of disgusting alongside with Carry.
Yeah. Add to that the change to DHS.
Oh, that too.
Yeah. I'm wondering if Boxy wants to get the Cho again this time, because in a way it could potentially answer some of the problems with the Hayabusa. And oh, never mind. there's the Kalea already.
Yeah.
For.
But what if Wadu decides to be like, let me show you some show damage.
Oh,
Let me show you what the Indonesian solo queue has taught me.
Then that would
Damn,
be.
Joe.
Instead, they get the Fredrin. At least they have ways to answer back against the potential dives that'll come in. Because I think Boostgate so far is really going for a dive comp. So you'd want to be very cautious of the picks from CFU.
Are we in like March of 2025? This is one of those openings I'm pretty sure all of us during our regular season, that was the go-to.
Yeah. You know, if Boostgate wants a crazy, unique pick here, I wouldn't mind if they open it up for a Lilia later on. They're up against Fredrin in terms of the mid lane, because I don't think Burst is going to do them any good. I want like constant, sustained damage and that you just continuously pop off. But who the heck am I, right? Don't listen to me.
I think there was arguments for both Farsa as well as Lilia. I think Farsa is more of a comfort pick coming in from Identity. We've seen him perform decently well when he has access to Feathered Airstrike, but more importantly so, when I look at BGT's composition, it's very like, I come in, I use my abilities. If nobody dies on your side, you can do whatever you want. You can park your car in my garage.
Yeah, so maybe they have to be considering those picks that could disrupt whatever they want to do, and that could stop the momentum coming in for the fight. So the Wrong is still open for Wadu.
Yep.
So is the Lapu Lapu that you might want to consider that now that you have the Farsa in your lineup. But they take out heroes for Sing instead.
I like it. At least for Tizet, he's one of the few coaches who are like, I've seen this meta before. Wait a second. So they get rid of the Granger, right? Which is usually a natural comparison when you have Fredrins on your side, because you want to kind of snowball out of control with slow incremental leads that you get from lane, and then coming into the mid game, that's when you can start to pop off. With the Gatot ban from the side of CFU, which is honestly kind of interesting, but at the same time, they already showed their roam. This way, they know for a fact that BGT must take
Wow.
The question is, how do you set it without the Fredrin?
My mission is to
They seem to know who to target. It's really Sing.
And as expected, they take away the high loss as the last ban for CFU. So the best roamers in terms that you can pack Revitalize with are gone. Grok's gone as well.
What?
They end up picking the Phobius.
Why? They could have just gone to like Uranus.
Yeah, what are they preempting? They already took away the
I mean,
carry.
they're denying Arlet for
Arlet,
EXP.
yeah.
The Yuzhong, honestly, Yuzhong does pretty okay in this matchup as long as you don't mess up level 2.
Or what are the other marksmen that are still available? Or
Marks-
is Sing gonna be forced to use a fighter? Because like, if it's fighter gold laners we're talking about,
Yeah, if they're
but
gonna.
that's gonna lack damage for.
Yeah,
maybe.
At least with a very strong spell vamp. That kind of kit for the two side lanes, both the XP and gold, so that you funnel everything into the Kimi as your main and only carry. But up against a Hayabusa and Farsa, that's going to be way too risky. You're going to need another carry to go along with this. The Moskov makes the most sense to me.
There you go.
As you mentioned, yeah. And the Lapu Lapu called it as well.
I don't know. I think they really kind of locked themselves in when they've already showed their mid trio. Not a lot of wiggle room to kind of adjust on the fly at this point. But at the very least, they didn't say, you know what? We want our EXP laner to be shafted. We want to play towards the goal. No, they said with Lapu, we could contest. We could maybe disrupt that Feathered Airstrike, and this could create space for Sing to actually get to that Trinity fast.
Okay, so we're waiting for Wactor. Wactor's hero. So not in a lot of revitalized heroes, as you've previously mentioned. If they're looking for pick-off heroes,
I know one. Oh, Minotaur. There's still a healer. But you were saying about pickoff.
yeah, the Cho's still there. If they want to match, they have decent burst. The Khalid. I was thinking of this earlier, but then I wasn't sure if it was doing too well in the recent matches.
Well, I think at least for BGT's side, looking at their lineup, I think their biggest problem is like, if we don't move out of the lane first, we're going to have a little bit of a problem as much as we want a roamer who can actually pick off and set. So at least with Khalid, we have some form of counter engage just in case things go bad to set up for Farsa.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of burst damage to expect just yet. So the early game might not pose that much of a threat, and he could just keep on checking the bushes for his team. So I think map control is going to be very crucial, considering that there are a lot of heroes from CFU who could just dive or jump in and look for the setups as well.
Early to late game potential, leaning heavily towards Boostgate. The other departments in terms of survivability, controllability, that's where it evens out. But interesting take for these two. In this elimination match, remember you need to survive the series if you want to keep tournament hopes alive.
Let's see where this momentum is going to lean into. Who's going to tip the metronome first? CFU on the blue side facing up against Boost Gate Esports on the red. In terms of jungle starts, it's going to be Detective on his purple buff, but we're looking at Exy. Where is Haya on his purple as well as Lactor already getting chunked down pretty low, and that's the power of Kimmy in the earlier stages.
Yeah, just when I said there won't be as much burst damage, he just stood there in the mid lane, probably tanking a lot of the basic attacks from OP, so that's quite unfortunate if you were to look at Boost Gate Esports. But this is looking like a Lethal Wanderer immediately going to CFU's side. And they're just going to maintain this disciplined start as we're used to seeing so far.
Foxy, I mean, the knockup is good. Wacker, he doesn't have his flicker, but he should be able to out-sustain it for now. His identity, having to use his Purify and Wings by Wings. All defensive spells have been taken out of the hands of CFU.
Very expensive Sing.
He's okay. Luckily that Quad Shadow didn't connect. It was like a pixel off.
Honestly, because of that early game CFU had, I don't think there's any reason for them to hold back as much anymore. Right. So they could just play it out as aggressively as they want, but still with a bit more caution because Boost Gate can turn things around.
Yeah, lots of thrills for both sides. They know how important the aggression is, while there are Master Assassins for both gold laners. And of course, as expected, it's going to be the Fighter Emblem set for the Claude.
Yeah, no, it just goes to show how mana-hungry Sing needs to be on this Moskov to actually get good trades against the Claude. But now, going for the first contestant here on a very small objective. It looks like CFU have got the information that they need as they start moving down to hopefully unlock one. They get Exy, they punched him. Oh! Boxy underneath the turret, tanking too many shots. Force the flicker out as Detective slows the back line of Wacker and Kazue.
Yeah, the enhanced basic attack latched onto the Phobius. That's why he got dragged under tower.
Okay, OP's already level 4 now, so they might want to go for this.
They've caught Identity, forcing him to flicker away. His Purify's not back up as Wadu flickers forward and Detective secures the first turtle of this game. Exy, don't go back in. They're just gonna walk. They just need to walk away. Oh, he dodges back in, hoping that Wacker is gonna get back into the fight. He gets on top of OP, but doesn't hit anything. Even with the Spear of Destruction, this could be an opportunity as he gets back in. Zing! Getting a free assist. First blood going over to CFU.
Yep, there probably was a call right there. Oh, but they're still going for it. Does Exy survive this, though? He's all alone.
He shouldn't survive it, but he's gonna try anyway. Detective locks him down just in time. 2-0. First 2 minutes and 50 seconds into the game.
I think that's a little bit over-eager by Boost Gate to take fights like that, but well, in the end, their Claude got some gold up top, but I don't think that's worth it.
Yeah, there was probably some communication between them. That Identity was there, Kazue was there, every single or almost all of their other members were there, but what they failed to take into account was the fact that they are against the Moskov, and Sing just waited for the perfect timing to go in and join that team fight which took place in the Turtle.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem is the fact that Exy, he's going for that full tank build, right? He's not looking to eventually build into that War Axe. He needs to just peel for his team, and that's great for Detective specifically, because as soon as he got that Dreadnought armor, he was taking no damage.
Thinking that maybe that also could have been the bait. Could that have been part of the plan? Identity?
Oh, he's gone.
Yikes.
Can't do anything. No Purify, but Retribution was used by Detective, though.
Yeah, but that's not going to stop them from just constant invading. RX there. Okay, they might not go for this yet, but they're already looking to set up. And it's something that you would expect from CFU, considering this lead that they already have.
I mean, we talked about it. This is the playstyle of CFU Gaming. They like to go fast. They like priority in the mid, set things up for Detective. And, of course, even back then in M6, it was Detective's Fredrin. Wait!
Purify luckily keeping him alive. RX having to use the Blazing Duet. At least Wacker is nearby just in case. And thankfully, this allows Kazue to get a buff for himself as now the Turtle gets contested. They're posturing. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wacker, he's looking for an opportunity to try and steal this away, but it looks like Exy having to use his ult to get in the middle of the fight. Tsunami Slam as well into the Feather Airstrike, landing on to 3. They've lost 2, and now the Spear of Destruction. No assist just yet as Boxy forced into an awkward position. The Oki Shadow Kill is good, and Wadu manages to survive. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of CFU Gaming.
Fortunately, Boost Gate still got something out of that because CFU Gaming and the plays that they go for prior objectives have been working so well. The fact that they took out the Purify from RX before they started that fight, and that Wadu was readily there with his bravest fighter just to ensure that the zone or the zoning or the space was created. seemed or almost felt like Boostgate Esports would have had a hard time trying to contest. But fortunately, Kazue also found an opening, so it's not like they didn't entirely get nothing out of it. But this is still a gold lead that's continuously increasing in the hands of CFU.
I'm also starting to see here the potential of Boostgate Esports finding a big turnaround on around minute 8, minute 9.
Oh, okay. The Raging Sandstorm was committed. Now the Tsunami Slams, the Feather Airstrike does get cancelled out. They can fully turn their attentions here. The taunt onto RX, but XT able to peel just in time. The Blazing Duet was good, and Boxy ends up dying as the Oki Shadow kills next to fall. Sing alongside with Detective must peel. Appraiser's Wrath doesn't connect in time. OP finds XT as RX takes out Detective. It is an even trade, 6-3, but CFU still hold on to that lead.
Renmar was just talking about it.
Yeah.
That turnaround play came a bit too early for Boostgate Esports here. Hold on, Sing.
Oh, whoa! No!
He knew he messed up.
Yeah.
He knew he messed up, and that Spirit of Destruction, really, all of it, just for hopefully connecting and making an outplay.
I have to say though, props to RX. He went in at the perfect timing. He knew that there was no knock up to come from Boxy just yet because he just used it, and he took that opportunity, and everyone else from Boostgate Esports followed.
Now, we sit on this turtle once again. Xe has been great, but Wadu jumping early with Bravest Fighter, allowing Xe to get into the middle of the fight. Now with the Numenon Blood already out of the way, and the Feather Airstrike Detective takes the turtle. Purify already coming through. Boxy forced to run, flickers off. All ults being utilized. And you can see that Detective wasn't able to get in close for the Appraiser's Wrath.
Yeah, this might be a problem if you're now forced to use your skills as a Kalea to just cancel the entries of Boostgate rather than you looking for the setups yourselves.
Yeah, and I appreciate how both gold leaders have been very active in the map, of course, with RX rushing the DHS. It's very quick for Detective Wadu and Boxy to feel the pain that the Cloud can dish out on them. Now Boostgate is eyeing the tower up top.
Boxy, he needs to cancel this. Oh, he doesn't have enough time. It's too late. Identity takes him out with a Feather Airstrike, as we already see the Pulse pulling him back. Is he gonna take it? Is he gonna take it? We're thinking about it. He does! And now XC in the middle of the fight getting reset after reset, as Identity is thinking he wants to get these contacts, but it's too late. It's already one down, and Identity soon to fall after. Can RX get his BMI back up? No! Flicker into the Land Shatterer. Nicely played by Wadu.
Wadu coming in just in time.
Yeah, they held, Wadu and Detective held the BMI too well. There was no way RX could have walked back to or could have went back to that BMI. So he had no other choice but to walk. But Wadu, with the flicker still available, was able to catch him. And luckily, Identity didn't go down too. Oh wait.
I'm gonna try for another dive, and it's gonna be very successful, knowing that Wacker has nothing left. And they break open a tier 1. How far? Make a prediction here, Renmar. How much of a lead are they gonna get off of this?
Oh, I think they could eventually swing this into a 4-5, closer to 5 later on, if they can keep expanding the presence that they have in the map, considering the mid tower as well. Just, you know, they're quite even. Looking back at it, it's still very close in terms of the mid towers. I think they're gonna have to eye out getting a little bit more river control. But I like how Wadu, hopefully CFP Gaming are talking about the Lapu Lapu as, hey, we're gonna blow everything early, but can you save your Bravest Fighter for last?
Yeah.
Because that's gonna be the finisher to cap off fights.
Because they have a different approach to team fights. Luckily, they have a lot of range. They have OP with the Traction Pulse. They have Boxy to potentially scout things out first, if ever it's not entirely gonna work for them. But now that you've mentioned it, Wadu is something Boostgate, or is someone Boostgate Esports has to pay attention to. I know XC's doing at least or somewhat the same job, but the thing is, he's going in first, and that CFU Gaming constantly has been able to find ways around to punish.
Yeah, I mean, look at the way that they're playing, right? CFU, in every single one of these neutral fights, they take the fight first and then the neutral after. They want to turn this into a no contest. Right now, they're not in position to do so. They've already cracked a top tier 1, and Detective is going to start off. They taunt onto XC's side, and now they instantly cancel out the Feather Airstrike as they jump back into the fight, moving away to try and make sure that the mud in the water is cleared up. Raging Sandstorm on the 3, followed by the Blazing Duet on the 2. Boxy is dead, and now Detective must hold. Oppie and Sing move back. A no contest, turning a 3 into 1.
The Sharks get whacked by Wachter.
And what did Wactor do? Wait a minute, that was close. I've seen way too many instances of that actually happening. Okay.
An odd occurrence.
Okay.
But now, we can take a little bit of a breath, right? What we thought initially was going to turn into a 3, maybe even 4.5k lead, now being swung over entirely.
Yeah, and Wactor, I think he did it twice. Him just using the quick sand guard in front of 3 members of CFU Gaming, and they're not bothered at all. They can just tank it as much as they want. He has enough ways to deal with it, not even having a Radiant armor. So even without that, they don't seem to feel the threat of OP just yet.
Yeah. You also see here the reason why Boxy's been falling down real quickly. It took him until now to get his dominance eyes. Of course, he rushes the fleeting time, but then that's not going to do well for you if your team actually doesn't get a snowball lead.
Well, I mean, they have like a 3 to 4, but now the fight continues as the Tsunami Slam has already been XC finally able to get 1 ult off, but it's not enough as the Feathered Airstrike can't peel enough. The Oki Shadow Kill will trade at least 1 back. Wadu goes down for XC.
Yeah, and I guess that's what works for them. If they find the targets first, and that's not going to be a problem even if it's XC. We talked about this earlier. If they have enough damage to deal with it, or if they have enough ways to hold him down before he gets to jump again, then that's an immediate -1 for CFU Gaming. Now it doesn't seem like they'll have much of a problem dealing with this Lord.
Yeah, I hope we get to see Identity though save that Feathered Airstrike.
Just as you
Just as I say it. Or maybe he was just trying to poke back OP, but decided, you know what, not worth it. The detective might be a little bit too close. We might just get chained up here, then we'll have to force our ability. So we just back off. I'm okay with that. Swift Trinity now finally achieved here by Sig, but even before that, he was already a threat. The amount of damage that he dealt with the initial start by Boxy in that big engage before Boostgate got to slightly turn it around. Well, this Moskov now needs to be watched carefully by Kazue, who has been great this game. Deathless, 4-0-2.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, actually, since we're already coming to the 12th minute of the game, I'm curious about the quote-unquote scaling these teams have. Double Trinity Marksman's trying to go. Wait, hold on. Detective, doesn't get it. Wait, he's actually getting all right on top of XC here. It's a bit of an awkward position. Feathered Airstrike now coming up. XC can peel. He should be okay, but OP is making it hard. Flicker already out. Abraser's Wrath already gone. And back to the question, who scales better?
I have to say that CFU have really good defense, but when it comes to the late portions of the game and when they go all out at once, there's so much damage to be expected from Boostgate Esports, so I might have to give it to them because you've mentioned how they haven't paid much attention to Kazue just yet, but in the few and the rare instances they actually saw, or we actually saw Kazue go in, you could expect the amount of damage, or you could see the amount of damage that's coming from him. And it's not like Identity has been landing all these Feathered Airstrikes on the right targets just yet. So long as they're able to accomplish that, Boostgate Esports have such a high potential in the late game.
Yeah, you have 2 heroes at the side of Boostgate who use HP-based damage items. The Lantern, with the DHS as well.
Okay, a bit of an early release of the traction pulse there by OP, but you can definitely see the idea. But look at the waves. The waves are not in their favor. And CFU, seeing that Moskov is on the opposite side, they're looking to get some posture, some territory here by neutral ground.
Okay.
Very close. I was hoping Wadu would hold the bush a little bit more. No one's resetting this?
I think it's going to reset
There we
no
go.
matter what, because XE's in, Raging Sandstorm. Oh, Flicker as well, with the help of RX in the backline with a feather, already with a Feathered Airstrike as well, as Wadu is able to take out 2 with RX in between. And now Sing, 1v3, already taking out Traction Pulse off the one's Kazue. He goes down, and Sing has done more than enough to close out this fight.
Sting fortunately had the flicker when Wactor and RX decided to go for him. There was the Raging Sandstorm, there was the Blazing Duet, but he was able to flicker behind the wall. And now he's able to re-engage and turn things around.
And now they're trying to close out this game. Tsunami Slam already being used onto Wactor, who can't touch the wave! Not even close! Wipeout City, and CFU will take game 1!
That's how you want to start things off in an Elimination BO3 match. Last year, it was the heartbreak from Moskov. This year, maybe it's the savior of CFU's M7 run. Still, Boostgate could force game number 3, but that is a massive heartbreaking loss. Wadu found the entry in the back to take 2 down quickly and for Sing to finish it up.
I like how I gave my shout-outs to Sing before we entered this match. and he surprised us with that Game 1 performance. It took some time. It definitely did take some time because of, again, a better laning that we saw perhaps from RX, although in the first few minutes of the game, definitely would have to give it to Sing. But it's not like it was an instant guaranteed advantage that we saw in the hands of CFU. They had to wait for this moment. They had to work for this moment, and they did not let us down.
I literally think it came down to one mistake because they were on the up and rise. They took the momentum back. They got caught with their pants down, and unfortunately, Identity was just sitting on top of the battle mirror image, which allowed the EXP laner to just cut both of them. So it's just one of those unfortunate events.
Yeah. I think unfortunate is the best way to describe this game because it was going so good for Boostgate. CFU also very competitive. I feel like Wadu found some key moments as well to ensure that CFU Gaming would be able to get a little bit of more control in the game. They're not resting on their laurels. They know that the job isn't finished just yet, but that should feel really good for CFU.
Oh, I bet it does, especially considering looking at the players' faces, they all looked at each other and they're like, that wasn't our cleanest game.
Yeah.
We can do a lot better. Let's just not put ourselves in that position anymore. We can't let them just swing us 4,000 gold.
Yeah, because honestly, that last play that Boostgate went for was something they already did before. It was something they did earlier in that game. So it was in the exact same spot. It was right beside that that single jungle creep, and then
the golem, yeah.
Yeah, the golem.
Yeah, the exact same spot.
It's the
You're
exact
right.
same spot, and then for some reason, I guess they would, or CFU definitely would not allow that to happen twice because that would be too much. And they had a lot of ways to get around or to get out of it. Again, I did highlight the flicker that Sing had and used just to get out of the range of both the Blazing Duet, not even the Raging Sandstorm, because he was able to dodge that by himself, by a sidestep, and then he used the flicker to reposition himself once again. And the MVP of that game has to be Wadu, because you mentioned it. He was the guy who jumped towards the backlines, who opened things up for Sing to do his job.
Yeah, 4, 2, and 8, that dive to the back. This is why man-marking EXP laners is so important in MLBB. With the sheer damage output, the best EXP laners can dish out. Unfortunately, Boostgate decided to go all in, forgetting about the Lapu Lapu, setting up Wadu for an MVP performance. So let's do this thing now with Brigida.
Yeah, and even earlier, right, there was a rotation coming in from Wadu towards the top lane, which ensured that the BMI was no longer accessible for RX. But if we were to look at the highlights right now, definitely a lot were somehow working out for CFU Gaming in the early stages of the game, because it's not like Kazue has been as active just yet. It's not like they were, or Wactor was able to look for the right timings of the Raging Sandstorm just yet. But it was those moments that Boostgate Esports decided to fight all at once, which kind of shifted things a bit for CFU Gaming. So long as they were just able to hold their key players or their positions down, and similar to what we're seeing right here, Sing, so long as he's not going down immediately, then they definitely have constant ways of turning things around. Because as much as they were forced to use a lot of their resources defensively, I'd like to particularly point out Boxy on the Kalea. It was something that was necessary for them, and it's not entirely something that was bad, because at least they still had resources that they could use differently depending on the needs, or depending on how they needed to attack or approach that particular fight. And this was where things turned around. So I wasn't able to entirely capture that last moment, or that crucial mistake, you would call it, for Boostgate Esports. But that was, again, all enabled here by Wadu. And I think it's also something we might want to talk about, right? Because we're so used to seeing XC on highlight XP laners and playmakers, and I think we saw that similar approach when he was on the Phoveus. But Boostgate Esports wasn't able to completely follow through.
I think they have miscategorized what this Phoveus is actually supposed to do because Xe is playing it as if he is full damage. I'm a 1v5, I'm gonna sustain through all of it. That's just not true with the build that he's going for. He is raw peel. He is supposed to be the mud on the road that's supposed to stop trucks from getting across, right? And that's the whole idea. But CFU made sure, hey, if Xe is here, if we position really, really well, we can actually just CC him to the ground and make the rest of his member think twice. Hey, do we have to re-engage? Hey, do we have to actually just play for our lives and just give Xe up? That's the big problem that BGT have. Too many decisions needed to be made, but there's one singular call that they need to learn, and that's play to live. They need to make that call early. There's so many fights where they posture like, oh, should I go back in? Xe, should I save? No. Play to win. Let Xe die. Save your 4 members.
I think this is one of those times where of course, one of the questions posed earlier was in terms of the damage output as the game goes on, Boostgate. And I think they leaned onto that idea way too hard, where there were some times where it's like, yeah, we get it, you have the damage, but you gotta protect one of your damage dealers, you gotta protect Identity. At the beginning of this, even as we were heading into it, you mentioned that when Identity falls, you see Boostgate start to crumble. And I think that's a little bit more indicative of a sickness that maybe Boostgate needs to patch quickly, which is Xe and Wactor cannot be diving and going together at the same time. There needs to be one of them peeling for Identity so that you have a tighter formation with better protection for your back.
They probably wanted to do that a bit more. I think I saw the Winter Crown pickup from Xe.
Yeah.
But it wasn't enough. Like, they probably weren't able to find the right timings anymore, so...
Maybe we'll find out a little bit more info because we actually have an interview with some key figures, so let's listen in on this.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Side Report with Rose. And with Rose, we have with me Z and of course Poji as our translator and our fellow Cambodian friend today. How are you guys doing?
We doing well now. After we lost 2 games and we have 1 meeting.
Oh, 1 meeting. Now, speaking of losing your first 2 games in the Swiss stage, you guys are now in a do or die match, or as we call it, an elimination match. How has the mentality of the players been so far?
We improve a lot after we losing 2 games. We have 1 meeting, and today game, we just all in to play.
All into play. I definitely can see the improvements from compared to the previous 2 games that you guys played in the Swiss stage. Now, Z, maybe you can share with us a little bit what happened in the meeting.
This a lot to talk because we lost 2 games. Yes, we all feel sad, and I feel sad for Cambodia fan too that we cannot do well in this past 2 games. And today we just all in and don't let Cambodia fans feel sad too.
Yeah, I think what Z is trying to say is that internally they probably had a heart-to-heart talk with all the players to let them know the worries and the problems internally. Now, Z, you mentioned that you don't want to upset the Cambodian fans.
Yeah.
Now, Z, we know that Cambodia fan base, the region itself, is very passionate in supporting MLBB. How has the fans been treating you guys lately?
Just some Cambodia fans, he upset for us because we not doing well in this 2 games. But have a lot of Cambodia fans, he's cheering us and supporting us. Write a letter to our page. Cheer up us a lot, and I thank you so much.
Very supportive Cambodian fans. Do you agree, Poji? They're very supportive?
Seriously, for me, I've been inside the Facebook group page for CFU Gaming. Most of the fans is really supportive. Plus, they also say, best of luck, never give up, and make Cambodian proud.
Oh.
That's what happened inside the group right now.
I really love the positive energy that we are receiving from the Cambodian fans. Now, Z, before I let you go off and play game number 2, you guys are 1 win away from avoiding elimination up against Boostgate Esports. Is there anything you want to say to your teammates or to the Cambodian fans watching at home?
For Cambodian fans, today we will do our best and try our best go to playoff.
All right, thank you very much, Z. I wish you the very, very best in this game. You may now go join your team in preparation for game number 2. And with me right now, we have Poji. Now,
Hello, Bong.
Hello, Poji. Now that Z is gone, I want to know a little bit more about CFU. Now, last month, there was a tournament in Malaysia in which Poji was also there at the venue and was consistently hanging out with the Cambodian team. In your perspective, as an outsider, right? What is the biggest difference with CFU just last month and this month, and why such a shaky start?
ខែមុនវាពិបាកតិចស្រួលនៅម៉ាឡេដកស្រួលតិចជាមួយមានច្រើនទីមមកពីស្រកផ្សេងឥឡូវនេះនៅ M7 នេះវាពិបាកតិចទាំងអស់ទីមមកពីខ្លាំងស្រកក្រៅនៅមកពិបាក maybe ពិបាកចិត្តទាំងអស់ខ្លាំងហួរ
I think I can understand what you said.
Oh, is it? I'm sorry.
So he said that previously, just last month, in the tournament that CFU participated in Malaysia, the teams were not really as big as M7.
True.
Oh my God, guys. I'm learning a new language. And now that they're here in M7 with so much bigger teams participating, bigger regions, of course, the players feel a tad bit pressured.
Yes.
A tad bit stressed. Was that correct?
True.
Wow. Okay, guys, we added another language into my resume. And of course, you've covered CFU and the Cambodia region as a reporter before. In your opinion, and right now, how has the fans been like? Like, honestly, are they really as nice as what Z said?
មែនទេនៅទាំងអស់យ៉ាង group នោះទាំងអស់ supportive ទាំងអស់ពួកម៉ាក់បងប្អូនម៉ែឪមកទាំងអស់ចាំកុំ give up អីមិនយើងនេះកូនខ្មែរយើងឲ្យឈ្នះឲ្យជាមួយយើងនេះទាំងអស់ពួកស្រកនេះសប្បាយចិត្តយើងចង់ឈ្នះចង់ចាញ់ទេ
So Z was right. They're still very much supportive in the Facebook community group. They are definitely supporting their representative, sending them positive words of affirmation and all that kind of stuff, right? Thank you very much, Poji, and thank you for helping me add another language into my resume. And with that, let us go back into the game to find out if CFU Gaming can avoid this elimination match.
What do they feed y'all in Malaysia? You guys have the trilingual king and queen there. Thought it was just Rose, but then Poji also knows Khmer, English, and Bahasa?
Yeah, he does. And
does he know a fourth language?
That's what I'm trying to figure out, because Rose is learning a new one, so that would make her a quadrilingual? Is that how is that? I don't know how that one works, but
let's go four-lingual, so it's easier for us.
Oh, four linguals for sure, but that's definitely a homoy mao moment for sure.
Yeah, homoy mao. Man, Poji knowing Khmer was not on my book.
Of course. Oh, by the way, I forgot to pass you this earlier. I borrowed it all of yesterday for it.
Why is it? What's with this weird texture?
It's a different case. It's a different case, man. It's the real me. It's what I look like on the inside.
What did you do with this phone?
What does it feel like?
Whoa!
Feels
what
like...
have you been using the AI for?
Hey, don't show that on camera.
Okay.
Personally, I use it to, find the win weight predictions. I can analyze gold items and everything in real time, all thanks to the AI without having to think much about it. It's like having a strategic coach in your pocket, and that's the AI gaming coach for you. But it doesn't stop just there, Renmar, because let me tell you, when the fight breaks out, its consecutive skill features let you unleash a perfect preset combo with just one tap. It guides your strategy and elevates your execution. That's a full AI-powered edge.
Whoa.
All right, I know some people got sick of seeing me on camera for a while, so Brigitte, can you hold this real quick?
Wait, what?
Hold that. Stare into that single cam.
Look at that camera right over there.
All right, from prediction to performance, it's the complete package. You play, we carry Realme 15 Pro, the M7 official gaming phone.
Did I act that out?
That was perfect. That was perfect. That's going to get all the clips, all of the clips. Because let me tell you, because of all these clips people have been doing, I had no time to do the Battle Pass.
Yeah, man, the Battle Pass has been on since New Year's. I know some of us were probably, way too full to even move out of bed, but it's filled with epic rewards. Granger's Thunder Ascendant Epic Skin, the Cosmic Finality Prime Skin, the M7 figurine, battle effects, Prime Avatar Border, and more. We may be including a potential meet and greet with Brigitte as part of the that's actually not true.
No,
sorry
it's not
about
true.
that. Sorry about
But
that.
I want to say it. I want to say it.
Okay,
Can I
go
say
for it. Yeah.
Because it's one of my favorite heroes this season. Plus, you can get Gatot Kacha's Solar Spark for free. I already got it. Fan favorite M5 Yuzhong skins and revamped M Championship skins are also making a limited time return. So don't miss out on all the wonderful rewards. What I love about this Gatot Kacha skin is that the joystick looks different. The basic attack buttons look different.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a special skin.
Yeah. Is it just locked to the skin? But I think they're including more of that in different packages in game where you can change like how some of the UI color looks. Yeah, the presets, really cool. And if you want a free skin, just log in for 13 days between January 9th and 31st server time to unlock Edith's Verdant Night completely free. It's that easy. Just log in. Don't miss out. I still keep missing out on it. I keep missing out on the button I actually need to press to claim it.
You just used Edith earlier today.
Yeah, we played games earlier today and I still missed out on it somehow.
Yeah, not to mention that there's a big red dot where the event button actually is. It's like, please click me. It's that easy.
I don't know why I'm not doing it, but hey, let's look at the draft. Boostgate and CFU game number 2. I think CFU, it works out well for them if they play towards a more, how do I call this? Standard approach front to back. It works out well for them. Yeah, they're susceptible to just getting dove on, but it looks like with Wadu being as locked in as he is, EXP laners are usually the saving grace of the front to back lineup because they're the ones that can dive the opponent.
Speaking of which, I do want to kind of talk about specifically the wild cards, right? Because that's a lot of information, and luckily with Tezet, we did get a bit of an idea of what he was thinking. It's like I think we revealed too much data during the wild cards, which could be a disadvantage for us, but we accept that and will continue to work with what we have. We're confident.
Yeah, because I think it was something we kind of mentioned earlier too before heading into this match, and I think he confirms that that might have been the case for a lot of teams that they previously went up against, and it would be sad if that's gonna be the same outcome in this series and they're not able to completely adapt. But this is Coach Tezet, and what we saw from Boostgate's draft really wasn't bad. So I think it's again an in-game error that we were able to highlight in game number 1. But this is a complete reset for both of them, and we could start anew.
It really was. And especially in game 1 when we saw the counter index, it was literally 0.4, negative 0.4 and positive 0.4. Really not much of a difference.
So, CFU, if you can, just tighten up your formations and team fightings and your man marking. Already heavily well into the draft. We're straight up in the first pick for CFU. I wouldn't mind if they just get the Kalea again, honestly. It worked out well for them, and they look comfortable with it. Oh! But this time they're going to be going for the Cloud Rush instead.
I actually like this a lot, considering that Wactor was, again, trying to control the earlier stages of the game by actually looking to clear out a majority of these waves and still looking to harass. Obviously, can't do much specifically against Detective, but people like Singh, for an example, people like Boxy definitely felt that pressure.
Yeah. Wait, is CFU trying to bait Boostgate into picking up a Fanny?
Cause that's the thing.
Because Fanny's open, they first pick Claude.
Because if they really want to play Fanny, then it's just going to be Kalia Fanny here, right?
Fanny, so that's gonna limit them a bit. And there's still a Yisun Shin Fredrin if they wanted to consider those other junglers. But yeah, Kazuha is known for the assassins.
Let's see what this is going to be. It's going to be the Farsa again, all right. Rather bold to show Farsa. They also get rid of the Gatot, which I think at least from the POV of Wadu, he's like, give it to me again. Give me a Yuzong, give me a Arlet, give me a Lapu. I'll do it.
Yeah, or maybe they could potentially consider it in Red 3 once they see a bit more of what CFU wants to pick up.
Yeah. Now they have the Claude here. We'll see if you end up picking up a lineup that leans heavily towards the mid to the late game. Although now with Claudes, they are much more active faster. I think that's one of the best things about the DHS changes. Instead of just being lane locked to waiting for the Trinity, as long as you got the DHS, you can get out of the lane. You can start joining, do double lane, and then you can even join the Turtle fights by Turtle 2, Turtle 3. So I think you mentioned that some of the best EXP laners are used, Lapu, Arlot, all of them great options that they can pick up now.
Yeah, so they don't get banned out. Although Uranus show will be the option instead for CFU. Not a lot of
I have a sneaking suspicion. Oh, I don't know if that sneaking suspicion is going to be correct now that the instant carry lock-in is going to come in from the side of BGT. I'm thinking whether or not Detective is like, let's do a bit of a throwback instead of 2 seasons, one season ago.
So this is Detective's hero?
It could be. I don't know, because I don't see the way that it synergizes with the rest of the comp. Usually the big indicators would be like having a Farsa, having a Eve, somebody that has magic, has burst, or some form of peel, and you just slow them down and strip away their MR.
Oh, so this is like Boostgate having to think about whether or not they still want to target heroes for Wadu, because this might not actually be Wadu's hero, and if they don't consider that, then he'll just have access to more.
And then you have a shafted EXP, right? It's a rock and a hard place. That's what they want to set up. Is Lunox is the next ban coming in for BGT.
If ever see if you want to lean toward the possibility of this Uranus going into the jungle, I'd want to see them pair it up with the Valentina, because they need that extra bit of control that she can dish out with the Terrifies. Yeah, you're not going to have a great time in the range department, but then you'll have a lot of control. Just put the concussive blast there onto the Cho, then that'll help balance you out in terms of you getting prio in the mid. I'd want to see them also take out the Kimmy here. Oh wait, no, they don't need to because there's already Farsa on the other side. So yeah, they're fine.
Oh, now there you go. Taking out the Fanny.
This is really good. If Tamago really like thought about this from beginning to the end, he's probably a genius, because I think he's figured out that there is a bit of a pattern with, hey, we show really tanky boy, you're gonna, and now that we've taken Claude, you have to go carry. There's just no other options, right? And then now they're forced to take Purify alongside with it because the Cho has already been locked in, and this could have been a Kalia. So the real question is, why was the Cho over the Kalia in the first place unless we are looking to flex?
Yeah. I mean, they saw they got the catch already. You'd want to be able to match the healing and the Purify. Maybe they are going to be flexing this Cho.
So many questions for CFU. Now they take out the Kimmy as well. So maybe now we might get to see a more unique or uncommon mid lane pick come into play for CFU.
Novaria,
because the Jushin, Eve, Farsa's
the classics are all gone.
Yeah, look at that pure target. Even with the Uranus on their side, they didn't need to ban out the YSS anymore, but they just decided, nope, Kazuya, you're gonna have to show something else, man. You're playing a completely different hero. And if he ends up going with something unique, play him more.
No, I think this is a mistake. I think this is not, as much as we've seen a decent overall performance from Leomords, I think right now the most useful that he could have gone for was probably the Fredrin in this case, right? So far there's not a lot of big damage dealers other than this Claude so far, but then CFU, the mid laner pool has been limited down to things like Lilia, things like Novaria. It's either she's going to be completely outside of the fight, away from your range, or there's a potential punish that's waiting to happen, but we'll just wait and see.
Yeah. You mentioned it, the Lilia, the Novarias, those are the other options still available. They're...
Oh, what if they go Kadita?
Kadita. For the Farsa, I think, yeah, that works.
Not bad. I don't hate the plan.
There's a Kagura too, if they want it. Oh, there you go.
Really good call. Really good call. When you see Uranus, you're thinking magic, 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 whatever you can really double down on.
Yeah.
With Joy and Kadita, I'm liking CFU's composition, but it's all based on that momentum, right?
Yeah. And it's a Cho Kadita, so no one's safe if you're Boostgate Esports here, if they get to find the right targets. It's an EXP laner we're looking at.
Yeah, only the Filipinos are going to get the reference that I'm about to say, but see if you are about to take Boostgate to a Filipino vacation to Splash Island. Shout out to the Filipinos on the broadcast. I know you guys are there.
Yeah, you could search it if you're not Filipino.
Yeah.
XP lane options are still so open. Everything we mentioned are there. They just go for the safest one.
Like a Phobius? Yeah. Well, it makes sense. You see the Joy, you pick up the Phobius, you have the dashes activated through. I'm leaning a little bit more towards CFU for this one, but both of these lineups to me are like, if any one of us mess up in the first big fight, maybe around Turtle 1 or 2, then we're just gonna completely lose it.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna have to crawl back.
Personally, I think it's a lot easier for BGT to kind of snowball out of control. CFU, they need those kills specifically onto Detective, specifically onto Oppie, to make sure that they can just chain their ults to always get those kills.
Yeah, though There you go, RX will be picking up the Purify. Identity does not, though. So I think it's gonna be quite tough for him to make sure that he doesn't get caught by either the Way of the Dragon, the knockups of the Jeet Kundo, or the Breath of the Ocean.
Boostgate are on the brink of elimination while CFU holding on to match point. This could be their best shot, their best chance to end it here now and avoid a game number 3. Boostgate needs to protect their identity if they want to stand strong.
Very early on, we see that at least both junglers are going to be starting on the same side of the map as the side laners now taking early engagements, which is exactly what you want to see. Boxy already putting down low as Opie hits level 2.
Oh, that's a fast clear. Rotation probably coming in for CFU Gaming, but if it's just fast rotations we're talking about, then that's a farce that you're up against. So at this point in the game, Boostgate Esports can definitely be the more aggressive team, especially if they're constantly able to scout where Boxy and OP are like this, forcing them to recall even. So this is something they probably want to take advantage of, but wait.
I think this is exactly what they want, right? BGT understand that, hey, actually we have better wave clear because it's a 2v2 lane. Double, concussive blast on both of these supports as well. Not to mention that generally Gathod is going to clear slightly faster than Cho, who hasn't put himself in danger.
Yeah, because the way that CFU Gaming were able to fast clear that mid wave was a bit forced if you were to look at it.
I'm so surprised that Wacker was not able to connect with the taunt. That should have been a kill. Luckily, I mean, or at least minimum a flicker. That's totally true as well.
And XE was able to get the EXP from the crab, and now CFU, Boxy has to watch out for his timing when he's gonna use the dashes, because XE's gonna have a field day in the big team fights with the Joy and the Cho around.
And I think right now the poke is so important from Opie. Oh wait, full commitment actually. Summoning Barbiel to get right on top of Opie. Breath of the Ocean into Petrify as well. Doesn't connect just yet. But with Barbiel, the extra stats is useful. Wacker about to go down. Revitalize keeps him alive and puts Detective down to 1/4 of his HP. A statement said, expectations not met just yet.
Could have been so much better for Boostgate. I think they clearly wanted to get OP without this level 4 yet. Oh!
Feathered Airstrike already out as well as the rough waves. It's going to be a little bit of a dance as Identity tries and holds on to his last 2 shots of Feathered Airstrike. Wadu still existing, being frustrating as Identity stuns him and moves away. It's going to be an early Purify here from Wadu on top of the concentration, but still, Boostgate Esports takes the very first turtle.
Yeah, Detective just decides to trade and take some enemy jungle camps from that. Not too much of a significant lead just yet. But this is where I feel like Boostgate might want to be a bit more cautious. At least they have the advantage now, but then CFU Gaming, they're really being keen on looking and holding these bushes where they could pass through. So fortunately, the rotations have been working out for them so far. Oh, wow.
I like the aggression.
Yep.
I like he's not allowing Wachter to get into any good, comfortable position, and now the pressure is onto RX.
I think most people, especially for those casuals who are looking to get into professional MLBB, 80% of the game is really just posturing for better positions than your opponent. And I think that's something that most people need to get behind.
There you go.
Good position, good kick, but instantly canceled out the second half. Thank God for Wachter.
Yep.
Identity saved.
Fortunately,
I think that little snapshot is gives me an idea as to why Identity chose not to go for the Purify, because he knows that the clock can easily come in. He'd rather reposition.
Breath of the Ocean straight away, full combination with the rough waves. Opie finds another kill, and this Feathered Airstrike is looking less and less impactful for the first 4 minutes of this game.
There's so much control between the Cho and the God together. Identity gets away.
I'm surprised that Detective actually didn't want to go further to trade out against Identity, but I think he saw Kazaway just at the edge of his screen. Yeah. He's like, it's not worth the trade.
Yeah, Boxy was there to scout him out too. They're holding the brushes really, really well. So whatever we mentioned about Boostgate and their rotations earlier on seems to hold true. Placing Do It already used by Sing.
Yeah,
alt for alt.
I think at this point I really don't want to see the carry Claude matchup anymore, because it's just very clear all the Claudes just win against that carry.
Yeah, there's just nothing you can really do about it, especially now that it gets the hybrid lifesteal. So it's like trading is even crazier.
Oh, okay. Boxy still has the flicker, by the way. So if he did want to go for a target, then he might actually be able to reach for whoever that is.
I think Boxy was called off, but now this next upcoming fight is about to occur. Concentration has already been gone through as Wadu has kind of peeled them off the Ionic Edge. Detective instantly takes out Lee's identity, gets Wactor as well, making it look easy as the entire front line ditches their mid laners. And as you can see, CFU gonna do whatever they want as they chain CC, XC to the ground. Boxy ends up getting disrespected, and finally Detective getting a killing spree. 3 kills for him in the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, but Boxy standing there in front of Boostgate Esports was so deceptive because it wasn't actually him who was planning to start things off. It was Detective who just went in straight for the kill onto Identity, and everything else followed after that. So Boostgate Esports, they have more than 1 or 2 problems to think about.
I appreciate Wactor for trying to protect Identity.
Yeah.
At the end, the CFU, just with their toolkit, a little bit more mobility, a little bit more annoying to catch out. It's the Kadita and the Joy. One taunt is going to be so difficult to land, so I really can't blame Wactor for not landing it.
Yep, that's why you got to deny space, and why Boostgate needed an early lead to be able to dictate the game. Because CFU Gaming, they're setting up tolls at every single intersection of this map, and Boostgate can't walk away without at least paying the price.
Yeah, so far it's only been Boxy that's been the sacrifice for CFU Gaming, and that's okay. That's all good. Oh, that's another. Yeah, I could feel the nerf, you know.
Those are the 2 overly aggressive guys at the club who are just like, what? Who's gonna flinch first? Unfortunately, there it was actually Wactor, and Boxy was just like, all right, cool story, bro.
I mean, both of them refuse to give up the space. Feathered airstrike getting called early on. I mean, yes, he'll come back up. Wait, hold on. They're going even further, forcing the rough waves early from OP. Okay, wait, hold on, because now 40 seconds till the next turtle actually spawns an XE. Force the flicker out as Detective wants to dive him. They could still dive him if they wanted to, running out of that passive, but Kazue is nearby. Wadu forced the ult, and now Detective must commit an all-in. Doesn't connect on his last dash, though.
Boostgate Esports, it seems like they really are trying to target OP down, but that highlight or that exchange we saw in the bottom lane really was something. Okay.
Yeah, lots of deterrence being thrown at that Kadita. The moment you see it feathered airstrike, I don't care. They just want to take out the ultimate as soon as possible.
Yeah, in the wings by wings towards the Kadita after. Oh, speaking of the Kadita.
One shot! All right, item list. We need to see the item list. What's going on here?
Bro, that's busted.
That was so much more damage than I thought it was going to be.
It's Genius Wand Rush, and then he also had Rupture with him.
Oh my goodness, and now we get into the next fight as Wactor. Again, he's already revealed all 4 members. And Steed already coming out. Another airstrike as well. As Zing gets right on top of Identity, force the flicker away into 3 as Kazue gets kicked right into the middle of the fight. RX takes out Boxy at the very least, and that's gonna be it. Kazue, does he manage to survive? RX takes out Zing as well, and mega kill for Detective Wactor, the final man to fall down as Wadu picks up the skull. 2 for 2 trade.
That shouldn't have been a 2 for 2, but RX stood strong in that bush and got Boxy and Sing.
Yeah, you know what they say about the carry and the claw when it's just a basic attack matchup that we're seeing, and without the blazing duet. RX definitely could have dealt with him all, but hold on, here in the top lane.
The dive, and he's gone. Electrifying beats just to show who's the boss.
I feel so bad for Identity this series. CFU Gaming have not been letting him play.
Yeah, we did kind of float around the idea of why he chose the Flicker over the Purify. But if they're not able to play as aggressively or anticipate what CFU Gaming is planning to do, then it's gonna be all the more difficult that he finds the purpose in this flicker choice. Oh, another flicker.
Really good way of the dragon into the flicker, into the rough waves, petrify, follow up, perfect chain CC as Identity is able to take one and back in Detective, getting a shutdown for himself as XC flickers the wrong direction. No, out of range, unable to pick up the most important kill.
Or did the Dark Wave actually land, but there was just not enough damage?
Yeah, again, they flickered in different directions here. Blazing Duet!
It's good enough, 50% of their HP in a mid-turret down.
Identity and RX couldn't do anything, not even with the amount of range that they had, as they stood under that tier 1 turret in an attempt to defend it from CFU Gaming. This is a 3k gold lead that we're just talking about. But even without all this, like the burst damage that you could already expect, OP and Detective, the magic damage, and that's That's without Sing going into Blazing Duet.
Yeah, speaking about burst, Identity just built up his first main damage item. He had to go for Blood Wings first and just built up the Lightning Truncheon. So maybe now we're gonna start to feel even more damage from this Farsa, not just on the squishier members of CFU Gaming. But the problem is he cannot get into position. Detective has been stellar with his entry timings.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at the items so far. I mean, double Genius Wands, right? One from OP, one from Detective. Even the MR doesn't feel that great. As Wadu, once again, he's back on the peel. He doesn't mind going toe-to-toe against Xe here, especially when Sing is right behind him. Look at that. Xe getting put down at 10% of his HP as the Feathered Airstrike is forced out just to save his life. This is going to be a no contest very soon, but look at the position of OP. No, it's about to happen. And now RX trying to live. Electrifying Beats was more than enough. And Kadena is out of there. OP, oh my god, he tried to outplay it, but the animation was too long.
Yeah, the passive was there to make sure that OP went down before he could have even casted the Rough Waves. So now Identity actually picks up the kill, but that's the Lord in the hands of CFU Gaming.
Brother OP, you did not need to enter anymore. He was... Detective did the job. He was aight, bro. Okay, fight for the purple buff. Kazooie gets his own.
Oh, they should be able to walk out of here, but now the Feathered Airstrike is being committed as well. The Purify nicely used by Wadu, and he survives the damage despite the empowered autos as he chases them back. Oh no, the mouse turns into the cat. Predator now turned into prey as they hold their ground into the mid lane. Notice that the orange buff is being stolen away as well as getting shoved from the top side. The continuous back and forth. Nobody will give up the territory.
What was that zigzag walk from Wadu that we saw earlier? He was walking side to side and...
Hey, Uranus doesn't walk, he floats.
Oh, he floated zigzag.
Yes, attempting his best rendition of Thriller.
Kazooie couldn't even catch him, not even with Barbiel.
Yeah, they really need to give him a little more, like, movement speed when he's on Barbiel. I'm gonna be perfectly honest here. It does feel kind of slow sometimes without the Hunter Strike, but now that he's got the BRB as well as the Hunter Strike, things should even up, especially if they're low.
Oh no, that's a Wind of Nature pickup for Sing as well.
I take it back.
So, he might be a bit more confident going in.
I get it because the Leomord, but I wish he packed Winter Crown instead.
And even so, Boxy is still trying to look for angles. Really good defense coming in from Boostgate Esports. They're really taking advantage of their wave clear due to Identity and even Whacker making sure that the space is going to be uncontested.
Yeah, my guess is because RX, like we saw the mini 1v1s that he's been having with RX, and when it's you're against the carry when it comes to the basic attacks, it's just so hard to win against that. So maybe he's banking on that idea if it ever comes down to that, but does that...
Ouch, ouch.
Ooh,
He's gone. Goes forward with BMI right into Blazing Duet and in straight to the electrifying beats. Every ult under the sun, 4 members dead. Didn't even need to do much of my job to make that one happen.
Yeah.
That's the CFU. What a decisive fight.
Boxy making sure that Detective was able to walk out safely too by tanking the turret shots. It might just be it.
There it is. Right at the very end. Unbelievable. CFU, for what looked to be a stalemate, turned it to an overwhelming victory.
CFU survives. And unfortunately, Boostgate from the wild card will now have to say goodbye. The Sharks dormant no more. In a plot twist that even Agatha Christie herself couldn't write, it was Detective who did it. It was him all along.
Detective who we thought would be on the Uranus, but no.
Oh.
It was Wadu using it.
I'm so glad he didn't have to go back to like, I have to use Uranus in the jungle. This time, really, really well thought draft from CFU, from every single aspect. And of course, Boxy just showing his veterancy in the angles and opportunities he creates for CFU.
And weren't we looking for M6 CFU to come back? Because this did feel very much like it. I'm not just talking about the Joy, because the Joy definitely was a pick during the M6, but the way and the manner that they just executed this game, even though there were some small plays which were a bit questionable, but it looked rather funny because they were way too ahead to make such crucial mistakes like the one that OP did.
That's definitely one of those moments where it's just like, come on, detective.
Couldn't you have told me a little bit sooner? I want. It's. Oh, why is it the first highlight? Oh no!
Right there.
Right there.
Dude, if
Here we
you
go.
just wanted the participation award, it's just like, I couldn't read it.
I feel like for Opie, those like, man, I don't care. We won. We're still in M7, man. You can clown me all you want, but I'm still here. And he definitely did show up there in the end, eventually getting the double kill, ending it with 5-1-5. I like the Kadita. Once it showed up, I was like, yeah, this is probably the doom for Boostgate, because it was clear. It seems like CFU already knew just how important identity was to every moment that Boostgate likes to play the game. They said, let's just pick all the picks that will mess up this Forza.
Yeah.
That's why I was thinking whether or not, like, after seeing the arenas, maybe lean into, like, yeah, sure, you're giving away the Farsa, but, like, take a Purify, take a Lilia, call it a day, you know?
Yeah. Fortunately, we'll have to say goodbye to Boostgate. But now, we're going to pass on you on over to the stage for an interview.
Interview. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for CFU Gaming! A team that has made it out of the elimination match today. And with me here on stage, we have Opie and Detective. Hello once again, boys. Let's start with Opie first. Opie, how do you feel after finally winning a match after losing 2 of your first matches in the Swiss stage?
ខ្ញុំមានអារម្មណ៍ថាវាធម្មតានិយាយមែនបងធម្មតាពួកអីចាំឈ្នះទាំងអស់ហ្នឹងបានរៀងសប្បាយចិត្ត
He said that I feel normal because like we just winning, or if we continue winning and get to the playoff, yeah, we'll be more happy.
I agree, but you know, step by step, small steps is all it takes. Opie, you say you feel normal after winning the match, but how did you feel coming to the match today? Did you feel excited? Did you come with full spirits?
ខ្ញុំមានអារម្មណ៍ថាឈ្នះនៅថ្ងៃហ្នឹងគឺជាបានន័យថាវាគឺជា power មួយសម្រាប់ team ឲ្យយើងមានកម្លាំងប្រកួតនៅម៉ាច់ក្រោយៗ
For the win today, I have we have more powerful like momentum and continue for the next round.
Yeah, I did see the shift in momentum coming from CFU Gaming, especially just now since we interviewed Z. He said that you guys had a heart-to-heart talk prior to this match. And of course, Detective, we've seen that you have been trying to somewhat adapt to the current meta. What are your thoughts about this?
I'm not really adapting because I can play any meta.
Oh, you don't have to adapt because you can play any meta. Now, if you don't mind, I just want to ask a little bit, because just last month we were together in Kuala Lumpur, right? And in that tournament, you guys placed top 2. And coming into this tournament, you guys were a little bit shaky. And based on my interview just now with Poji, he said that it could be due to the reason that you guys perhaps felt a little bit more pressured coming into this tournament, or what is it really?
I think that not really, because it has been a long time since the last tournament. It's just that teams in M7 is a lot stronger.
People have been definitely stepping up.
Yes.
You know what, Detective? OP, you guys have survived an elimination match. How about give a thing or two to our Cambodian fans watching at home?
ទៅកាន់អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាដំបងឡើយសូមទោសដែលមួយថ្ងៃមុនធ្វើអត់បានល្អតែក៏ថ្ងៃនេះគឺប្រសើរឡើងហើយខ្ញុំសង្ឃឹមថាស្អែកទៅវានឹងល្អជាងនេះទៀតតែខ្ញុំសូមអរគុណទៅដល់អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាដែលនៅតែមានទំនុកចិត្តលើពួកខ្ញុំសង្ឃឹមថាពួកខ្ញុំនឹងមិនធ្វើឲ្យអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខកចិត្តឡើយ
Okay, so we are sorry for the previous match that we did not do very well, and we hope that you are, for the fan back home, you are forgiving us, and we hope to do better in the next round.
Thank you very much to CFU. Once again, congratulations to Detective and OP. And without further ado, let us show it back to the panel to break down what happened in this clean sweep series.
Well, According to a detective, it's not a matter of evolution and adaptation. They are very ready to do just that. Of course, another prolific win here for CFU Gaming. Still retaining their slot in M7. Great effort once again for Boostgate, and a show of love from the Indonesian crowd here, of course, for CFU.
Yeah, definitely a lot of fans being converted here within Indonesia, because again, with a game like that and with a spectacular ending, every ult was able to get a kill. That just feels so good.
Yeah, and I'm loving the confidence from CFU so far, because you would have thought that they'd feel a bit more, I don't know, low spirits after what they've been through in the Swiss stage. But hearing from Detective how it doesn't matter what the meta is because he could play any meta, it seems like they're still there.
This Joy was a menace.
It did. Oh, dude, let me tell you about Joy getting with the changes to Genius Wand in particular. It feels so good when you get that first kill. It snowballs so quickly out of control. He got a Holy Crystal like nearing to like 6 to 7 minutes. That's how quick he was getting these items.
Yeah, and that highlight play he did towards the end where he just went in, you would have thought it's too deep in, but he had the Winter Crown.
Yeah.
And that's where everyone just helped him get out of the turret. Boxy standing, taking turret shots, and then he just walked out of it safely after getting, what, 2 or 3 kills off of Boostgate Esports. So this Joy had damage that Boostgate could not handle at all. That's not even including the Karita that, you know, missed.
Yeah, it went by way too fast. I like how CFU just leaned in on the idea of like, let's end this quick. They were confident. They knew that they could just jump on Boostgate. You had 3 major damage dealers in terms of magic. Yes, I count the Uranus there. So, Brigida, is there something that you'd like to share with us?
I'm trying to look at... Oh, this was that one play we saw earlier where it was just as if that Boxy was looking for a target, but he actually was not. He was just probably getting the information necessary for Detective and OP to go in at the perfect and the exact same time. And that's where CFU Gaming clearly started to snowballing and getting the advantage again and again. And in this particular moment, I feel like we started to feel how Identity couldn't really activate himself, because there was just too much reach from CFU again, and this is Sing joining in early on. That was a mini 1v1 that we would call it that they had earlier, but it still converted into a kill for RX, so it doesn't matter either way. And it's just constant reassurance, I guess, that you get from your teammates that Boxy,
hey, you're doing great.
All of those, right? That's right. I wish I could hear them say that. It's all these. I called them overextensions earlier when they weren't able to really pull it off, but now it doesn't seem to be that way. It seems like every single play that Boxy does is actually rewarded. And this is the CFU that we've all been waiting for. I couldn't press because like it is what is it, as LaFell would say.
Yep,
But
it is what is it.
It is what is it. But it is what is it for Boostgate Esports. And CFU, I'm excited to see how they're going to carry this momentum from this point onwards.
I think again, very fair points all across the board. I think the biggest thing for me looking at a game like that, considering how much BGT actually had a pretty decent chance in the early games, and we're responding accordingly to the mid-trio pressure. It's just that at the end of it, right, you're hoping for too much. Oh, I'm taking Flicker so that Wactor is able to protect me.
Yeah.
Your composition is compromised. There's no going around that.
Yeah. Again, that's why I said heading into the game, Boostgate needed to protect their identity. That was a double meaning, but really, you can take it as literal as possible. Just protect the Farsa, please.
Yeah.
But they couldn't. It's with what they drafted into, or more specifically, let's look at how CFU drafted it. They just overloaded all of the options that BG, I almost said Ticketron, Boostgate had to look at and go, how do we stop this? Who do we peel?
No, because Exy, I don't think you could give him the job of protecting, so definitely that's out. Wactor, you can, but the unbreakable nerf again. I think we felt it in this game because the main, or one of the main jobs that he had to do was protect. So whenever there were surprise dives, or let's say flickers coming in from either Boxy or even OP, there wasn't enough reaction time, I feel, that you could charge the distance of the unbreakable far enough so you could actually catch these targets or at least deny them. There were moments where we did see it, but that was just like one or two out of the many engages that CFU went for.
I mean, if we're looking about participation, right, team fight participations, we can see that, again, most of these fights are actually above the 50%, but the only exception being Exi, because Wadu just completely shut him down. He didn't let him leave the lane. He didn't let him leave the lane without punishment. He made him lose a significant amount of minions, especially during neutral objective fights. And worst yet, he was basically unkillable in the lane, so Exi just could not do much.
Yeah. Great shutdown of a boost gate by CFU. Across the board, it seems like they went into this with a very intentional draft. They knew we're picking these heroes because these are the very specific things we need from them. How to shut down boost gate, from the laning to the rotations, everything. So this really would have just been a massive climb for boost gate. So let's say thank you to some friends.
Yeah, dude. You know, I've been thinking a lot, right? Especially about diamonds. Because my card doesn't work these days to like upload my diamonds.
Yeah. So please, can we get a... You know the drill. This is what I usually like to do when it's me running the show here. Hey, what do you like about Visa the most, Brigida?
What I like about Visa the most, especially when I travel,
Yeah. When you go around Europe,
is that I just get to do this.
You mean when you rotate around Europe, you get to upgrade each of your packages on every single continent out there.
The early rotation, the upgrade path, you map out the skin you unlock that makes your hero feel like yours. Those little choices set everything in motion. And when those moments hit, you want nothing slowing you down. That's why your unlocks, your upgrades, and every step in between stay fast and secure, keeping your game in rhythm and giving you smooth access to everything you need, both in-game and beyond. All brought to you by the official payment partner of the M7 World Championship, Visa. Be the champion you want to be.
Hey, Gideon, if Visa walked up to you right now and gave you a card with like 100,000 money,
USD?
Crazy dollars.
What's the first thing you would buy? I forgot the name of your currency. I'm sorry.
The first thing that I would buy is definitely going towards the M7 pass just to get Gato Gacha. Because who doesn't like not only free stuff, but the fact that I can actually boost my level with the help of the little support chest. Because at level 45 is when you get that Solar Spark skin. So keep leveling up and claim your reward. Don't miss it out here today.
Please, please get this Gatot skin. It's one of the best skins ever. There are like in-game changes that you get to see. So please do get the Gatot Gacha.
We're begging you. Get it. Please. And hey, here's one thing you should remember about life. When you rise up in life, things open up for you. MRO. MRO Season 5 is back. Still open to everyone and flexible to join now with major upgrades. You get hero power based on victories, good stuff. Team up with your friends. Don't go 5v1 alone because you're doing it wrong if you do it that way. So rewards, there's a lot of them. Win or lose, you can earn MRO coins to redeem permanent skins, exclusive avatar borders, and more. I can read, just not particularly well. Climb the weekly championship to qualify for the championship with bigger prizes and keep the M7 passion alive. Coming up next, we have got Evil versus Aurora Gaming Turkey. Do you think back-to-back heartbreaks for Turkish fans, or is Aurora gonna run away with this?
I hate it. I hate it. They always pose the tough questions. I like Turkey. Singapore used to be brothers, and as much as I say I don't like them, we're still very close neighbors. So it's a, you know, older brother, little brother situation.
You were right with your prediction in the first series, though. You were the only one who actually went for CFU. I think I will be going for Aurora Turkey in the second series, though.
I'm leaning a bit more towards Aurora with this one, but hey, maybe Evil will prove us wrong and bring a little bit more hype towards the Singaporean fans out there, of course, with their newest representatives, no longer NIP Flash. It's Evil. I just love saying it. So when we come back, it's them against Aurora Gaming from Turkey. So please stick around. Once again, my name is Renmar. That's Gideon. That's Brigida. And we are going to be seeing you in just a little bit. Deuces. See you around. Bye-bye.
M7 official gaming foam.
Nothing can withstand the withering. Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
True power dwells within the spirit. Try to embrace all that you are.
Are going to the M7 World Championship.
Let's go.
Futbol uğraşıyordum, futbolcu olmak istiyordum.
Ama pandemi girdikten sonra futbola ara verdim. Birazcık da Mobile Legends oynamaya başladım o zamanlar yani yaklaşık.
Que nosotros empezamos desde la MDL, la ganamos, después subimos a la MPL, también la ganamos y ahora estamos en el Mundial y también esperamos ganar.
I think Team Zone is underdog in M7. Nobody expected us to be here.
Evo was once a dark horse and we break through the expectation of everyone.
They broke history!
Even though we are coming in as a newcomer, we are not just coming in here for experience.
We know we have power. That's all. We are good.
Nosotros somos el equipo Dark Horse.
Who do I think will be the dark horse? A bit of a Malaysian bias, but I would say CG for sure.
I'll lean more towards Yangon Galactic. I don't think anyone really is expecting CG to be a threat.
Kita orang bukan dark house. Kita orang cuma pendatang baru.
ကျွန်တော်ကတော့အဲ့လိုတော့မထင်ဘူးအများကြီးပြင်ဆင်နေတယ်ကြောင့်မလို့ပွဲတဲ့ကြရင်အကောင်းဆုံးပုံစံနဲ့ဆော့ရသွားမှာချပြသွားမှာလို့ချက်တော့စောင့်ကြည့်သေးတယ်
Sebab kita orang ni suka invade orang, bantai orang. Memang gaduh tak berhenti.
ညီရဥအောင်ချတယ်ပေါ့အဲ့ကြောင့်မို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ aggressive ဆော့ရတဲ့ဘောကြတယ်
Agresif, kenapanya? Karena suka perang. Karena kalau misalkan bermain agresif, musuh bakal kena pressure duluan.
មូលហេតុដែលពួកខ្ញុំចូលចិត្តលេង aggressive ដោយសារពួកខ្ញុំកាលមុនគឺមើល player ខ្លួនឯងនីមួយៗហើយគិតទៅថាអ្នកគឺដៃខ្លាំងមែនតើអញ្ចឹងលេង aggressive គឺត្រូវ
我们战术打法无规则打法，有对手可能研究不透我们吧。
We are not that serious. We're just playing for fun because it helps us not get pressure. If you play for real, we get a high pressure international.
可以打进世界赛的关键之一是早睡早起，保持好身体。
Siguro determination lang din talaga and focus sa sarili kasi doon nalalabas siguro yung pagiging consistent sa paglalaro.
Our secret in our veterans in our team. Enemies need to respect us.
Strong mentality and discipline because it's all about out of the game. King teams for me are gaming us.
Siguro para masabi kong king yung team or legends, siguro meron muna silang MSC title and M-World title.
Kalau dibilang tim raja, enggak lah.
The Sky Kings have been taken down!
Kita belum layak lah dipanggil raja. Ya, back to back dulu lah semuanya, baru bisa dianggap tim raja.
Tingin ko isa kami sa mga king teams kasi sobrang dami na namin pinanalo na tournaments and sobrang dami na namin na-achieve ng magkakasama. Sa tingin ko kapag na-achieve na namin yung Golden Road, hindi na siguro king team yung tawag sa amin, siguro mas angat pa doon.
I think we are because based on the recent tournament in NSC, we are the top 2. If we win, we already show everyone that we have the potential to become more than a king. Let's do it for Malaysia.
I will redeem Indonesia.
I will complete the Golden Road.
Welcome back to the Swiss stage here of M7 World Championship. Is still Renmar, Gideon, and Brigida on desk. We just came from Boostgate Esports from Turkey getting eliminated swept by CFU Gaming from Cambodia. For those who missed it, how would you sum up that previous game?
Oh man.
It's really like one sentence.
That's the thing. One sentence might not be enough, but I'll try my best. In-game mistakes. I think that was the biggest one that stood out to me. Obviously, there are other issues as well, but I think that one stays true.
Yeah. What about for you, Brigadude?
You did mention this word earlier, unfortunate. Like the gates, or we labeled them as gates. We're so close. But like, I don't know, the sharks were a bit too much. So I'm thinking of something about gates and sharks, but I don't think gates or sharks get trapped in gates. So
Sharkgate coming to you in 2026. The movie.
Sharkgate. Isn't
Gate
there
NATO.
what's that? What gate?
Sharkgate NATO.
Oh, Gate NATO.
And then the second one comes 2 years after.
With more gates and newer types of gates.
Yes, newer types
flying
of gates and more
around.
sharks.
All right, coming up, it's not an elimination match. All right, so these two teams, yes, they're both in the 1-1 column, if I'm not mistaken. However, it is still important to get that win. You don't want to fall down to the 1-2 bracket, but none of them are saying goodbye. It's Evil, the newest champion from Singapore, against Aurora Turkey. So win. Whoa, that is a deep headline.
Yikes.
Win to breathe. Lose to bleed. That's pretty intense.
That is intense. Because
I was not expecting that headline. I would have set up with a completely different tone and not what we did.
Look, both Evil and as well as Aurora Turkey, they both stand at 1-1 currently in the standings, and they're fighting for that momentum, right?
Yeah.
And this is what I've been the most worried about for teams coming into the Swiss stage, because the worst feeling is when you get that qualification attempt, you're 2-1, and then you lose. And then you lose again, that completely crushes your ego.
Yeah, and I mean, I think so much eyes are on Aurora Turkey. This is, in a way, people would still call them, I think, especially after the addition of Pago in the Rome, as really an all-star team in Turkey. And I think they've been constantly living up to expectations. But their campaign so far has been a bit different. I feel like there might be a bit more adjustment that we're starting to feel, but I also probably can't blame them that much, because it's like their first match was against Alter Ego, and Alter Ego, as we all know, has been really smooth in their run so far.
And to be fair, that was a really good match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
And then afterwards, they were able to bounce back and look all the more impressive. They looked significantly stronger against their opponents. Them, I believe it
CG.
was CG. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's very understandable. But I think the real question here is, what exactly is Pago bringing? Because we don't get to hear the in-game comps compared to Apex 47.
Yeah, so maybe we can actually watch this so we can get a little bit more information. Again, Apex 47 no longer playing, and it's Pago who's going to be there. So that's just going to be in a bit.
Hey, man, Apex 47, even though he may not be here with us today, well, I mean, technically he's on the back, but not as a starting roster.
He's in the back, guys.
He's in the back. He's still participating.
He's there.
But a different role. However, his little brother is really interesting. Sigaboom, in the gold lane, has been, quote-unquote, a standout within the Turkey online scene and even competitive scene. And now that he's come to this point, I feel that he is becoming a more solid role for an anchor for the team, which makes you question, what does Sigaboom bring to the table that also might include some of his brother's imparted knowledge?
Yeah, you have to answer that, because now we're looking at Evil. And what is one of the more impressive things about them is that they are actually unafraid of playing their own style. The Faramis first phase pick did very well for them.
I think they're unafraid, they have nothing to lose, but everything to prove. Both Ceylan as well as Gear are international veterans. And when they are coming into this, there's high expectations from the Singaporean community that they should be the ones who lead the team, but the level of competition is just too tight.
Yeah, I mean, it's Singapore, so I think you would already expect that there would be a more unique flavor that they bring.
Okay, that's what he's trying to say.
Hey,
how you said it's Singapore. Me and Gideon were just,
I was looking at you.
What are you trying to set up here?
They could see you. So I was trying to say that they have this much more unique approach to play the game. I wasn't trying to hint at anything else.
Don't worry, I'll say it for you. I think Singapore is weird because they are so out there with their picks. And I think this gives them, yes, a unique flavor, but against a team like Aurora, I feel it's going to be a brick wall, just slamming their heads against iron.
One thing you could say about the Aurora teams, Turkey and Gaming PH, Aurora Gaming and Aurora Gaming PH, the two Aurora teams, okay, is what I'm trying to say, is that they have that great hold of what the template is, of what you have to do from not even just like the first 2-3 minutes, the first 5 to 8 minutes of the game. They have it all locked down. Positioning, the strengths of your lineup, they know and do that very well. That's always been their strengths. So if you want to go kind of weird and cheesy here, similar to Gideon, I feel the same way. They're going to have to find that balance of, okay, how cheesy are we getting here? And does it make sense in the bigger picture of how does it look in the full 5v5?
I think they should take the approach that Alter Ego actually did. Even though it feels like a little weird to be like, oh, you know, I'm going to show this as my opener, and then as soon as game 2 starts and we're on the same side, we switch it up again.
Yeah, because I'm thinking if like this approach would really work against such a fundamental team. Because again, you mentioned Aurora Gaming PH or Aurora Turkey. They also have been through both MTV and Dexstar, Master the Basics and Dexstar, so they've handled them. And I think there are so much similarities between the two, but if there's anything you could say to describe it, it's that they're really textbook. So maybe there are some arguments out there saying that once they lose hold of whatever they're used to doing or the template, if they get a bit lost with the template that they're so used to doing, then that's where everything falls. But does these cheese strats or surprise picks, would they really be enough to shake them off that template that they're so used to doing?
I mean, let's look at Yangon Galacticos, right? The fact that they got away with Hellcurt was already pretty crazy. Alter Ego, very good example as well as having a really wild draft. But if you got a certain level of macro and a high level of execution, you can do a lot of things. I feel like the meta has shifted away from like, we got to play these specific 5 heroes to now, hey, let's open it up through execution.
Well, it's time to hear from the members of Aurora so that I think we can get a little bit more understanding with their changes for Rome.
Hi, Sayla.
Hi, Rose.
Now, I heard that you are actually doing culinary. Maybe you could give us a quick insight on your culinary journey so far.
So actually, in school I was studying culinary for 3 years in like fine dining, all this.
Whoa.
But what actually like inspired me to be a chef is like my family is all in F&B business, so I'm just like learning to expand my culinary skill lah. So like in the future, maybe I'll open a restaurant or something.
Okay, at the top of your head, what's the favorite thing that you like to cook?
Pasta.
Pasta, what type of pasta?
All kinds, aglio olio, the tomato one, carbonara, all this, yeah.
And since you like to cook, do you think you could possibly cook this match up against Aurora Turkey?
Yeah, hopefully.
Do you expect it to be good?
Yeah.
As a chef yourself, you think it's gonna turn out amazing?
Yeah, amazing dish.
An amazing dish, huh?
Yeah.
You know, thank you so much, Sayla, and I wish you the best in your culinary journey.
Thank you.
You know, I like it when I order something from a restaurant and then they give me something different. I thought we were getting Rora, but we got a slice of evil from, should we call him Chef Sayla now?
Chef Sayla.
I don't know. I don't want to give him a moniker and then it goes badly. But then again,
but he's a literal chef.
He is a literal chef, and I got to know what he's cooking because he's not only just again very diverse in the skills that he knows, not only in MLBB but outside in the kitchen. But at the same time, he is the leader of this squad. He is the ones making the call and kind of controlling the macro and the flow of the game.
So now let's talk a little bit more about Evil. Yes, Sayla can be highlighted, looking at the cheese picks that he has up against Rosa. But let's look at Powerful from the rookie in SG Season 3, Rookie of the Season, to now, after so many seasons in Singapore, finally on the world stage.
Was it 7 seasons that he's been through so far just to make it here? And I'm loving how I think he also has this balance of maybe a bit of the unique picks, and then he still has like what you want, or how balanced it is if you want to expect for a bit more meta, because he was the one to use the Tigreal in their first match, and it's not like it was that bad. It was just a bit lacking, I guess.
Meanwhile, for Aurora Gaming, well, Pagu needs to be on point here if he wants to stand toe-to-toe against Powerful.
Yeah, I think that right now, there's so many questions with this squadron because the way that Aurora is winning games hasn't gotten to that level and impact that we saw when we first set eyes on this beautiful team. So many veterans on their side, so much history behind them, and now, again, facing off against another region who has been kind of shunned out of Southeast Asia because of the booming economy everywhere else, but Singapore still feels a little more stagnant than the rest of the world.
As we head into the draft, we have to check what Rosa is gonna draft here, or what might not end up on the hands of Rosa. Eva might just lean heavily towards messing up Rosa and Aurora's gameplay through banning out all of their picks. But then if you try to focus on Rosa way too much, I feel like there's always just gonna be one or two that's gonna find its way through. So let's look at Powerful again. Since winning Best Rookie in MPLC SG Season 3, it is just confirming what we mentioned. He's been with Evil for 7 seasons, and he's been the backbone of the lineup as it evolved into the form it is today, a World Championship contender.
It's if we were to look at Rosa though for Aurora Turkey, when it comes to Evil, I feel like that's where it gets a bit tricky, because like more than having standout quote-unquote players, it's like the highlights or the standout plays can come from anyone. It's like they have really unexpected timings, and you can't really tell where the focal point of the draft or the gameplay is going to be. Because I recall even during their finals in MPLSG, I think across all their 4 games where they won, they had different players as game MVPs, and so that just goes to show how the trend for Evil SG is that there's no really highlight player, quote unquote, or per se. So that might be one of the tricky parts going up against Evil SG.
Well, I think, you know, one of the biggest strengths and the biggest weaknesses of Evil specifically, and this has been very notorious amongst Singaporean teams throughout history, they always come in, well, I say throughout history, but the only exception being NIP Flash, but then there's another reason why they're an outlier. But Evil specifically in Singapore likes to have very rigid lines of play. We are drafting in this specific way to create one specific interaction that will win us the game if we all execute perfectly. However, you're asking and demanding so much from your players every single time. That's a very high standard to hit from the side of Singapore, in comparison to Aurora, where there is a little bit more flexibility to have a margin of error as we check out Broken Walls for the map reveal.
It's the most played map so far in the M7 Swiss stage. I believe this puts it at the 9th, or are we past 10th in the times we played Broken Walls? It's the most played, pretty much.
Wow.
So right away, focus on to Rosa's picks. You take away the Juicin, the Selena, and respect, of course, the Fanny. I think these are just pretty standard bans if you're going up against Aurora Turkey specifically.
Yeah, so that leaves a lot of the jungle picks actually open, similar to the... Never mind the jungle picks, let's go.
Yep, instantly. They know that Sora is up, so Valentina has to be locked in sooner rather than later. She's going to have a lot of different ultimates to work with. The question is, like we saw before, every time the Sora Valentina question comes up, do you overload her, or is she just going to commit every single time to picking up Sora's ult?
I'm just surprised that the carry was already picked up here more than
the Claude,
that was open. I guess it's also probably to counter out the Grok that was shown first pick by Aurora. Don't know if it's just a bit too reactive because there are so many other power picks out there.
Well, I think mainly because Grok with the Tectonic Charge can cancel out, and the Mighty Swing can cancel out the Blazing Druid duet. So I think it's kind of understandable to a degree. So Claude, Farsa, no surprises here. It feels like Aurora are getting whatever they want.
There's something that Evil can surprise us with here, and if ever they're going to be putting this Valentina in the mid lane, let's say the Sora doesn't show up and you don't need to put in the EXP lane, I'd want to see it take the similar approach of a Valentina EXP that we saw earlier in Swiss, where instead of building magic, it built defense full tank. So what if they can find a way to pick up the Joy earlier, as we saw. But that in the jungle, your Valentina acts as sort of like another Grok on your side. Because you'll have damage coming through the Sora that just comes in. So you don't really need the Valentina to dish out damage. You want it for its utility. So you get the utility of the Grok and damage through, if ever, a Joy in the jungle.
Joy in the jungle. Could go Yishinshin if they want to really scale. Are any assassins viable right now? Maybe Hayabusa. There's an argument for Lance, but Grok makes it really difficult no matter what. Like, that's a guarantee.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit tricky for him to pull that off. If ever Aurora doesn't ban it out, probably Hayabusa will really be the best option. There's just too much dive going on for, or at least range that you could expect from Aurora, at least now. So maybe they'd want to match that with an assassin. They ban out the Kalea first for Evil. That still leaves Powerful with a lot of other options if ever they wanted to.
I think of the rumors that he can match. Joe is there in terms of matching the rotational speed and aggression. Hill has been sort of dipped out. I think Gata is Gata not bad?
He hasn't been touched. Yeah, he hasn't been touched the entire way. I think that Aurora more likely is going to ban it out, but then they have to worry about Cho too. So again, it's kind of pick your poison.
The high loss is there too. If we're just talking about at least anticipating whatever Tianzi might pick up as well.
Pilot got banned.
Oh, yeah. It's gone.
There's so many options that have been eliminated out. And I think that personally for me, the fact that Evil was like, again, both Evil and Aurora were very targeted towards each other in terms of their target bans rather than just say, generally, these are good in the meta.
Yeah. I was surprised that they were even considering that Evil would go with the Hilda. I mean, considering there's a Claude in the Farsa, but I feel like...
I mean, Freya's up in those bans, so anything's possible.
That's true. That's the realm we find ourselves in now.
Yeah. I hate how scary it is just randomly. Oh yeah, I picked Claude. I picked Freya.
Yeah.
Maybe not now though, because there's a carry though.
Yeah.
I think we should say a little thank you to the Chinese server. They're the ones who started playing Freya, started introducing it to the rest of the world. That made us think about it.
That's facts.
And then now when they revamp Freya, it's like, all right, here goes Freya. Agata Gacha, as expected, comes in here for Evil.
No surprises there. No surprises there. I want to see what Aurora actually want to bring for the EXP lane because it feels like as of right now, Arlet doesn't sound like a bad idea, but it needs to be paired up with a little bit more CC. I'm thinking Fredrin if it gets to it. But then you're gonna clump up, and that's gonna be a free engage for Sora, so they go Lance.
Yeah, the Phoebus is there too. If they just wanted to match the aggression, although, what other options are there? Honestly,
how do you feel about the glue?
Glue, you know what? Maybe not. I am off of the glue only because it's really difficult to get the carry in the first place. And I think that Uranus makes a little bit more sense because then you can go in and out a lot more consistently without having to depend so heavily on your cooldowns.
You know, I said Joy earlier. I still think it looks perfect for Evil to pick it up.
Kinda.
There is nothing stopping you other than the Grok. And a really well-timed stun from the Curse of the Crow from Farsa.
Is Evil gonna go that route? I mean, with the Valentina in their hands, I don't think it sounds as much of a bad idea. So they have a bit more magic damage to expect.
It's really, really tough to say because there's so many arguments that can be made here. But it looks like they go for the Joy at the very end of it. So in terms of magic damage profile, they got true damage with a heavy focus on magic. So that's something that Aurora needs to keep in mind coming into this game for item build progressions.
Yeah, item building I feel like it's going to be something very important for these two.
Oh yeah.
Their routes, how this Valentina is going to be played. It was already shown to us before that you can play full tank EXP against a Sora. What more now with a Sora, and there's a great ultimate that you can steal that scales well through your max HP in the Grok ability kit. So, interesting choices for Evil as they go up against Aurora, but I think because of it being a little bit more standard than what we're used to, I'm leaning a little bit more towards Aurora here.
Yeah, I have nothing against those who draft uniquely, and I've said it earlier, but I feel like it's a much more comfortable draft that we're seeing right now from Aurora to pull off.
Man, Brigadier, you are a lot more forgiving than I am because I am critical of these weird drafts. And I'm going to see whether or not it's going to work because we're testing some limits here to show what the meta is all about. And I think right now, Aurora's draft is looking pretty decent. Right now, it's that tech charge, like Renmar mentioned. It's such an important spell, and if it can get at least more than 2 members, it's more than worth it.
Ooh. So they got to delay the minion waves again, but Evil, that will not stop them from actually clearing the waves first. They dive, or they actually... What?
Yep, they're trying to just open up the map, right? Getting some early trades, forcing Sayla to flicker because he knows he doesn't have this dash and he sees TNZ coming by. This is exactly what they want to do. Aurora planned for the Little Wanderer.
Yeah.
Look at all that control and Prio, Pagu, and Rosa are getting. Powerful and Sailor are getting bullied in the center of the map right now. Oh.
What?
That's dangerous.
What?
Yeah.
What?
As much as they wanted to try, you know, but why?
Oh no.
No, don't tell me. I mean, Rosa is already out of there. Revitalize is already through. What is happening? What? Stop it!
pretty shaky duels. And Ziggy Boom now even he wants a part of it.
No one's recalling that. No one's recalling.
No, you can't. The wave is already here.
Yeah.
Nobody wants
Oh
to
my
back
God.
down. And now Sayla, does he lose any EXP? 0 EXP lost.
Okay.
Good composure that he was able to stick around and not lose any of the minion waves. But that was wild, bro.
That was really wild. Why did Powerful wanna try and go for the taunt in that particular way, right?
Some HP back.
Like, I don't know. I feel like he could have just like walked up, and if he happens to be like point blank range, then you do it, you know?
It was okay. Now we're talking.
They're putting Powerful in his place. They're like, no, you don't get to walk up to us just like that. Lunar still hasn't hit level 4 as the very first turtle has already spawned, and Aurora, first team to get on top of it.
Did Powerful ever recall yet?
Nope. Still walking around.
Never left.
Oh, it didn't reset. Oh, interesting angle. Aether still holding on strong.
Whoa.
Looking really good. Now in the lightning form immediately. Trying to get back out of the electrifying beats is gone.
Whoa.
As Rosa's looking for an opportunity. Gear able to find one. Mighty swing into the auto. Lunar with the Ionic Edge able to find Gear. Now Sayla can't seem to run away from this tough position he is currently in. Too high are the cooldowns and Lunar gets a double.
Might have been worth it earlier with that turtle steal and kill onto TNZ, but I think Aurora Gaming have actually balanced it out somehow. Wait, Siggy Boom.
Whoa! Yo, I get the idea from Sigubul, but I think he miscalculated how long that ult actually lasts to carry.
It's always fun to see a carry and a Cloud duel it out real quick, although I am still on the fence about seeing them all the damn time. By the way, Realme 15 Pro 5G, our official gaming phone, you saw it there on the hand cam. As Evil and Aurora still trying to jockey for a better position to get a lead. Maybe thinking that Pagu here might be the thing for Evil, but Pagu will just easily walk away.
Unironically, despite the weird movements we've seen on the map, it goes for both of these teams, right? They're trying to play a very standard game. They're looking for those weak points before they can snap the joints.
Yeah, and it's not like we've seen any major plays just yet. It's as if there are attempts, but both teams are just quick to disengage whenever they feel like it's not going to be favorable enough for them. But down bottom, Ven senses that there might be rotation.
Yeah, they know something is wrong here. Mid lane is missing. They only see Pagu so far without anything like a feathered airstrike or any signal to give against them. Tech charge. Pagu sets it up perfectly. What a instantaneous play.
They made that look easy.
Yeah, and that was such a quick decision from Aurora Gaming, because the moment that they felt that Ven was a lost cause or that they couldn't really go after him, they got even better targets in the mid lane.
Yeah, Sayla cannot disrespect Grok like this. This is why Grok has been highly banned throughout the tournament. There's just so many things that Grok can do to mess with you. He doesn't always have to go for that mighty swing. He can just use a traditional attack. He can just use an empowered auto. So many ways to guarantee maximum crowd control.
Yeah. Crozier Scythe now built up here for Ven. Siggy Boom, if I'm not mistaken, also just did run the DHS. Second turtle of the game. The broken walls allowing Aether to get a more comfortable position against these members of Aurora, specifically that Grok. TNT's nearby, they could go for the full commit in just a bit.
Oh, Roka's been watching out for
Oh! Flicker in from the tech charge onto Pagu instantly with the blazing doing coming in from Sigmund. The Feather Airstrike is good as Ven is out of fight. AOG to cut them off. As you can see, that Gear gets into the fight and secures the turtle. Pagu might be the next to fall as a stolen tech charge finds the counter engage to cancel out Sigaboom's BMI.
Oh, goodness. As we thought that Aurora already had pretty decent control over the objective. Hold on. Does Lunar actually get to clear this? I think he will.
He should be okay. I don't think they wanted to dive the Uranus just yet, but they're setting up for it. Luna, he does get his ult just in time. He can pop it at any moment. He's waiting for it. The engagement coming in, the lightning form coming in from here. He can deal with the damage, but Lunar just does not care. Pops the ult early as Aether. Now looking for an opportunity. Electrifying Beats realizes Rosa's too healthy. Not enough damage. They back off for now.
There's a Radiant Armor now on Pagu's Grok, which means that the damage of this Joy might just get stunted a little bit, and Evil might get surprised as to why the Grok isn't going to be falling down quickly. They really have to watch their positioning around that tech charge. Pagu has been on point, has been committing the flickers, maximizing the animation of it.
Really nice movement coming in from Gear, locking him in place. AOG, but Pagu with the CC immune walks out scot-free.
Great movements we're seeing from Aurora, even though Evil were really decisive on trying to get that kill. They weren't able to get anything out of it. I'm liking the aggression that we're seeing from them. Even though Aurora Gaming are the ones leading in terms of kills, they're the ones who are actually constantly able to steal away the necessary objectives. They're the ones able to convert things so far, taking a turret off of Aurora and potentially might even go for another one here up top, unless Aurora actually are the ones to start things off. But they will play it safe.
What a position that they were in. They could have easily just jumped on to Powerful, but they don't want the counter engage coming in from Evil just yet, right? As we see Ven now baited into a fight that he cannot win. Luckily, the spin light wheel is able to catch two. Buys time as Pagu is going to go right onto Ven. Even Lunar as well with the Ion Catch finds it with the help of Pagu. Good stuff coming in from Aurora.
Great late entries by Pagu. Again, tech charge on point. Not the big team set, but at the end of the day, it's a kill onto the gold laner. Aether already started off the turtle earlier. Gear and Powerful are here. Can Aether get a kill?
Oh, Rosa, wings by wings. Electrifying Beat's going to be popped a little late here on purpose. Waiting for the opportunity for a Feathered Airstrike as TNZ is able to secure it. Oh, the engage coming in from Gear, almost good. Didn't catch two. Double flickers were committed though. As Aurora Gaming walk away, they at least get the turtle.
Yep, first objective that goes over to Aurora Gaming, and I don't think they really wanted to look for a fight after that. TNZ just resumed jungling and did not decide to join in the mid lane. So Aurora were just playing it or keeping it safe after getting what they needed, and maybe now's the time. They could just join together, include Sigiboom in their rotations, and have enough damage to deal with Evil.
I think that Evil, especially Powerful, now that he's got the Pauldron already purchased, he's going to need a little bit of anti-heal. Everybody avoiding the anti-heal like it's a plague. No Dom Ices, no Glowing Wands as well.
Things might start looking different once they have them locked in. I think he decided to rush the Chastise Pauldron, really thinking about the Claude. But the Dom Ice should be coming in just a bit for that God Tacho, while the Valentina, that will be the second item it will build.
I don't think they're going to be able to get the anti-heal in time. Good engagement coming in from Gear, but faster movements coming in from Lunar. Single sidestep was all he needed. As the waves are now getting pushed and pulled consistently, Aurora Gaming is taking advantage of the whole situation, right?
They're probably waiting for the Trinity to come in for Sigiboom before actually trying to look for a fight, so that they're a bit more confident in terms of the damage output that they'll be able to provide, because I think he's lacking just one more before actually completing it. Oh, wait! Oh!
Blazing Duet already coming out towards Aether's side. Electrifying Beast by 5. Sigiboom flickers forward! With the help of Rosa, they secure it! That's Aether down! What a catch! Pretty interesting. I like the way that Sigiboom plays, but now Lunar has opened up the entire map, knowing that Gear is alone. Sigiboom gets free auto attacks, but he backs off. There's no reason to fight. 10 seconds until the Lord.
It looked like Aether was baited into that, not realizing the state of the map, and in the end, it would be him falling down. 1,500 gold lead here for Aurora Gaming, and this is just as Aurora as he could get with this performance. Great condition, all the conditions checked.
Oh my goodness, how much damage is he doing to Ven? And now Ven popping the ult as well. Wants to take Lunar out, but doesn't have enough damage. Holy Crystal already purchased by Aether as they fight for position over this Lord.
That looked like such a perfect time to use the tech charge, but no one from Aurora was ready to fight just yet. But now Evil are forced under their turrets. They don't have they do have an idea that Powerful's here. Oh no!
And they catch him. Powerful tries to use the AOG, can't get it! He gets CC time and time again as Gears look for a counter engagement of his own. Maybe anti-CC, but still, they're just waiting it out. They're bleeding them dry, and Aurora wait out the abilities, wait out the timers for a no contest on the Lord. Here comes Aether onto Rosa, electrifying beats as well. Can't fall out, can't get over the wall.
How could you dash freely in this kind of lineup? There's just so much that's stopping you. That's stopping Aether. And now they're trying to go for the invades and even a kill down bottom on Ben.
Oh, Ben, he was playing it perfectly. Perfect movement. Chunks out Pagu. AOG forces out a flicker of his own as Gear was only able to engage on the front line. Wait, hold on. Powerful. Still catching TNC. Not bad, but for now, what a dangerous game. 3.9k turning into a 4k as mid-tier 1 cracks open.
Yeah, this Grok has been a nuisance. It's so good.
Oh, now you're talking about the Grok.
Yep, and now the tech charge easily set for them. They clear the wave. Tier 2 already put down to 50% as the feathered airstrike just for the siege. This is Aurora Gaming. They really got some tracks under them.
It's only been 11 minutes, but you could feel the struggle, the difference
Oh
in the
my
joy
God.
gameplay that we saw in game number, or the first series compared to now. It's a 0-3 for Aether. Oh, Powerful, does he get out of this?
Might not be able to force use the Revitalize early on as the Holy Shielding down by the mid lane already cracks. This is why Grok is so good. Pagu, he clearly knows his Grok technical walls.
Honestly, I think this is one of the best explanations as to why the win rates for Sora and Grok are like this. Like, Grok has had such a high win rate so far in M7, but Sora, I don't think he's able to snatch a win just yet. It's just all highlights that we're seeing from Sora so far.
I think there's a bit of a relationship between Grok and as well as Sora, right? Every time you do see Sora inevitably get let through, Grok usually is one of that pairings that just happens to be left as well.
The trades teams are willing to make here. And Aurora Gaming has been trading well around the map this entire game. 6,000 and climbing. Rosa!
The feathered airstrike looking for that back line. Sayla losing 50% of his AG. AOG coming in from the help of Powerful. Electrifying beats on only the front line as Yenzi is about to go back into the fight with the Phantom Execution. Takes out Powerful. And the engagement from Gear is good, but Sigaboom is able to get out of the way. With a Trinity, he melts like butter. And now Tenzi gets to play the game for free.
It's fortunate timing there for Evil. I know they decided to want to take the fight because they saw that the tech charge was already committed, but still they could not get the right start to it.
Oh no.
The final push. They're looking for the opportunity as Aether trying to focus on these waves. Same goes for Sayla. That wall is going to push them back, and they manage to get the Crystal still relatively healthy, but the Lord, it's back up in 13. It's going to be one hell of a fight here.
Yeah, and that's such a huge objective taken by Aurora Gaming before the Lord. That's the mid-base turret of Evil. Not even Lunar seems the least bit bothered by the damage that Evil are able to throw out at this point. An 8k gold lead for this lineup.
Dude, I mean, Lunar is having the time of his life. He is literally a walking ward and who's unkillable. He's 3-0-6. He's devastated Gear, and every engagement that Gear has quote-unquote successfully gotten hasn't done much. Look at that. He flickers out of the way and tech charge. Everything thrown at the wall to take Lunar down. The Eclipse is here, and now the sun looks to shine. Feathered airstrike as well as the tech charge gets Pagu out of there. Tienzi, plenty of damage. He's looking for a little bit more, but he has to wait for the waves.
Gear for Lunar, both EXP laners. But do you really want to hand over more gold to Aurora Gaming at this point?
They also get gold for getting killed there onto Lunar, so something is better than nothing, even though you have to give up something for that. I think it's one of those quotes that sound deep but actually don't mean anything. But you guys know what I mean, right?
We get what you mean. We totally get it. Because look, everybody's got like a 1k lead on their side besides the jungler who's about to turn it into a 3k. And oh my god. Aether, if he can just catch Rosa, there might be some hope. Here comes the Electrifying beats. No problem, loses 50% and gets stunned and dies!
What the flicker?
Just like that! And now Gear, now switching into all attack mode, hoping that maybe he can find a trade back as the Lord gets soloed down by Ven single-handedly. 2 missing inhibitors and another attempt coming in from Aurora. Todd's good, AOG even better, and Sayla might have just done it to save this game for Evil. Ven now taking the space forward, looking for as many attacks as possible. Ran out of the ult and must go back to defend the base.
Thanks to the DHS, at least Sigibum is now able to regain everything back. But I think that was a really commendable call from Evil. Them deciding to actually pursue Rosa, it may have been a bit unsuccessful in the beginning, but they were able to finish it off, and that already meant so much for them, because then Ven was able to focus down on at least just clearing the Lord for now, and it's not like they were completely unprepared if ever Aurora wanted to still proceed with the fight. You saw that IMU wild charge or tech charge from Sayla, and that forced out so much from Aurora Gaming, even the flicker from Sigibum, which I think he barely touched this entire game.
Yeah, Evil are definitely within earshot of being able to turn this around. Yes, you're looking at an 8,000 gold lead for Aurora Gaming, but it's within the thresholds of like 50,000. Evil is just about to cross 45, which means they definitely have enough in the tank to turn things around. Although executing that team fight is going to be harder for them. One of the biggest things they need to deal with, again, is that Farsa. They take that Farsa out, and that's just one step. You have to wait for Bagu's tech charge. You have to wait for Sigiboom and have an answer ready for you. The good thing is there is already a blade armor on that Gatot Kacha, and there are items set for that Joy. We have felt the damage and seen it. Divine Glaive on this Valentina as well. It's going to be one of the main ways they come back into it. Now, even more so, an additional item for Ven. He gets the Malefic Gun.
I think right now it's a pivotal point for Evil, right? Every little bit of gold is actually super valuable to get important items, situational items, like maybe even a Winter Crown. Ideally a Wind of Nature at some point just for Claude. If I'm looking at Ven's item build, I think he's very close to it. No, actually, he decides to go for the Malefic Gun alongside his Rose Gold Meteor. Interesting. He's more worried about Rosa.
Yeah, and where is Rosa right now?
Silent Assassin, look at him, so far away from the team.
I love this this kind of positioning coming in from Farsas.
Yeah, I think I recall many plays of this with Sanji, just holding the orange bush or the orange buff.
Okay, so it's Rosa going with TNC.
Okay, they're hopping one after the other. Sigiboom, okay, manages to get out there with the BMI. Nothing to be worried about, but look at the fattest tank of all time. Oh my goodness, stole a feathered airstrike, try to buy some time as Aether gets back out of there. Powerful must fight, and now the Blazing Duet gets cancelled. Ven, he's done it, and now they're turning the fight around. Tech charge ain't good enough, and Sayla, he could fight, but he doesn't want to flicker. He sees Rosa, he doesn't want to do any more than this. Here must hold him as we see the base now getting attacked in the mid lane. It's a base race. Evil, they gotta go back. Oh my god, Sigibum might have just done it for the team. BMI to switch places. Flickers. Wow! And there you have it. A clutch base steal. Sigibum, well done.
Hand in his pocket, one eye closed. Not a lot of tech. The Turkish Trigger Man gets the win for Aurora.
Not like that.
Unbelievable. Evil were already on that one team fight that could have potentially turned things around. Ven was doing it. You mentioned it.
What a crushing blow. A crushing blow to Singaporean fans. They all know, all of them, they messed up. They just needed to recall, and Sigibum put that final nail. They didn't even know that it was there. They didn't even see the tip of the coffin.
Yeah, because even Pagu chose to sacrifice himself just so he could at least lessen or reduce the amount of people who could call back to the base. And that was literally Sigibum's decision from that exchange he had with Ven and him popping his mortality and then choosing to not fight anymore, but just seeing the opportunity, seizing the opportunity in the mid lane. This is literally Sigibum. This was all Sigibum's call.
Oh, I believe that was also a Winter Crown that kept him alive.
Yup. Yup, it's so insane when you look at the moves of this game and notice that it already was pushing into the 17th minute when this final sequence finally occurred.
Yeah, there, the winter crowd.
And then he BMIs out of there and he runs straight down the mid lane.
He just left everyone and decided to put.
Look at that. It's so beautiful how this all played out. Everything that could have went wrong. And Sigaboom, he even got out of there. Look at Rosa. Rosa was like, I'm going to help you. Realizes they recall him. Sigaboom, this is all you. We're going to get the Lord. Whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, because it almost seemed like a slight failed attempt of the flank, but none of it mattered anymore.
Oh, it's a crazy moment, so it's time to hear from Aurora to hear what they have to say.
Aurora Gaming finally enters the 2-1 bracket. And with me here, I have with me Pagu, TNZ, and Apex. TNZ left. Oh no. I wanted to sing happy birthday for TNZ because I heard it's TNZ's birthday today. But TNZ left me on stage, so I guess we can all say happy birthday to TNZ.
Yeah, it's actually 1 month ago. It's just written like that.
Oh, it's 1 month ago. Oh no. I'm so sorry. Belated happy birthday, I guess. Okay, now, you know what? Let's talk about the game. We know that now Aurora Gaming has entered the 2-1 bracket. Boys, how are you all feeling so far this M7?
I mean, we are very excited as our previous game, we ended in such a way that I think now we are super hyped for next game.
Yes. Now, we definitely could see that you guys are very, very much hyped, and we could see the composure coming back from you guys. Now, I have a question. In such a very packed schedule, and of course a very tight tournament where we have best of ones only so far in the Swiss stages, how are you guys coping with it? Apex?
Şimdi seriler BO1 sürüyor diyor. Hani yani bu sıkı hani şey hakkında ne düşünüyorsun diyor. Hani.
Bence bu bir yandan iyi bir yandan zor bir şey çünkü kimin kazanacağını gerçekten kestiremiyorsun. En kötü takım en iyi takımı yenebiliyor, underdog'daki takım en üst seviyedeki STR takımı yenebiliyor. Ama ben beğeniyorum.
He said that I mean about BO1, every team can win every team, so it's really risky. Sonra ne dedi? Tamam, başka ne dedim? Yeah, he likes that system because it's
like
exciting to watch because anything could happen.
Yes, anything could happen, and one small mistake could literally cost your team the game. Now, tomorrow we all know it's going to be a rest day. We don't have matches tomorrow. How are you guys spending your off day? Are you guys going to stroll around Jakarta or really hardcore locked in training mode?
Again, your voice a little bit cut.
Oh, it got cut off. It's okay. Tomorrow, we don't have any matches. It's an off day for everybody, but how is Aurora Gaming going to spend your off day?
Yarın tatil gününüz olacak diyor. Yarın ne yapacaksınız?
Yarın scrim atacağız, hatalarımızı gözden geçireceğiz. Bir sonraki maçımıza odaklanacağız.
Ne? Dur kameraya bak.
Tomorrow just scrim, training, focus to next game, watch a replay if have mistake something like this.
They're very much locked in. I don't think they're going to be having too much fun going around Jakarta tomorrow because they are locked in and ready for training. Pagu, is there anything you want to say to the Aurora Gaming fans that are supporting you guys?
Yeah, I'm really grateful. Like, you guys support me so much, and because of it, we can play so well. Thank you, guys.
There we go, Aurora Gaming's buff. Thank you very much, boys, and congratulations on your win. And with that, to break down what happened in this best of one series, let us show it back to the panel to give us an insight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's great to hear from Aurora Gaming, of course, showing their love for all their supporters, keeping them going, their families as well, and they're locked in. Even though it's going to be an off day for all of us here tomorrow, they said, no, we're not going to be thinking about that. We're going to be looking at what we got to fix up, as now they are going to be heading into the 2-1 brackets, and they are now heading into best of 3 territories. But this was a great way to win this. I like what they said about how, I think it was Pagu who mentioned, with how he won today, I like the momentum that we have because that kind of win is going to keep you going.
Oh, yeah.
It feels so satisfying.
But because it's like they were winning the entire time, and then the one time Evil actually felt like we got one hell of a chance. We're actually doing this. They ended up losing their base in the process. That's how bad it got. But I mean, when we look at the items, hopefully we get a bigger story here after the MVP. Because God, give it up for Sigabom here. He deserves all the credit for that final play alone.
Even that sequence he showed us when he was trying to accomplish the base siege all by himself. Because yes, Rosa was around the area, but majority of it was really just him. He was just targeting it. He used the BMI and then the flicker. All those decisions that came into play moments before that and even during that were really just so commendable. And this is why we also talked about Sigibum being such a star player, being such a highlight. And after and despite everything that he's been through, so it's not moving, so never mind. So here we go again, looking at the highlights of this entire game. I think you would agree that it has been majority Aurora controlling the game. There were moments, especially in the beginning, wherein we thought that there could have been a lot more punishable plays from Evil, but I think they were able to somehow carry it out nonetheless, much to a point wherein we thought that there could have been an opportunity for them to eventually turn things around. But because there was just multiple attempts like this from Gear. He was using the Stormbind, but there wasn't enough follow-up, and there were just a bit too much displacement skills that were also readily available for Aurora, so they could just reposition themselves out of it after that. And I feel like Aurora in this game have read the map so well that even when Evil were trying to look for opportunities, similar to what we saw just now in down bottom when they tried to pick off Lunar, they were actually working on other things. And that was something Evil probably did not entirely anticipate. Now this, I feel, was the flank that we were talking about. Rosa and Tianzi clearly coming in from behind.
Yep.
If we were to look at it closely, it didn't feel as if it was entirely working in their favor. Pago was bursted down and then was already finding the right targets. But that switch up from Sigibum and his decision to just walk away from everything, Gear sensed it. He actually followed them.
Yeah.
Followed Rosa, followed Sigibum, but then only Aether and Ven were able to recall, and it wasn't enough. He was already able to bring the base down to half HP by the time they were able to recall and come back. And again, even that, I think we have to give it to Pagu for also not letting any other players get to follow up.
For sure. For the moment, it was Sigibum's moment. For majority of the game, it was Pagu's control. His play on this Grok really kept Evil in check.
Genuinely disgusting. 4 times we see that Aether actually gets caught out in the middle of the electrifying beats. Who set it up? Pagu, every single time. And it's crazy how much he got away with in this game. Obviously, I'm looking back into the old days because I'm an older man at this point. Because Apex 47 did very similar things. And Pagu is coming in, not only doing Apex 47 tech, but showing that there is more to Grok than what you can see with the naked eye.
I don't think also in the end there, it wasn't intentional that Pagu drew attention away from the members of Evil going back. It looked like they just saw a low Grok and said, yeah, let's just kill this guy. Wait, our base?
Our base?
What happened to our base? I feel like Evil, I get the frustration. Yes, it hurts to get split push like that, but I think they also knew that it was, in a way, their fault that happened. They spent too long reading the situation. They saw the waves crashing in. They knew where Sigibum was heading. There was a good 2 seconds where they stood there as if playing for positioning, and then they decided, let's go for the Grok. And then let's recall to go home.
I mean, I guess you can't entirely blame them. The momentum was there. They were winning the fight. Ven was probably screaming that he got this. Like, he was getting to take off immortalities from people, and I don't know, they just probably did not notice how Pagu or how Sigibum and Rosa just decided to exit the fight.
Yeah. No, I mean, the shape of the fight was really awkward as well. Like you mentioned, as you showed, like again, Rosa as well as Tianzi managed to get a super far flank into the enemy, into Evil's purple jungle, right? And most of the time, I'm thinking to myself, could I do better? Maybe if I played like more 1v1s, I
Yeah.
could definitely do it.
Yeah. And if you want to win $20,000 while playing more 1v1s, then download Fairy Games, play MLBB 1v1, and win that crazy amount of money. So how it works is, number one, you download Fairy Games on App Store or Google Play. Number two, you play MLBB 1v1. There are no teams. You're only going up against AI and you're comparing your best personal score. This is personally the best chance in my life I can turn my life around with one simple thing that I know I'm good at, and that is playing video games, and that is playing MLBB. So if I really want to turn my life around and just change up can someone else do that?
Yeah, don't worry about it. Because you can win up to 20,000. Money I'll give, happily donate to Renmar as long as I beat these clankers. Either way, don't forget, if you're thinking about like, hey, maybe AI is going too far, then maybe you could take a step back and let the auto battlers do it for you. The Magic Chess Go-Go World Championship is coming. This is the first World Championship for MCGG. On January the 10th and the 11th, the group stage and semifinals will see fierce competition. And on January 25th, the grand finals will take place at the M7 Carnival. So please, follow the official channels to get the latest information, and let's jointly witness the birth of the very first MCGG World Cup, essentially.
Hey, the M7 Carnival sounds really fun, but I think I'm gonna see something too.
I don't want to risk.
Let's not.
Yeah,
but
let's just hand it.
yeah, you can check this out if you want to. This is Acecraft, an SDG built around adaptability, so random skills, bullet deflection mechanics, and a retro cartoon style, which is really cute. All designed for fast, skill-driven aerial combat. So you guys can jump into Acecraft now for some nostalgic fun. I mean, just look at how he's driving the helicopter plane.
The little plane.
Yes.
The little plane. Hey, women love it.
Right.
Boys wish that they were in that plane as well. And it's a two-player game. So again, get your significant other. Get in on fun.
So it's by twos?
No third wheels.
No third wheels.
0 third wheels.
Yeah. So we can't play it. The three of us can't play it.
Me and Renmar got rock, paper, scissors. 100%.
Okay. Oh, they're doing it right now.
All right, let's just hope that's the only Malaysian win today. I am kidding. I am kidding. Coming up next is Team Spirit versus Onyx IT. Y'all didn't expect that, huh?
Hey, man. Art beats red, blood beats blue.
Let's go. But it's not yet. Seven more Red Giants and Team Liquid will be later on tonight. But of course, it's Team Spirit versus Onyx. I'm excited for this one.
Yeah.
Team Spirit didn't look all the more impressive in their last one. Onyx also, no one expected them to lose to Young on Galacticos like that. I think this is going to be one of those battles that's just going to be really juicy as hell.
Personally, I think that like Team Spirit definitely don't look as on form as they were during their EWC runs. And I think this time around, I think that's going to affect them. Like, we're getting close to our last couple of lives here. We better, step up.
Yeah, it's a bit sad to think that you've been so consistent in at least having very commendable finishes in the past few international tournaments, and just as people were expecting you to really start exceeding that because of the way you left your past international tournaments, then the road gets a bit bumpy. So now that they're going up against Onyx, who I feel like really want to redeem themselves as well, this battle is gonna be definitely something you should all pay attention to.
I'm excited to see a great duel between Skylar and Hikomania.
Oh, yeah.
Although Hikomania has been very... I'm still looking for Hikomania.
Give it a moment. Give it a moment. Right now, we've only seen 2 options.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see it. Team Spirit versus Onyx is coming up next.
Realme 15 Pro M7 official gaming foam.
Are going to the M7 World Championship.
Let's go. Futbol uğraşıyordum, futbolcu olmak istiyordum. Ama pandemi girdikten sonra futbola ara verdim. Birazcık da Mobile Legends oynamaya başladım o zamanlar yani yaklaşık.
Que nosotros empezamos desde la MDL, la ganamos, después subimos a la MPL, también la ganamos y ahora estamos en el Mundial y también esperamos ganar.
I think Team Zone is underdog in M7. Nobody expected us to be here.
Evo was once a dark horse and we break through the expectation of everyone.
They broke history.
Even though we are coming in as a newcomer, we are not just coming in here for experience.
We know we have power. That's all. We are good.
Nosotros somos el equipo de host.
Who do I think will be the dark horse? A bit of a Malaysian bias, but I would say CG for sure.
I'll lean more towards Yangon Galactic. I don't think anyone really is expecting CG to be a threat.
Kita orang bukan dark house. Kita orang cuma pendatang baru.
ကျွန်တော်ကတော့အဲ့လိုတော့မထင်ဘူးအများကြီးပြင်ဆင်နေတော့ကြောင့်မလို့ပွဲတဲ့ကြရင်အကောင်းဆုံးပုံစံနဲ့ဆော့ရသွားမှာချပြသွားမယ်ချပြသွားမှာလို့ချက်လောက်စောင့်ကြည့်သေးတယ်
Sebab kita orang ni suka invade orang, bantai orang. Memang gaduh tak berhenti.
ညီရဥအောင်ချတယ်ပေါ့အားကြောင့်မို့ကျွန်တော် aggressive ဆော့ရတဲ့ဘောကြတယ်
Agresif, kenapanya? Karena suka perang. Karena kalau misalkan bermain agresif, musuh bakal kena pressure duluan.
មូលហេតុដែលពួកខ្ញុំចូលចិត្តលេង aggressive ដោយសារពួកខ្ញុំកាលមុនគឺមើល player ខ្លួនឯងនីមួយៗហើយគិតទៅថាអ្នកគឺដៃខ្លាំងមែនតើអញ្ចឹងលេង aggressive គឺត្រូវ
我们战术打法无规则打法，就对手可能研究不透我们吧。
We are not that serious. We just playing for fun because it helps us not get pressure. If you play for real, we get a high pressure international.
可以打进世界赛的关键之一是早睡早起，保持好身体。
Siguro determination lang din talaga and focus sa sarili kasi doon nalalabas siguro yung pagiging consistent sa paglalaro.
Our secret in our veterans in our team. Enemies need to respect us.
Strong mentality and discipline because it's all about out of the game. King teams for me are gaming us.
Siguro para masabi kong king yung team or legends, siguro meron muna silang MSC title and M-World title.
Kalau dibilang tim raja, enggak lah.
The Sky Kings have been taken down.
Kita belum layak lah dipanggil raja. Ya, back to back dulu lah semuanya, baru bisa dianggap tim raja.
Tingin ko isa kami sa mga king teams kasi sobrang dami na namin pinanalo na tournaments and sobrang dami na namin na-achieve ng magkakasama. Sa tingin ko kapag na-achieve na namin yung Golden Road, hindi na siguro king team yung tawag sa amin, siguro mas angat pa doon.
I think we are because based on the recent tournament in MSC, we are the top 2. If we win, we already show everyone that we have the potential to become more than a king. Let's do it for Malaysia.
I will redeem Indonesia.
I will complete the Golden Road.
Hopefully that was picked up. I've been forgetting to use this all this time. I've been wanting to. And that would have been perfect against the Evo versus Aurora series that we just came from. Again, it's Renmar, Gideon, and Brigida here. Remember, what happened was Evo looked like, hey, they're turning things around. Bam. There goes the Turkish Trigger Man. There goes the split push. A split push win by Aurora to end things there.
You never know with these days, because again, I haven't seen like a backdoor finish in so long, and they don't happen very often in the game of Mobile Legends these days. But I think at least it just goes to show if the fight is that hectic, you kind of missed certain details out.
Yeah, the last I recall was with a Lu Yi.
Yes,
and now
Grand Finals, Season 16.
And now we see one where he just walked towards the base all by himself, accompanied by a bird, being chased by a cloud. But it all was not enough. I'm right? He was chased by Sora.
And a dragon projection, because the skin of the Claude is a dragon projection.
yeah.
It's not a monkey.
That's a lot of things in the air.
Yeah.
Too many in a matter of fact. But it doesn't change the difference here that as much as we are bringing the whoever's got talent, we're looking for the golden ticket. And I think right now, looking between these two teams, Onyx, like, they feel like they deserve it, but TS has pushed literally tooth and nail every single season in EECA on top of the internationals to get progressively better and better scores.
And now they're up against Onyx, the Sky Kings, that everyone thought would be coasting through the Swiss stage. But no, the one who did that was the team that they defeated in the grand finals of MBL Indonesia Season 16, Alter Ego. Onyx finds themselves in this bracket because they lost to Yangon Galacticos after getting tested by Boostgate Esports in round 1. An almost 30-minute game in round 2. They just never found any hold in the game whatsoever. That was a Yangon game from minute 1 all the way up until the end. So let's look at the headline in the battle above the clouds. The Spirit Dragons versus the Sky Kings.
Oh, I'm actually still not over that loss that Onyx got against Yangon. Because it was just so unexpected. I mean, Yangon themselves felt like they did not feel the same. It felt like they sort of expected it. They do have some respect for Onyx, definitely, mentioning that they put Onyx on top and then them being next after that. But I guess there are also a couple questions in mind as to how Onyx wanted to approach that game, because I think they had a lot of the more uncommon heroes on their side. So they had the Sora together with the Leomord all at once, and probably execution remained a bit of a question, because we saw glimpses of it in their first game where they were using a much more meta draft, but now that they added some layers of unpredictability, then it seemed a bit more confusing.
Yeah, I think that in that matchup, at the very least, Onyx is... I wouldn't want to say that they're trying absolutely everything, but they were compromised from the draft. But let's look on the opposite side, right? Team Spirit. I think these guys are exciting, yet they haven't been able to break out of the big three, which so happens that ticket was finally stolen by the Yangon Galacticos.
So there's a lot of history between Team Spirit and Onyx. They've messed up as different teams in the past with different names. So let's know more about this specific matchup by watching this.
We always wake up from 11 to 12, then everybody showers, play the first scrim. Everybody eats, play another scrim, then we eat, that's it. Then everybody just sleeps, and same thing over and over.
If we don't understand something and we have some conflict, if Kid, for example, saying how enemy jungle or roam or both of them on my lane and you don't doing something on me, that's making me stress, then we just talking about it, that's it. Like only with talk, for me, it's changing my stress.
It's not like we're new to each other, we're just ourselves and we fit, we click. It's just like 5 friends, that's it. In M6 boot camps, there was one room with 6 people. It was our old coach Ren, Hiko, One Shot, Sunset Sabo, and me. And then Hiko went to the toilet, but it didn't work anymore. So then they had to fix it. But One Shot had to go to the toilet as well in the morning after Hiko went already. And then he just went to the toilet with a broken toilet already. And then there was like a mess. Same thing happened with me one more time. That's like the funniest story. But if I would go in detail, it's gonna be way funnier, but then everything would be censored. For me, Malaysia was the best. I really liked Malaysia. I like Kuala Lumpur a lot. I like the apartment that we lived in. I like the quality of the product. You know, it's just like, it's very close to European life. We always watch MPL. We always try to see what they do. We don't try to adapt, we just bring our own style. Our region has improved enough so that we can compete against them. But we have our own ideas, we have our gameplay against the other teams, and then whatever is new, we try, we play. If we like it, we continue with it. If we don't like it, just drop it and then keep progressing like that.
Wow, Again, the Brotherhood of the Broken Toilet get a big win over Onyx today. I love that we got a little bit of a sneak peek of their life. And thank you, Kid Bomba, for sharing that little anecdote about what happened to you guys back in M6 in Malaysia. Luckily, no toilet problems in M7 here in Jakarta so far.
Hey, I mean, a big fan. Again, he knows how to play with the fans. He's an outspoken character, and he's outspoken in-game as well. With the way that they look to kind of refine these engagements, you never really see a predictable play style coming in from Team Spirit. It changes draft per draft.
Yeah, I just love hearing interviews from Kid Bomba, and I love how they always translate that even in game, which is why I feel like even despite all that's been happening, it still remains a surprise to me whenever I see Kid Bomba not being able to do Kid Bomba things, because he's just always been that guy. And I feel like that's one of the biggest benchmarks as to when they are clearly struggling, if it's when Kid Bomba is not able to accomplish that. But speaking of, look at him, very chill.
He's chill. Hopefully he's feeling a little bit better. Heard that his health took a bit of a toll in the early days of the tournament, so hopefully maybe that's why they were looking a little shaky. If he gets back in form, they could be back at their peak.
Yeah, definitely looking much healthier here today, and I'm pretty sure they've been given some wings, of course, by Red Bull. Hopefully things are looking good there in the Team Spirit camp, which they are. Now, honestly, I'm going to say this. I think Sawa, Sunset Lover, and One Shot have it in them to at least match what the legendary mid-trio of Onyx bring to the table. What I want to look at personally is how well are the side lanes going to fare. How well is Kid Bomba going to be able to do his explosive Kid Bomba things against Lootby? And most importantly, will Hiko Mania finally wake up? He'll need that when he's going to go up against Skylar, of all people.
I think that I'm less worried about Hiko. I'm also not as worried about Kid Bomba, mainly because of how Lookby plays the laning phase, right? And considering how they've been utilizing their EXP laners, it's not going to be so lane dominant as we think. Looking back into the last time we saw them play on the international stage, EWC 2025, as well coming in towards M6, right? Moments in those games really boil down to, hey, we're at the 25th minute, and then Sunset Lover dies. That has been the two main causes of their big defeats at the international stage when they are breaking their own records. Might change this time round. Who knows? It might be instilling some kind of fear in Sunset.
Yeah, I think it's also one of the things I noticed. I think that's the contrast between these two teams. When Onyx first played here in M7, it was clearly very shaky, but it wasn't something that they were entirely out of just yet. They eventually were able to find ways around it, although you really don't want it to reach that point. But I think that's one of the changes we see in Onyx. It's that they clearly know when to acknowledge that now is maybe a loss for now, and that eventually they play the more disciplined route and find the necessary openings to turn things around. Because I feel like Onyx, in my mind, before used to be the always just so aggressive, hyper-aggressive team that will just keep going for it even though it's not entirely on their terms anymore. But I think now we're seeing a bit more different, we're seeing growth, and that hopefully is something we see from Team Spirit as well, because it's more on the things that are lacking that we point out from them in the past few days.
The shades of the Onyx that we know are definitely there, but what's lacking is, well, their lack of mistakes. Onyx has always been known as the Sky Kings for the sense of the refinement that they bring from each position in the game and together as a team when they move as a unit. So now you see here, looks like Coach Yeb. This is a behind-the-scenes look. Of course, you're not going to be hearing anything, but this is him really talking to the players and the entire staff, letting them know what he thinks, what's going on with the team, what they need to fix. And we can tell you now, behind the scenes, even with their win up against Busquets to open it up, the Swiss, they weren't happy because Onyx knows they can do better. We have yet to see that form of Onyx that does better than everyone.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what that mental block was initially. Because again, right at day one when we started the Swiss stage, they got pushed all the way to the edge, and then the late game, it felt like Onyx kind of came back into form. Second game they played, completely dropped the ball against YG. So begs the question, what is stopping them from getting back to, hey, let us express ourselves and play the game that we want, rather than, I'm so worried about everybody else messing up my one role.
Yeah, I guess it's also partly them proving that they tend to really be shaky when it's best of ones. We have had theories or records of them being this way, but now we're seeing that maybe they aren't completely over it just yet.
Yeah. We actually got a few words in with some Sonics here in the crowd, so let's listen in on this.
Hey guys, this is Rose, and right now I am with the Sonics right before the match, and I have quite a few questions with me before we begin. Now, first up, after yesterday's match, what made you still believe in Onyx? Selepas match Onyx kemarin, apa yang membuat Sonics masih lagi percaya dengan Onyx?
Because Onyx, we just love Onyx, and we will always believe in Onyx.
Wow, the Sonics will always believe in Onyx. I love that. I really, really love that. So positive. Now, guys, in your opinion, I know every team, there's always room for improvement, right? But in your opinion, who in Onyx needs to improve the most so that Onyx can get a slot in the knockout stages? Siapa yang perlu improve lagi?
Ya, paling untuk lebih disiplin aja gameplaynya dan chemistry-nya lebih bagus lagi. Semoga bisa.
Semuanya kena disiplin dengan improve. Okay, he said that in his opinion, he thinks everybody has to improve on their discipline, decision making, and their gameplay. And hopefully with that, they do have the chance to qualify for the knockout stages. One last question. Anything that you guys want to say to Onyx?
Buat Onyx, tetap disiplin aja, terus main yang bagus, lakuin sesuai yang di scrim, and then buat semua Sonic yang nonton, keep support Onyx everywhere you are.
There you guys go. To Onyx, just keep your discipline, do as you do in Scream, and just do the best. Okay, guys, I need you guys to teach me how to chant like a Sonic. Okay, what are we gonna say?
I think when I say, what time is it? You guys say it's Onyx time.
All right, let's go.
In 3, 2, 1. What time is it?
It's Onyx time!
All right, so we got to hear from the Sonics who said, when asked who needs to improve, they said discipline as a team. Which, I mean, makes a lot of sense. I was trying to read a lot of the Indonesian comments with great failure. I had to, I thought I knew enough Bahasa reading it. I do not. But yeah, a lot of people are saying, yeah, they need to step up in terms of, finding the right positioning and the right timing. Because when you go up against a team like Team Spirit, when you have to look out for Hiko and Sao, these dudes, if you make a mistake, they will pounce.
They will pounce, and I think that, when we're going on a base-to-base role, in terms of the matchup, obviously we're looking at Hiko, we're looking at Sao, we're looking at Sunset Lover. One Shot and as well as Kid Bomba. One Shot impressed me a lot on his first debut, and he's continued to be consistent and a prominent member here of Team Spirit. But Sao, Sunset Lover, and as well as One Shot must work together, especially when you're looking up on the opposite side, having to deal with Mr. Sans, Kairi, and Keyboy. Keyboy in particular. He has a way to get underneath your skin. He has a way to kind of fake out their opponents, causing roamers everywhere to get a huge headache.
Yeah, and I can't help but think about what we talked about before we headed into the lineups, because of how the matchup between Sans and Sunset Lover could potentially look like. Because if Sunset Lover has been only on the Farsas so far, and Kadita. And Sans is known to bring out these picks similar to the Kadita, which we also saw earlier today, then that might be something they have to carefully consider. Because pick-off burst-type lineups aren't new to Onyx, but it's not working for Team Spirit. So where do they bring in the change, and what change exactly should they do?
All right, let's start a war. A fandom war.
Wow.
Between Onyx and Team Spirit. Go to your chat right now. It's a different question this time. Who will get first blood?
Yeah, I think this one, as much as Sonics are going to go with their blind belief on the 168, I think it's anybody's game when it comes down to first blood. If it's wins, I get it. I totally understand. But first blood is dangerous. Somebody could make a mistake. There could be a cheese rotation as well. A level 2 gank by EXP. Too many factors.
Yeah. And we've seen a bit too many of those mistakes happen in the mid, less than a minute into the game.
That's so true. Oh, wait, Team Spirit fans just woke up. They're catching up to push this to maybe 50-50.
It was a time zone difference. That's why I think, okay. So it wasn't all completely Onyx sided, although it was heavily counted towards Onyx. Remember, every time we have that little poll bar show up in the bottom, that means that is live results. So chat and comment the name that you want to support as we head on to Expanding Rivers.
Ooh.
Faster rotations, and meaning that we could see a little bit more fighters here, especially in the gold lane, or similar to what Onyx pulled out with the Leomord for Kyrie, heroes such as that.
It also really rewards the side laners. Maybe this might not just be about the mid trio as well. Maybe for the first 2 minutes, but then we'll see the side laners afterwards. We go straight into the draft. Onyx is going to be taking blue side, Team Spirit on red.
Play the hero. I will be the truth
Okay,
this world
Yuzhong taken
desperately
out here. Interestingly, no jungle bans just yet from either of these two teams. So I think the likes of the Lancelot Hayabusa trades will be available, and that might be something we expect because both of these junglers are very prominent when it comes to the assassins. But
Are Team Spirit willing to open up the Fanny? Onyx are.
That's what I'm thinking about, right? Because I feel like both Kyrie and as well as One Shot have very similar assassin style pulls. They both play Fredrin as well. They both play Boxia. Like, a lot of them match.
So maybe that's why they're just opening it up, because they realize sometimes the best way to activate your jungler is not by picking the best jungler, it's by picking the best picks that go along
but the
with your best
Kalea
junglers.
is still there.
Yeah.
And Grok.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think Spirit are willing to play that trade. It's like, whatever we end up with, we're going to be fine with. Whether it's the Grok, whether it's the Kalea, they're happy. So it's the Kalea for Onyx.
Why are you smashing your table?
It's because they're on blue side that they have to do this. It's really, there's nothing much Onyx can really do, especially with the corner they kind of put themselves in when it comes down to these opening picks. There's still a lot of mid laners that haven't been touched, Varsa in particular, but I think that's going to be a predeterminer now that we see Yuzong's out of the question, Yeeb's out of the question. Both sides are egging each other on to say, I dare you, pick up that Varsa while our jungle is still up in the air.
I think because you already see the Kalea and the risk of the Kadita, I don't think Sunset Lover should play Farsa in this game.
Yeah.
Definitely. Up against a team like Onyx, it'll be way too risky. So what? Choke Ranger Prio. The choke could have come in a little bit later. The Granger... Okay, they didn't want to play the carry. They banned the Claw. They go for the Granger. Do they just want Hiko to have something safe? A little bit range?
I guess. Okay, so now that Granger has been nerfed, we're leaning more into Granger must snowball, which means mid trio must help gold lane, right? That's the signal we're getting here.
It feels a bit too safe though, for Team Spirit. It's as if they just want the stable or the goal lane to at least be stable, not guaranteed, not a guaranteed advantage whatsoever.
So smart. So smart. Comfort picks across the board. Lancelot, the famous Lancelot player. And Lupe getting his hands on a Lapu. Both of which very good, strong, comfortable heroes for Onyx. Are they doing a mental reset game? Is that what? Because this is what it looks like for the side of Onyx.
Yeah, definitely. With picks like these, you can either have a really great early game where you just end up taking control and you snowball your opponent down, or even if it's a very neck and neck, it's a lineup that transitions well into the latter portions of the game as long as their gold laner is fine. It's versatile, you know how it wants to play, and it's not that difficult to pull off. In terms of the big picture of it all, I'm not saying that Lancelot is easy, guys. It's just, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, we totally get it. Esme gonna be the pick here for the side of Team Spirit. It's this. I'm less critical about the Granger. The Granger could have been switched out for anything else, but the Granger is pretty decent pairing with Cho because at least you can kind of like hand over those assists over to the Granger, but I feel like Claude should have probably been the play.
Yeah.
It was banned out by them though.
Yeah, that's also true. Or, I mean, they could have gone, oh, no. Never mind. Moskov is too risky. Carry is just, you're forcing yourself in a corner then.
Yeah. Like, see, none of them want to, I mean, they already showed their Granger, so they can start banning out a lot more damage. They took out the Lunox. What else are they going to take out?
Oh, might they want to... no.
Skylar's best pick.
Maybe they want to take out the Farsa themselves.
Yeah,
too.
you Farsa, Ben at the far. Oh wait, no, but both sides play the Kadita, which is really annoying. Either way, like I feel like you might have to devolve down. Oh.
I know it takes a lot of time now, but what if Onyx just run it back with an Irithel to face the Granger?
Right? That's what I'm thinking about. Especially with the carry ban as well, which is a bit a little interesting. And even from Onyx side, they get rid of the Guinevere, which is a really good idea. Now TS needs to really predetermine. We don't have a hard engager or a raw util jungle. We're going to have to lean more into either assassins or util, no overlapping in between.
Yeah, but then the damage, you'd need a bit more. You don't know what Skylar is gonna use.
Which is why at this point for Team Spirit, the Fanny's still open for them.
But
wherever they want to go red for, maybe that's why they picked up the Joe early. I think Onyx are signaling that we're willing to allow you to play the Fanny.
I think they're gonna go. I think they're thinking about Kimmy as an option. I also think that they might actually get Skylar on his signature pick in an Irithel. Irithel, Purify, and you should be good. Now the question is whether it's Novaria, Lilia, or even just doubling down on this Farsa just to have that raw damage.
Yeah, between these two, I think the Farsa is definitely more playable on the side of Onyx.
at least you have like the Esmeralda by your side. Hopefully can deal somehow with the Lapu. Not win, because we've seen how the Lapu is just capable of matching the Esmeralda nowadays. So there they go for the Farsa instead, just to ensure that the damage is there. The Granger Farsa too, tested and proven, will be somewhat a better route to limit the options here for Skylar. But you did mention the Irithel, and I don't see any reason for him to not go for it, unless...
I mean, he can also go for, like, you know, the traditional Harith.
Harith, yeah. You don't have to worry about the Fulvius anymore. I would be okay, like, Harith should be fine. Got it with the Harith together, a lot of magic damage. You play for pick off. You play around the Kalea, you have good healing as well. There's no healing on the opposing team. You have a lot of sustain. Oh, Bruno into the Farce is very brave.
Okay. Okay, sure.
They're gonna go for something like an Angela in mid? No way.
No, I don't think so. It wouldn't make any sense if they did. Because then you're really doubling down and hoping that Kyrie gets to do whatever he wants. There we go, the Kadita as expected. So that's two ways they can stop the Feathered Airstrike.
Just Fanny. Let's get the Fanny, bro.
I feel like they have so much faith in Skylar. Like an ungodly amount of faith that he'll be completely fine. Like nothing could ever go bad to Skylar.
What else if not the Fanny? The Nolan was used previously. The Leo Horde.
Of course. Dang, this is really strange to look at because both compositions have very similar styles on how they want to attack each other with vastly different cooldowns.
It should be a very interesting one. Onyx or Team Spirit, bring it home. Which lineup interests you more?
I have not been liking what the Leomord's been bringing to the table so far.
Really?
So for like at least, especially when Onyx did it.
No,
like so, or maybe I'm just a Bokadita bias, but I'm gonna go for Onyx.
I think a lot of fair arguments have been made here as we start making our way into the land of Dawn for our third match here today. It's a big one, a best of one. It's Onyx facing off against Team Spirit. Let's see how this breaks down.
XO Hall has packed up.
Wow.
With Sonics and Indonesians wanting to support, of course, the champions of MPLID and hoping that another Indonesian team will be a step closer to making it to the knockouts with one already there. Meanwhile, for Team Spirit, we're waiting to see if Hiko Mania will finally make a triumphant comeback. And how well Sao and Sunset Lover can handle the mid against Keyboy and Sans with a salvo of trades already started by the two.
And that's exactly how you want to see this game progress, especially for that mid lane. These constant trades are necessary to make sure that these supports might be a little bit slower in reaching certain areas of the map. And that could open positional advantages for Onyx ID. But for as what we've seen so far, I'm surprised that Skylar, he's played in a meta Bruno versus the Granger very often, but at the same time, is it something that they needed now? Whose call was this?
Yeah, it's interesting. Even using the fighter emblem too, which we do see commonly nowadays, but it's just so weird to see the Bruno back. hear that we're in M7 now, because in M6 this was a thing, but now it's not even paired with a Mathilda or anything like that. So it's literally all by himself.
Yeah, up against a Farsa, up against a Leomord, up against a Joe. No Purify.
Yeah, this first blood is really going to predetermine how big of a snowball the team who finds it first is going to get. Because Sawon as well, he's looking for opportunities, but he has to be careful as soon as level 4 comes through. But at least for one shot, right? He doesn't mind. We're not the ones who have to continuously engage. Onyx ID are the ones who need to find holes.
Wow, this gold lane matchup is really interesting. I know we've talked about the Granger not having such a great time in terms of the laning so far because of the adjustments, but it seems like he's managing it pretty well up against the Bruno so far. Skylar's already half HP, but now we might get to see something break out here down bottom.
Trying to check if any of the roamers are going to be able to hit level 4 before the big fight breaks out. Kid Bomba handling Ludwig very well in lane. Sawa might want to get that.
No level 4s just yet for the roamers. Sawa's really close though.
He's getting there, but I think they both understand. We're just gonna delay this, right? Well, jungle's at level 5.
Yeah, there it is.
Everyone's all around. Oh, there's a picture fight from Sans. He catches one shot, not even able to contest. Ludwig nearly taking him down. And there's the way of the dragon from Sawo. They catch Ludwig, but will Keyboy be enough to finish off the job? Ludwig falls down first, and one shot still alive. Keyboy might be next, and Hiko, will he pick up the kill? He will.
That was a great connection between Sawo and Sunset Lover to make sure they got the first kill of the game up against Ludwig, and great job by One Shot to escape.
How does he live that? How is he allowed to live that for so long? And I think that it's one auto attack away. Ludwig, he had damage, literally put him at 1% and it still wasn't enough. Let's quickly go and look at the hand cam here, because again, you're expecting from Kyrie's side, he needs to be hyper vigilant when it comes down to farming at a ridiculously fast pace.
Once again, Onyx ID not getting the start that they're looking for.
Oh wait, that was actually the Tsunami Slap committed by Keyboy, but they did not expect One Shot to be there.
What were they trying to achieve with that?
They were going to go for they were trying to go for the explosion because Sans has his full combination up, but as soon as they saw Barbiel show up, they're like, we're backing off here. It's not worth it.
Sans didn't even have his Petrify. Interesting take. Hiko already has a Sky Piercer.
Wow.
Team Spirit still holding the front, holding the position.
How important is it for a Granger to snowball? And he got the he got a kill early on. So this changes so much in terms of the dynamics that we're about to see. And that was with Hiko already mostly winning out on the gold lane.
Can we first talk about some of these items, right? Because we're seeing more and more laners opt to say, you know what? I don't actually need these boots. These boots suck and they waste my time. So first item war acts were Lumpy super early on in this game. And then we looked out to the bot side. Hiko, he's already built up straight. Fury Hammer right in to the... Oh, okay. Rather surprised they didn't go further than that, actually.
Yeah.
Why didn't they? I mean, someone had a potential flicker.
Onyx were just quick to run away. Oh, now they go for the setup and the combo. Oh, but it seems like there was a bit of displacement. Sawo doesn't actually go down, but now he finally does. Ludwig picks up the kill. Kid Bomba jumping in with the falling star mode. The bravest fighter already committed as well. But who will actually secure the objective? Ludwig still fighting everyone. Skylar with the free hit. Sunset Lover tries to run away, but Skylar finishes him off. Kid Bomba 2 doesn't survive. And what can One Shot and Hiko do? They're all by themselves.
God, Skylar and this signature pick, Bruno. Whether it be Bruno or Irithel, give him crit, he will carry.
Sunset Lover held on to that feathered airstrike, but the members of Onyx were waiting. Ludwig still had the bravest fighter up for Sunset Lover to go back, and now Team Spirit, even though they had a Sky Piercer on Hiko's Granger, they could not hold on long enough to chain some kills. Onyx also juggled the hits from the Death Sonata. Now we're seeing shades of the Onyx that we're more familiar with.
For sure. And Ludwig, again, he wasn't discouraged after what happened the first time trying to get Sunset Lover. The second time, even braver, but he made sure that Sawa was out of the question as he utilizes his flicker to ensure spell. So again, in terms of resource management, Onyx ID is just etching out Team Spirit ever so slightly.
Gotta be really mindful of how decisive the pickoffs are when you talk about Onyx. I think there was just a slight miscalculation earlier. I think the title strike did not allow for the full combo of the Kadita to really connect, but didn't matter. And that's the thing. If it didn't really get to, or if they weren't really able to execute it as flawlessly, yet we're still able to win the team fight, then that's a massive threat that you're talking about for Team Spirit.
I think that the massive threat comes down to how many resources do they lose after? Because a lot of these fights that we're seeing right now, the most important fights end up saying, you know what, we just back away and nobody dies, right? And the fights that we are seeing people die, notice how there's very little cash conversion in the jungle, in the laning phase itself. Like, the differential isn't that big considering how grandiose these fights are so early on.
I'm trying to think here of what Team Spirit could do a little bit better, because I feel like that last engagement, it seemed like they were able to check their conditions. Lutfi had to commit the flicker to finally finish off Sawo, who initially was able to get away from the initial blasts of Onyx, and then they were moving well together as a team. They made sure that Hiko was well backed up. Barbiel they were able to use, but then there was just something about how the team fight of how Onyx fought that last big fight that made me feel like Team Spirit could have done something different. I just can't put my finger on it though, or was it just Onyx fighting that way better than Team Spirit?
I think it's just way better for whoever initiates first when they have the power spike, and that's the only condition they need to make. You hit your you know you're ahead, you get your first item power spike, instantly you must punish your opponent.
Yeah.
If you don't do it, you're wasting momentum, and I think now as the game will slowly get closer towards 8 minutes is when I think it starts evening out between Team Spirit and as well as Onyx.
Because maybe that's why Team Spirit's just so keen on looking for the fights now. And we saw that early Phantom Steed come in from one shot prior that turtle, which maybe also contributed to how it took a bit more time for Team Spirit to set up and fight back right after Onyx attempted to go for the pickoff, because I think he got to use Barbiel again later into the fight, a bit more later into the fight.
Yeah, that was twice.
Twice.
So yeah, back into the game. I mean, I don't think there's like alarms blaring off in the Team Spirit camp. They should be good, but Sans already used the Petrify Forces, the Purify out of the Granger.
Really nice, really nice. And see, this is what I wanted to mention. Oh, Skylar, are you okay? Oh, nice flicker to make sure he doesn't get displaced. But as I was saying, right, Onyx ID at this stage of the game, they're looking to try and supercharge somebody, right? They are willing to take as many fights in the early stages because it's not a matter of whether I get the kill or not. I just need you to press your battle spell.
Yeah, you force him out. Keyboy doesn't continue that attempt, but this is a 5-man rotation towards the gold lane. They're towards the turtle. Now we see all members of Onyx. Sawo trying to look for a target. There's no Bravest Fighter just yet from Lutfi. Oh, he actually lands it onto Keyboy, but will the damage be enough? Hiko just going in with a free hit. They actually get to target one shot, but still, the Retribution is gonna be there. He secures the objective for Team Spirit, and now they're trying to run after the other members. Led by Kid Bomba, they actually get to reach Sans and Skillar, but they return under the turret.
Beautifully played by Kid Bomba, eating shot after shot, peeling for his team and making sure that the key initiators are taken away. That's how you deal with a composition that wants to pick you off. Make sure that their pistol either has no bullets or you take away the trigger finger.
You're watching two champions go at it. Well, now Team Spirit, right after a big loss, again, we just said it, no alarm blaring in their camp, and they were able to fight that well. I like how Hiko was able to maximize his dashes to avoid the crowd control abilities of Onyx ID when they were going for that chase. And Team Spirit, 2,000 gold lead. This could climb up even more, considering that no first-tier towers have been broken by Onyx just yet. And One Shot now has a brute force breastplate. As we look at the win rate prediction brought to us by Realme 50 Pro 5G, 64% for Team Spirit.
And this is off of a 2K gold lead, or a 2K deficit, some may say, right? Now, Hiko already with the Malefic Roar already purchased, and early Feathered Airstrikes being thrown out, because this is just posturing, right? Nothing really matters unless Team Spirit can almost guarantee a mid inhibitor, because once that mid inhibitor goes, this game is going to accelerate at a rapid pace. That's why Team Spirit, as you can see, moving down, holding control. They check the jungle, see, hey, There's no creeps there. We need to back off. We can't be wasting time.
Yeah, and these are really careful movements we're seeing from Team Spirit. At least they have Sao and Kid Bomba to ensure that all areas are covered and that Hiko and Sunset Lover will remain safe. And that's on top of the fact that they have Purifies by themselves. So it will be a bit more tricky for Keyboy if they really want to land these combos because they might have to work not at the same time.
Setup so far. Look at this Lord setup. Net push down on bot side, net neutral top side. So good.
All right, great setup there by Kid Bomba. Ludwig now with an Oracle. Should make him a little bit more tankier to deal with, but that's even more shield he'll be getting for himself, which means Kid Bomba is happier.
Kid Bomba? Speaking of Kid Bomba, oh, now Keyboy actually goes in. He tries to look for a target. That's Sao once again, but he still has the flicker to survive. And now Kid Bomba catching two right from the back lines. Ludwig forced to flicker out, but the Fennered airstrike finishes off the kill. And that's one man down for Onyx.
God damn! Kid Bomba is feeling it today. Falling Star Moon, a preemptive Falling Star Moon, might I add, that he was charging to ensure that he was able to collapse upon the backline to buy that precious couple of seconds. They tried to take out the Trigger Man, Sao himself, he manages to survive, and this was Team Spirit's response. Onyx ID, the only thing that they are lacking right now is the fact that Sao just isn't dying enough. He is still maintaining a good amount of income to stay relevant in this game.
The tension is razor thin here as the battle above the clouds sees Team Spirit taking the first Lord, and they will be taking the first commanding lead of this game. Team Spirit now, with the lineup that they have, playing around the Granger, the Leomore, the Farsa, Sunset Lover again on point. We put a lot of focus on him heading into this game with good reason, and he has proven why the focus was on him. Despite going up against the Kadeta and everything that could give him a lot of problems, Sao and Kid Bomba have done so much to provide space for their Farsa.
And I just gotta say, we were questioning, or we were a bit surprised with the Prio, Cho, and Granger, but they're working together perfectly so far. In this game, you barely see them away from each other.
Kid Bomba said earlier they come from a region that has greatly improved with their own ideas, with their own style. If this is the flair that EECA brings to M7, I'm excited to see more of it. But Onyx, they have been in this spot before against Boostgate in day one.
That's assuming that Team Spirit is going to let them get to that late game, right? I think that Team Spirit now recognize after that mid inhibitor is gone, well, sorry, mid tier 1 is gone, they take everything else off of the Lord push. A 5.2k lead is not bad for Team Spirit, but it's one team fight away from going back to net neutral. And that's something Team Spirit doesn't want to do. Notice that Sunset Lover earlier purchased Genius Wand on top of the Glowing Wand. Sans decides to go for something else. Goes straight into the wings, Blood Wings. Now, I don't know what that second item is going to be, but it needs to be just more raw burst.
It's gonna be tricky for them now. Even when Keyboy finds a target, Onyx ID is not that safe, because now that Team Spirit's grouping up together, you saw the Falling Star Moons come in from Kid Bomba and how unstoppable they are when they try and just run through the members of Onyx ID. So now, what is next? There is the way of the dragon once again. They target Keyboy instead, so Keyboy could start things himself, but he still gets to escape, but not for long. Kid Bomba once again jumping into the backline. Sans not even able to commit a combo. He goes down next. Kyrie fortunately dashes away, but now it's Scalar and Ludwig. They're trying to run for their lives. Sans and Keyboy were the pickoffs of Team Spirit.
That was clean. The kick from Sao and the follow-up by Bomba.
That's exactly what they were looking for. And Bomba, at the very least, if I am not looking to engage in Peel, I will clean up the mess left after. Now that they swept them under the rug, the real question is whether or not Kyrie is able to get in position to try and steal this Lord away while Team Spirit holds down the fort.
Could be. Oh, goes in with a bravest fighter. Doesn't commit the land shaker just yet. Sunset Lover sees where he is. 4 members, there's the winner airstrike. Gets to damage Skylar just a bit. Kid Bomba jumping once again. Keyboy already low. Gets bursted down by one shot. Bomba! And Kid Bomba is not letting go of these 4 members of Onyx. And now they're completely zoned out. Look at him.
He's unstoppable. Falling Star Moon again. He knows he's too big for these boys to handle. This game is something.
This man. Earlier, he was talking about how they busted a toilet in Malaysia.
Yeah.
And now they're doing this to Onyx. Team Spirit and Kid Bomba are doing this to the champions of MPLID.
Well, what did we say about Kid Bomba and him doing Kid Bomba things? This is not the Kid Bomba we saw a couple of days ago.
Yep, it really isn't. But luckily, Kid Bomba now getting the a piece of equipment. Blade armor is so important to keep himself alive here. But Skylar has also finished the Malefic gun. It's a stat check, but let's see as the Lord pushes in.
Okay. Under the falling Star Moon, but they just do all of this to
Sawo!
zone out, but another kick from Sawo! Lutfi's the target! He doesn't have enough sustain! There's the immortality for Sawo, but he will still remain alive! Team Spirits gain access to the base! A flicker out from Keyboy! And now what's left? Onyx ID! It's only Sans, but not even anymore! Team Spirits secured the win!
What a game! Now that's how you dominate. Now Team Spirit comes back into form.
High above the clouds is the Dragons of the North that take the Sky Kings down in front of their home crowd. Spirit is back. Spirit have sent Onyx to the brink of elimination.
Woo! Great games. Great games all across the board. Early game domination and early game plays done by Onyx, thwarted by mid-game coming in from Team Spirit. Skylar was so close. He needed a minute more to get into that full mass capacity.
Yeah, it felt like Team Spirit had little to no downtime. But Onyx, they had to wait for these picture-perfect opportunities, especially when they were playing from behind, to go for the setups to steal those pickoffs. But none of the key players allowed them to do that. And you can't even go for options like Sawo or whatnot, because they can't finish off the kill.
They really can't. I mean, when we look at these highlights, that very final play, you can see that everybody is literally trying to run. They do not want to fight. And even in this last fight, I was hoping that Lutfi would actually try and jump Sunset Lover. Doesn't. He holds on to the ult until he dies. Bit of a mistake there, but I think he already knew there was not much he could do.
I just want to say, Sawo, bro.
Sawo.
You're one of my favorite shows now.
Hey, we did talk about, is the pickoff approach not working anymore? Oh, okay,
But it worked.
We take it back.
The connection between Sawo, Sunset Lover, and Kid Bomba was perfect here, setting up Hiko to show a little bit more of the mania. Oh, Kid Bomba! Definitely feeling it. Team Spirit earned that win, and now we're gonna hear from them on stage with Rose at Sawo and Sunset Lover.
And there you guys have it. Onyx Indonesia unfortunately heads into the elimination bracket. And in this matchup, Team Spirit comes out on top. And with me here, we have Sawo and Sunset Lover. Boys, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know this is definitely a very amazing win for you guys. Now, let's talk about this match first. Let's go with Sawo. How important is this win for you, knowing that you just beat the fan favorites?
Yeah, it was so important match, but doesn't matter which opponent we have. We just need win, and doesn't matter who our opponents.
It doesn't matter the opponent as long as you guys come out on top. You know what, Sawo? I really, really like that confidence. And of course, maybe you could tell us a little bit. How did Team Spirit react when you guys actually found out that you guys will be facing Onyx ID in this match? Anybody?
Full tilt. Always we have the strongest opponent in Swiss. It doesn't matter M6, M7, M8, M9, M10. We just will have the strongest opponent, and doesn't matter who. What? Sorry.
You're just used to it at this rate.
Yes, we just like think the strongest opponent. Okay, again, top 1 Indonesia. What we can do? Okay, the fate.
It's fated. It's fated for Team Spirit to always have a very difficult journey in the Swiss stages. Now, Sunset Lover, this is your 6th M Series appearance alongside with Sawo. Now, how do you maintain being so consistent throughout these years and to always make sure that you're performing at the highest level?
You know, I try hard so much, and I will try hard till I will not win any big tournament, you know.
Wow, you will not stop trying until you win a big tournament. I really, really like that spirit, you know? Now, you're one win away from securing a slot in the knockout stages. But definitely, if you do win that, it will get harder. How ready is Team Spirit to head to the knockout stages if you guys win your next match?
You will see when we will see our opponents in 2-1.
Do you think that you'll be facing another difficult opponent later in the draws?
Yes, sure. Why not? Anyway, if we want to win tournament, we need to win all, you know? And that's why, even if we will face the strongest opponent, we need to win.
I love that mentality. In order to win, we have to face the strongest. Because how else can we win, right? Thank you very much to Sawo and Sunset Lover. Congratulations on this amazing win. And without further ado, let us show it back to the panel to break down what happened in this incredible series.
It's always good to see Sawa and Sunset Lover together on stage after a big win in an international tournament. They have been doing this since 2019. Since M1. You were there when they first made their debut on the international stage, and now they have done this, sending the champions of MPLID, Onyx ID, to the brink of elimination.
Yeah, I saw when Sawa was still extra skinny and Sunset Lover was still a kid, and now the Sunset Lover still looks the same and Sawa is all grown up now. So pretty wild to see the big changes over the years, but the determination has not stopped just yet.
Yeah, because I clearly remember, like, I guess my version of earlier days of Sawo was the Diggy Sawo. Like, that's the earliest I could go. But yeah, he saw much more than that. And our MVP for that game, I am so not surprised.
Yep.
It has to be Kid Bomba doing Kid Bomba things all game long.
Oh, of course. Only naturally that it's going to be Kid Bomba, because every single time he gets into these fights, it feels like he's just edging out Lupti every single fight. Oh, you catch one person? I'll catch two. You stop our feathered airstrike? I will hold 5 people back at the same time. There's so many moments for him, but let us start at the very beginning of this story. Let's look at the highlights here. Make sure that you need to understand what is going on. Every single one of these fights are predetermined by one thing, and that is taking away the trigger finger. How do you take away the trigger finger? Notice that in a majority of these fights, the positioning of these players are looking to either, one, cancel big ultimates like the feathered airstrike, or at the very bare minimum, two, putting gold laners and junglers in awkward positions. Kyrie forced to move away from the Lord Pit, Hiko as well. Not exactly a great angle for him to enter, which is why he was thinking about maybe even joining up with the rest of the team on the north side of the map. Either way, it is about disruption and resources. As we see the game continue to progress, Keyboy in particular was very notorious at doing this. Tsunami Slam, who is he targeting? Guess who? It's Sawo again. Every single fight. These feathered airstrikes are great coming in from Sunset Lover, but it needs to be used in tandem with the rest of the abilities, and that's where Kid Bomba comes in. Most people are thinking Uranus, Farsa, the perfect combination. Esmeralda does very similar work too, except you don't have to always lean into the Lightning Truncheon or into the Genius Wand. Either way, these fights are predetermined by ultimates and battle spells. Whenever these battle spells are out, that's when you see the biggest plays actually happen. So the fact that Sans missing out on his Petrify, and even in this very final fight, what resources are still available? Lupi still has Flicker, but he doesn't have all. Kyrie has his, he still has, if I remember correctly, yes, he has it. Making sure that he could try and steal away Lords and use that Retribution to slow down his opponent, all of which don't help him when the biggest ultimate, Kalia, is out of the question. This is why it's a matter of stealing away resources. That's me personally. I don't know about you guys, because we saw this continuously all the way to the very end.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is about that, even if you could say that Keyboy could have been a little bit more cautious of when he would decide to go on that show.
Yeah.
Sawa was always either taken down very quickly right after the fact, or they would just eventually chase him and run him down. So I wouldn't say it's a bad target. It's just that afterwards, what then do they have left when they're up against an Esmeralda who is the queen of long extended team fights in MLBB? If you cannot target well enough, you get this.
You get Bomba smurfing on you.
You get Bomba doing that. It just slams the headphone down and you're gonna go,
Yeah.
It's crazy because this game was literally unironically on a knife's edge. Because again, it's trading the tempo. Early game was Onyx. You hit level 4s and TS had to try and protect themselves against it. Mid game is all TS unless there were major leads in the early game. But the late game is where they needed Skylar, who just only completed the Blade of Heptases at the very end. So again, it's one of those things where I'm like, man, if he just had one more item here, if he literally had anything else, that would have been enough to take out Kid Bomba.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We also mentioned how Team Spirit know that they cannot allow this game to run any longer, mostly because of Skylar. And Skylar on the Bruno was already enough of a surprise to us when we entered the draft, but somehow he was able to manage the Bruno in the laning, not necessarily completely hand over the advantage to Hiko, but again, maybe because of the first blood that they got, things got a bit more easier for them. But I feel like there was just too big of a responsibility that they put on Skylar, on the Bruno, without anyone to pair with him, unlike Hiko being constantly paired up with Sawa or stuff like that. Like,
Well, I think when you really boil it down, I think that Hiko had a significantly harder job because his single death would reset his stacks in comparison to Bruno, who was just like, I get progressively strong whether you like it or not.
one thing that I like about the TS lineup is like it looked like it was built to handle the comp of Onyx Onyx ID in the sense that with all of the big cooldowns gone, they can just continue. Barbiel comes out. Falling Star Moon, Esmeralda dancing around you. Of course, as long as the Granger's going to be hitting targets, he'll have the bullets to dish out the damage. So it was really good by TS. The draft, the execution, I like that Leomord pick. Are you a little bit less of a Leomord hater now?
I am less of a Leomord hater now.
All right.
I just had to see him win again.
Yeah, just a little bit. So now, with that done, let's go to my favorite segment. We're going to thank some friends.
Oh.
Can we get a quick little zoom in over here, please? Or I'm going to do something really funny. Or at least try to. Tell me when it's zoomed in on me.
It's zoomed in now.
Hey. So if you want to play better for longer with Secret Labs ergonomic chairs trusted by the world's best MLBB teams, scan that QR code. Whether you're enjoying a casual game with friends or climbing to Mythic, Secret Lab can elevate your game with tournament-grade ergonomic support. Watch out. The very same kind that powers the pros on the elite stage.
You know, funny enough, when I came over to M7, I was just like, I hope we have Secret Lab as a sponsor. And guess what? I got a photo of me, an old photo, where I literally am sitting on my very first broadcast on a Secret Lab. That was 57 years ago.
Hey!
Yeah, that's so true. How'd you know the number? To the T.
No, but okay, how many years ago exactly?
12 years exactly.
12?
Yeah.
Huh?
Wow.
I was a young boy.
Oh my goodness. I wonder how old you were back then.
17.
Yeah, he's 29 now.
Didn't know?
We were okay with
What about the
feeling
Thunder
that.
Ascendant?
Okay, I think you guys, if you are Granger mains, you have to hear this. Because his new Thunder Ascendant skin, which you might have seen earlier, is already out now. Unlock the M7 pass and it's yours immediately. Get it today because it changes forms and it has wings. What? It has wings! It legit has wings, right? You see it.
It's not the fact, it's the delivery.
Yeah. Yeah, you can also witness true prestige with Granger's new Prime skin. The beauty is waiting for you at level 75 of the M7 pass, so unlock the pass and start grinding today.
Ah, yeah, that's the one with wings and crown.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why.
It's the cool one.
It's the cooler one. Of course, every M series, we always have the upgraded version, the Prime skin of the main focal skin of the M series pass. Coming up next, and I feel like this is the main event of the evening. A BO3, a matchup we're all familiar with. This was the grand finals of the Mid-Season Cup, and now it's going to be the final match today to determine which one of them will be going to the knockouts first. Selangor Red Giants of Malaysia versus Team Liquid from the Philippines.
Why did you look at Gideon when you said the Philippines?
I love both of these teams. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, it's the thing that we do to show that we look at the next guy we want to talk to. Why are you making me look like the bad guy
No,
here?
because earlier you were joking about I hope that's the only win of.
Yes, but that was a joke. Why are you living in the past?
No, she's just double checking. She's just double checking, man. You don't tell the TL girly to be like, don't support TL. It just doesn't work that way.
No, I ran into SRG earlier. This is the first time they ever initiated conversation with me because Yums and Stormy wanted to tell me and point out that I'm wearing the same colors as SRG. This was unintentional. We pre-planned outfits like 3 weeks before we flew out. So just somehow today I'm wearing SRG colors.
No, but I had a red coat, and I switched it too. But
coincidence? I think not. I think there are conspiracies
But
and
you're-
conspirators amongst us.
you're wearing blue.
No, it's not.
It is.
Is it blue?
It is blue.
I mean, it's blue-ish.
You're
It's like it's blue-ish. It's like
You're
am
a
I really-
liquid guy.
You're a liquid
I
guy
am a
today.
liquid guy. I'll cut my wrist and show you how blue my blood is. That's how dedicated I am.
All right. When we head into the break, we'll have a few moments to get ready and settled for the destined showdown between SRG and Team Liquid. It's not elimination, but I'm sure it's going to be exciting nonetheless. Again, it's Renmar, Gideon, and Brigida here. We'll be back after this break.
Realme 15 Pro M7 official gaming foam.
Nothing can withstand the withering. Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
True power dwells within the spirit. Try to embrace all that you are.
are going to the M7 World Championship.
Let's go. Futbol uğraşıyordum, futbolcu olmak istiyordum. Ama pandemi girdikten sonra futbola ara verdim. Birazcık da Mobile Legends oynamaya başladım o zamanlar yani yaklaşık.
Que nosotros empezamos desde la MDL, la ganamos, después subimos a la MPL, también la ganamos y ahora estamos en el Mundial y también esperamos ganar.
I think Team Zone is underdog in M7. Nobody expected us to be here.
Evo was once a dark horse, and we break through the expectation of everyone.
They broke history.
Even though we are coming in as a newcomer, we are not just coming in here for experience.
We know we have power. That's all. We are good.
Nosotros somos el equipo Dark Horse.
Who do I think will be the dark horse? A bit of a Malaysian bias, but I would say CG for sure.
I'll lean more towards Yangon Galactic. I don't think anyone really is expecting CG to be a threat.
Kita orang bukan Dark House. Kita orang cuma pendatang baru.
ကျွန်တော်ကတော့အဲ့လိုတော့မထင်ဘူးအများကြီးပြင်ဆင်နေတော့ကြောင့်မလို့ပွဲတဲ့ကြရင်အကောင်းဆုံးပုံစံနဲ့ဆော့ရသွားမှာချပြသွားမယ်ချပြသွားမှာလို့ချက်တော့စောင့်ကြည့်သေးတယ်
Sebab kita orang ni suka invade orang, macam orang memang gaduh tak berhenti.
ညီရဥအောင်ချတယ်ပေါ့အဲ့ကြောင့်မို့ကျွန်တော် aggressive ဆော့ရတဲ့ဘောကြတယ်
Agresif, kenapanya? Karena suka perang. Karena kalau misalkan bermain agresif, musuh bakal kena pressure duluan.
មូលហេតុដែលពួកខ្ញុំចូលចិត្តលេង aggressive ដោយសារពួកខ្ញុំកាលមុនគឺមើលថាមើល player ខ្លួនឯងនីមួយៗហើយគិតទៅថាអ្នកគឺដៃខ្លាំងមែនតើអញ្ចឹងលេង aggressive គឺត្រូវ
我们战术打法无规则打法，就对手可能研究不透我们吧。
We are not that serious. We just playing for fun because it helps us not get pressure. If you play for real, we get a high pressure international.
可以打进世界赛的关键之一是早睡早起，保持好身体。
Siguro determination lang din talaga and focus sa sarili kasi doon nalalabas siguro yung pagiging consistent sa paglalaro.
Our secret in our veterans in our team. Enemies need to respect us.
Strong mentality and discipline because it's all about out of the game. King teams for me are gaming us.
Siguro para masabi kong king yung team or legends, siguro meron muna silang MSC title and M-World title.
Kalau dibilang tim raja, enggak lah.
The Sky Kings have been taken down.
Kita belum layak lah dipanggil raja. Ya, back to back dulu lah semuanya, baru bisa dianggap tim raja.
Tingin ko isa kami sa mga king teams kasi sobrang dami na namin pinanalo na tournaments and sobrang dami na namin na-achieve ng magkakasama. Sa tingin ko kapag na-achieve na namin yung Golden Road, hindi na siguro king team yung tawag sa amin, siguro mas angat pa doon.
I think we are because based on the recent tournament in MSC, we are the top 2. If we win, we already show everyone that we have the potential to become more than a king. Let's do it for Malaysia.
I will redeem Indonesia.
I will complete the Golden Road.
Realme 15 Pro M7 official gaming foam.
withstand the withering. Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
True power dwells within the spirit. Try to embrace all that you are.
Team Spirit has brought Onyx ID to the brink of elimination here in the M7 World Championship with an emphatic and dominating win against them. But now we move on to another heavy hitter matchup between Selangor Red Giants and Team Liquid Philippines. Our rematch of the Grand Finals of MSC 2025. Behind the scenes, Gideon was expressing just how excited he was for this matchup.
Yes, yes. Every single time we see SRG face up against TLPH, for some reason, we get some of the best series of all time, hands down.
Yep, I myself couldn't contain the excitement I feel as well. It doesn't feel as if I've been through 3 series already earlier today. Because, again, as mentioned earlier, this might just be the main event that everyone or almost everyone is looking forward to seeing. And we've had our fair share of surprises earlier, especially in the previous series, but let's see if we'll get more now that we're heading towards SRG versus Liquid.
I personally hope we're getting more, because based on the meta picks that we've seen here today, a lot of it leaning into that Claude, but there's also counterplay to Claude openers, essentially, and now we're leaving a lot on the table, because the drafting phase has completely changed from day 1 and day 2, compared to day 4's complete 360.
Yeah, you definitely see Leomord popping out more too, with the priority of the Claude, as we were just talking about, more potential answers being picked by teams. There are teams who think, hey, such as Alter Ego, let's pack the Freya, and then let's just run a lineup that wants to grow fast, run fast, win fast, so that the Claude doesn't have enough time. But it seems like a common ground between it all is like Leomord and speed, I guess, as the way to make sure that the Cloud doesn't get to hit its timers. A little bit more on the specific heroes of the matchups, we have to look at the stories of these two teams. If you're unfamiliar or new to MLBB Esports, welcome. These are the Giants versus the Titans. We call 2 teams in MLBB Esports Titans. One of them aren't here. One of them is this team right here, Team Liquid PH, who are on the brink of achieving the Golden Road, meaning 2 MPL wins, the Mid-Season Cup, and now they're looking to win the M7 World Championship. Across them, the Giants of Malaysia, who are on their not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4th straight win at home as the champions of one of the big 3 regions in MLBB.
SRG for 2 straight years has dominated the Malaysian scene after their weak inception the year before that. But against a team like TLPH, they have to hit their stride and really show not only have they mastered the fundamentals of this game, but better yet, they might actually find their very first win in a series against TLPH if they can express what that style is.
Yeah.
With a 3-0 record and a knockout slot at stake, Sakai's faces the GOAT, Carl Teasy. That is our sport's greatest of all time, still playing and going strong today. Innocent challenges Oheb, and only one victor walks away standing. We can recap, Brigida, the recent history of Malaysia versus Philippines to add more context to this matchup.
Yep, that's a lot of history if we're talking about MY versus PH. Previously, we've had SRG go up against the other Titan, Falcons AP Brennan MSC 2024, and they also went up against TLPH in MSC 2025 and suffered a 4-0 in the previous SEA Games 2025. So that's like 3 times of MYPH going up against each other in major grand finals.
We have to add a little bit more context to the Filipino win against Malaysia in Southeast Asian Games. It's not the exact same roster of Selangor or Red Giants that we're seeing today. It was the mid-trio that they went up against then.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a little difficult when it comes down to SEA Games because, again, this is representation of country, not just organization or region as a whole. And I think that SRG at this point is now looking to try and overtake and break out of not just being the big 3, but the very fact, the best. But TLPH is one of those teams that when the meta favors them, how do you stop them?
Yeah. Sakai's versus the GOAT mechanics. Innocent versus Oheb in a battle of 2 emphatic and explosive gold laners who love to play perfect games, while Cram versus Sanford, 2 very strong personalities battling it out. So to know a little bit more about the story between the Giants and the Titans, let's watch this.
Since we both come in Philippines, I can always spend time with my family and my loved ones in PH. After training, time is the most, is the culture and also the food, like sinigang and adobo.
It's fun, but it's kind of hard to make them try some Filipino foods. Because in Malaysia, there's a halal sign, right? But in PH, it's really hard to find. So my girlfriend's father cook for them, but only seafood because seafood is like okay during boot camp. So Kai's order is towel at Grab.
Basically, because that time I want to buy new towel, I just search towel. But I wonder why it's so cheap. But that time, I just click and buy without, double check it. And it arrived. Then when I open the plastic, why is so nipis? I kind of pissed at that time.
Because he told us, oh, I think I got scammed.
Innocent. What do you buy? Let me see, let me check your ground. And then when he checked, what the? Where's your brain?
The shop is for pets. That's why the towel is very thin and small.
What happened with that day is very funny. Everyone laughed, so it's just part of their personality. But sometimes really push me in the limit.
Hey, you thought it was all about intensity and drama between these two? These two have some very funny personalities behind the scenes as well. So guys, you did your best in the Philippines trying to buy a towel, ended up buying from a pet shop. Brother, that's one of the funniest things I've heard.
Oh my god, that was hilarious. I thought he bought like, I don't know, a wet wipe or something. I was like, how could you, like, it's a towel. Like, how bad could it get? And you guys were bickering about it. Is it like a good morning towel? I'm like, what is that? What is that?
It's a very thin white towel.
Yeah.
And I thought it wasn't enough for him, but apparently it was less than a good morning towel because he bought it from a pet shop.
Expectation and reality.
That's really funny. I'm trying to find a way of how to recover from this to transition a little bit smoother. But hey, despite it being a very heated matchup, the stories between these two, they've also explained behind the scenes how much respect they have for one another. And from time to time, you see interactions between them to bring out the fun from one another. But when these two get on stage, it changes. They are different. They become the monsters, the giants and titans that they actually are.
I think most people, especially if they don't know what this matchup generally looks like, right? They see a lot of these grand finals and they see a lot of these Filipinos playing, and then it's like, oh man, this is like really slow, really like unintuitive. And that's why a lot of fans outside of Southeast Asia and outside of the Philippines really like the play style of Team Liquid PH. Honestly, the fact that they can go slow, go fast, they've got the flexibility, they have the breadth, they have the depth. Like, how could you not like this team?
Yeah, it was the Stampy that we know of them that really stuck onto people. But even in their recent matches here in the Swiss stage, we saw them pick up lineups which are rather slower in tempo, which were more scaling. We saw the Yi Sun Shin Claude, I believe, together. And as much as it wasn't the signature Liquid Stampede right off the bat, which was just constantly looking for the fights, it was something that was slowly building up towards that. And they still achieved it either way when they were already able to get their timings.
A little fun fact here about Innocent and Oheb, the gold laners of Selangor Red Giants and Team Liquid respectively. They're the only two players so far who have not died in game in the Swiss stage. Perfect records, deathless for both of them. On your screens right now are Team Liquid Philippines, the back-to-back champions of MPL Philippines, the reigning MSC 2025 champions, the reigning Southeast Asian Games gold medalists, and the team looking to be the first Golden Road completionists in Mobile Legends Bang Bang history.
It has never been done before in the history of Mobile Legends Bang Bang esports, with the closest being Onyx. And even then, either whether it be from ID or PH, they always seem to fall just a little short of the Golden Road, right at the end most of the time.
Yeah, I think there have been 3 attempts so far, including this one that we're seeing right now from Team Liquid, and all have failed. And the way it's looking right now, I mean, personally, before heading into M7, right, there is a list of teams who could potentially stop them, in our opinion, and one of them being, let's say, Onyx Indonesia, of course. But what we're seeing in the Swiss stage seems to be shaking up all of these expectations a lot.
I guess now teams are, people and fans out there are going to be like, yeah, Team Spirit has a good chance against TLPH now.
And what I remember about their matchup in MSC 2025 was, yes, Liquid won. It wasn't a sweep, it was 4-1, if I'm not mistaken, right? It looked like 5 games of near peak perfect MLBB of whoever just messes up first
Yeah.
loses.
Yes.
It was one of the most beautiful displays of MLBB I've ever seen. And I'm excited really to see if they're still on that form, if they're still as close in terms of skill as we expect them to be.
Well, here's the thing. With MSC 2025, the meta was severely different from what we see here today. And that was a meta that SRG isn't supposed to do too well in, which was very surprising for us that they did so well during MSC. I think the closest that we could say that these teams have gotten to each other, minus OHEB, of course, has to be the Snapdragon Pro Series happening in 2024, right after MSC 2024. I think that is the closest we've seen in the best of 7 series. 4-3 was the final scoreline.
Yeah, so right now, if we were to think of like the meta and how well it suits both of these teams,
so much.
I think it suits them perfectly. So I hope this would exceed what we've seen from them previously in that specific tournament, which was SBS again. I even thought like the buffs on the Ling or something like that would be so good for Sekai's, but we're not seeing any of that just yet.
I hope this becomes a special treat for all of us. Another installment of SRG versus Team Liquid. The cavalry shows no signs of stopping, fueled by a 10-match winning streak from their MPL championship. They look to extend it with a slot to the knockout stage. Sanford, Carl Teasy, Sanji, JP and Oheb eyeing the golden road. Team Liquid! Liquid standing strong and defiant as the Titans from the Philippines stare down the giants of Malaysia.
Amid challenges and setbacks, these giants stood tall. Can the undisputed champions of Malaysia finally get back at the Filipino Titans and move on to the knockout stage? In the EXP lane, King Cram, the leader, Jungle Sakai's, Mid Stormy, Rome, Yums, with the inevitable gold lane of Innocent. Give it up for Selangor Red Giants!
Still carrying the same aura that they always do. The little bit of aloofness, but these are some of the best in their individual roles, and together as a team, they are undisputed at home in Malaysia. The coaches for Selangor Red Giants, Coach Arcadia and Ozora Vecchi. For Team Liquid, Coach RC and Tic Tac.
Once again, we thank you to also the coaches alongside with Gary to make sure that this entire game is going to be kept with full integrity here. We cannot miss a moment here. I'm praying to God there will be no tech pauses and these teams can play a fluid game.
I agree. We cannot stop the action that everyone has probably been waiting to see today. Imagine closing out just the 4th day of the Swiss stage with this matchup, and we're gonna look first at Selangor Red Giants, who seem a bit too comfortable with the meta as we previously discussed. We've seen how Yuz is able to just adapt so well and really utilize the likes of the Cho and all the other roamers that are just being put out there. And all of these players deliver no less than what expected of them.
I mean, if we're comparing Yums, you look at the opposite side. If Yums is flashy, JP carries the world on his shoulders. Whether people like it or not, his role is by far the most important and what brings this team together with the help of Sanji by his side. With good calls and the GOAT at the helm, execution is the least of their problems. Their only problem is, when do they figure it out? How much time will it take and how many attempts will it happen in game?
The last time JP performed in Indonesia in a World Championship, he was a substitute. He showed up for one series, not expecting to play, and he helped deliver the win. That team was Echo, and they would eventually go on to win the World Championship. Now this time, he is at the forefront as the anchor of the team. He is the MVP of the Grand Finals of MPL Philippines Season 16. Who will win the series, folks? Type it down below. Will it be Selangor Red Giants or Team Liquid? Seems like the SRG fans are starting it off hot with our vote.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I was not expecting to have such a wild starting lead, but now it's starting to even back up. Start spamming in the chat. Who do you think is going to win?
Wow.
And that's more like it.
Now you're seeing the cavalry awaken and suddenly overtake the fans of SRG. And I could actually hear the cavalry live here at EXO Hall. They're not right behind us, but you could definitely get a glimpse of how loud they are with the drums over there.
Yeah, a little bit very familiar for us. Feels like we're back home in the Philippines.
Yep.
Hearing this. Does SRG have like a chant that really sticks with them?
They got a couple of chants. Like keep in mind that the organization of Selangor Red Giants is actually a local state football team supported by the government, right? Which is why they were able to kind of expand into this. So they have a lot of very football-esque chants. I don't know all the words, and I feel like sometimes they're just making it up on the spot.
I really hope that members of the SRG fan base eventually make it their way here to Indonesia so we can hear some of them. It keeps going and going, and it has leaned tripled.
Dear God.
The lead.
I think that's like what, 3/4 of the whole hall being Liquid fans right now?
Yeah, that's a lot of Liquid fans. Of course, there is a Team Liquid Indonesia as well. And one of the reasons why Team Liquid, or then Echo, actually it felt like a home game for them in M4 was that it was the then Aura fans who would cheer on Echo as then being related organizations. But that was then, and this is now. It still continues to climb in favor of Team Liquid in terms of the vote. So let's look at it position from position. You mentioned, we talked about the flashiness of Yumes with a little bit more macro, solid, steady gameplay of JP. I want to talk about Innocent and OHEB here. How different they are in terms of gold laning.
Ooh, would I say? I think the biggest difference between these two gold laners is that OHEB has a lot more intricacies with the way that he forces trades against the opponent compared to Innocent, who knows how to smother them. I think that's a very big difference with the way that they lane. I would say at a fundamental level, both play nearly, honestly, I say nearly, basically pixel perfect.
I think they're so identical. Whenever I think of OHEB, all I could think of would be him when it comes to the team fights, and this is going beyond the laning you mentioned. Him making a lot of the calls of whether or not they're gonna go in and just pursue the team fights, and him just being that aggressive piece to complete the puzzle of Liquid when again he was first part or joining the team. But Innocent, just the same, I couldn't count the amount of triple kills or maniacs he already has under his belt, or even savages if you were to include MPL Malaysia. So I feel like they're just such on a similar wavelength. That's what's gonna make this matchup so interesting.
Well, Team Liquid has decided to go on the blue side, facing off SRG on the red, blue, and red color coordinated. So much flavor.
I appreciate this in more ways than any of you realize. Fanny and the Kalei are the bans of Team Liquid. Is the Juicen and Yuzong, two very strong picks for Team Liquid. Now the question is SRG willing to play into the Fanny of Sanji? It was Respect ban, sorry, not Fanny, Lo Yi of Sanji. That was Respect ban by Team Falcons. That's why I got confused. In the first phase after Team Liquid were able to show off with that hero. So Grog gets taken out. I like the Respect on Yumes from Team Liquid here. Those are two of his strongest picks that you could pair up with Yumes.
Completely agree. I think this is definitely one of the stronger openings, especially considering that, again, SRG so far in this tournament haven't really been pushed that hard. What they've been showing is basically what they've been playing throughout the regular season of MPL MY. And TL also haven't really been pushed to their limits. They can go into their deep hero pools and just show, we're just showing signature picks. This doesn't change anything.
This is making me think about how similar the priorities are too between these two teams. JP and Yumes in terms of their heroes. They seem to be the priority so far in the recent drafts. But let's see, because I think I heard
that was Claude.
The Claude being prioritized first for Liquid.
Very good stuff coming up from TL. They want to make sure that they can deny a pick from Innocent while have potential to actually win out the lane very handedly. Lancelot, the next follow-up coming in from the side of SRG with a 44% win rate. Rather surprising. I thought it was going to be higher, but hey, it happens.
So I'm wondering if SRG right now are gonna look at the likes of the... I know, because Yum still has his Cho. So maybe they can save that for later. There's a bit more flexibility.
I think considering that, again, the Jushin alongside with the Yves have been banned out, the only thing that they're worried about is if we lock in Farsa right now, what is the worst that could potentially happen? Or do we want to use Farsa as a potential bait point and build a composition directed at fighting and diving her position?
Seems to be a discussion happening on stage right now between the players and our marshals. We're not going to be confirming any existence of any potential troubleshoot coming up just yet. We are seeing activity, so stay tuned, folks. We will send you an update once we have it available for you. Pick comes in, and it's a Sora. For SRJ was open for them for the taking, but Valentina here is open for Team Liquid Philippines if ever they believe that Valentina is the definite answer to that Sora.
I think if they do decide to go Valentina on that end, SRG is going to start leaning into something that's a lot more lane dominant into the Valentina. All right, Hilda shows up for the early game, then the Valentina as well to kind of back the to kind of round it out for now.
Yeah, it's a very aggressive mid duo that you're gonna see from Liquid. Hilda and the Valentina. So Sekai's, if not, well, at least he's a Lancelot, but there still is a threat of JP whenever he's on the Hilda. You can't take that away from him.
Yeah, it's become a signature in a way for him. It was one of the picks that he was using during the grand finals of MPLPH Season 16 and during MSC as well. He's very disruptive.
Yeah.
His impact may not be seen, but it is definitely felt by the opposing team. And the results that they are delivered are going to be kills for his team. SRG takes the low E away, and this time they're going to be playing the macro game.
2 times, 100% win rate. So crazy. Low E highly contested. With that being said, we have a special guest to break down the draft.
Thank you very much to our casters. And with me here right now is Wolf. As you all know him, he's a very analytical person. Now, Wolf, let's make this simple. Based on the first phase of the draft and ban picks, what are your opinions so far?
I like the first pick, Claude. We actually predicted it, and I thought that it's like the strongest hero in the meta game. We gave Team Liquid gave the Sora, but it was quickly countered by the Valentina, and then the Hilda counters the Lancelot. So it's like Team Liquid has countered all of the heroes of SRG.
So you think SRG is kind of in a difficult position right now?
Not really, because there's still 2 picks that they can fix. They also have the last pick, so they can adjust. But I think it's just like for Team Liquid in the first 3 picks, they have the stronger first 3 picks.
If you were on the side of SRG, what would be a very viable pick right now to help with the counters that Team Liquid has just put up?
I want to say Freya actually against the Claude. It might work, but it would be the last pick. Maybe a Cram hero that's really strong because they already have the Sora. And a catch hero for Yums, maybe a Cho or even a Franco actually. I will not be surprised if they pick up Franco.
Franco, something of a pick-off for the side of SRG.
That's right.
Now, what do you think Team Liquid could do to somewhat solidify their draft even further?
I will not be surprised if Carl TC goes utility here against Lanza, maybe Anakai. But I'm excited for a potential Leomord. We have not seen Carl TC play that, but in this particular game against Sora, against Lancelot, it could work.
Yes, Leomord is definitely a hot pick right now in the jungle. And as we can see from the side of Team Liquid, they have just banned off the pick-off hero for the side of Yums. And over here, they did ban 2 more junglers.
Yeah.
So, any last words to wrap this up?
Yeah, Leomord for Carl TC. That's what I want.
All right, thank you very much, Wolf. Guys, that is it from Wolf. We will throw it back to the panel to ask their opinion on Wolf's draft.
Thank you to Rose and Wolf for that on-the-ground report in terms of what to expect for the draft. But Danga's picked up after the choke is banned out by Team Liquid. They're not going to go for the pick-off. However, there's a pick here. Wolf mentioned Leomord. I'm thinking with the Valentina on their side, they can bring back Lucas in the jungle.
Yeah, I think you have a really good idea coming in because Lucas has CC immune, and I think Coach Arcadia is foreseeing the Leomord, right? Or even a Hayabusa, both of which get disrupted by the Badang at the end of the day, and we finally get the Farsa right at the very end. I mean, Sanji is probably hands on hips. Why take my Loyi?
Yeah, they're going for a pretty normal draft actually for Team Liquid. Nothing too unusual, and especially in terms of the jungler picks for Carl TZ. But now we're waiting for Innocent, and Innocent has a lot of his signature options still available for him.
Why does he look so vicious while rubbing his nose?
Yeah.
Like,
the
the game
eyes.
hasn't even started.
It's the eyes, man.
All
I'm
right.
gonna pick her for gold. Granger or,
Yeah.
or I don't know, not Beatrix, right?
They could if they wanted to. There's pretty decent reason to actually go for it because there's a lot of heroes that actually like scoop. Oh!
Oh, it's a gold lane Sora.
No! What? How? How is this gonna work? Wait, there's so many ways to play this now. Oh my goodness! Wait. Full matchup to deny potential dashes. It feels like everybody is just out to ruin the GOAT's day.
Yeah.
And he can go for either setups or the damage himself when he goes attack mode.
Yeah.
Trippin' strat.
This game right now, it's on Sanji and Oheb with a counter index of 0.8 in favor of SRG, surprisingly, with a lineup rating that's 2 points higher.
Yeah.
Let's see the level of execution if you want to beat the numbers.
Brilliant. Team Liquid were expecting that Sora to go to the EXP lane. Now their Valentina is in the EXP lane against a Phoveus unless they ask for a switch. Welcome to game number 1. Team Liquid versus Selangor Red Giants.
I just gotta say, this is bothering me so much because the Sora can like cancel out the Blazing Duet freely whenever he just has to go for the tank mode. So this is not gonna be that much of a great time for Oheb.
I don't know, because I feel like Oheb, his biggest problem is going to be running away from Innocent when Innocent starts to get ahead. For now, the early stages of the game are going to be highly... Okay, whoa.
Oh!
No, that didn't seem right. Something about that did not seem right.
Okay. That was an early kill on Yumes, and we were just joking about that happening less than a minute. I never expected it to happen in this matchup.
Yeah, but again, that's first blood for Team Liquid, and that's exactly what they want, considering the SRG has a composition that can move fast and snowball fast.
Yeah. Going up against that Sora, interested to see how Oheb's going to handle the laning against that, but more specifically Sanford, how is he going to handle that focus and lane as a Valentina?
Ooh, good usage of the Litho Wanderer to actually get the splash damage onto Sanji. Let's quickly look at the emblems here, right? Of course, pretty standard all across the board. The only difference being just a cooldown reduction from Sanford's side rather than going for traditional movement speed or extra damage. But look at Innocent. He's going for temporal rain. That's kind of crazy considering that Innocent, he wants to be able to chain his abilities together, but if he misses one, it's over.
Yeah, and I feel like the Sora on its own already has a relatively low cooldown for the ultimate, so this makes it so much more worthwhile whenever he is on the ultimate. Sanford though, Dark Wave connects, but he still has the flicker and will be able to stay alive.
Yeah. You saw Sanford was sticking close to the Lancelot. He was trying to read where the Thorn Rose would be landing. Another Thorn Rose, Sakai's keeping Sanford at bay really well. JP now forced to help and hold.
Pretty good so far, but I'm expecting to see Innocent to get involved. Oh my god!
The double dash will not be enough. That's gonna be first blood for SRG. Now they're gonna continue to fight, but Carl still somehow finds Crab. Sakai's, will they actually take him on here? He has Yumes and Stormy by his side, and they will not anymore. Carl TZ gets a kill, but will they still actually contest?
Bit of a whiff there coming in from Yumes, taking the TP from Stormy. But if he just landed, oh no.
Okay.
Fist crack.
Oh! There's the fist crack. JP trying to hold everything down, but Sakai's takes him alongside the objective. SRG, they seem to be in a really good tempo so far.
I don't know. I think it's like desperation requires a trade. If not, they're going to start falling behind and instantly canceling out the fit. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa!
Forcing out the wings by wings. That was a close call for Sanji.
Yeah, the damage is nuts. Definitely that Sora's impact is going to be felt more compared to that Claude that will need some time. Innocent just needs some space, and him being able to clear the minion waves faster when the rivers are up means that Sora is going to be an early game problem for Liquid. Now as it goes on, you realize just how difficult it is for Sanji to deal with the Phobius, and hence why the move by SRG to suddenly put that Sora in the gold lane by last picking Phobius to face up with that Valentina means that the Apex Predator, one of the key figures for the lineup of Liquid, is shut down.
Yeah, Sanford is going to start falling really far behind here because Cramky's got an amazing freeze. They're calling Daddy JP to try and break him out of that freeze, but Yums is not letting him make it easy, right? Despite dying twice, you would imagine that JP would have more control over this map, but Yums going toe-to-toe.
Movement is so limited for the EXP laner here of Team Liquid. You would expect that they could work hand in hand together with the Hilda and the Farsa, but it seems like nothing is going in their favor. JP gets caught there, but Sanji's able to reposition, forcing out the flicker from Stormy, and that's one battle spell down. Oh, wait, here up top. Two Phobiuses!
Oh, wait.
Fighting against each other, another Dark Wave connects, but Sanford somehow gets to put himself back under the turret. Carl-TZ joining in the fight, really gets to use the Yogi Shadow kill, no, it's a no! JP and Carl are bursted down by SRG!
Great reaction time coming in from Yums. If he was a second late, Carl-TZ gets to live there, and so far, Sanford, he has just been eating so much damage, but because of the sacrifice of his team, he manages to even out the gold against Cram, even though those resources are technically trickling down into Sakai's.
A fist crack on point. Now SRG gets priority with the turtle. Yums and Stormy now holding the brush. Here comes Yums.
Oh, they're going for JP. There's the Thorn Rose. Carl-TZ looking for a target, but the flicker cancels it out. Sakai's too uses the puncture, and now there's no way Liquid might actually still try to go for this. Carl-TZ has already let go of his objective.
Very bold of Skies to actually use the puncture instead of Phantom Execution, but he wants to make sure that he gets it no matter what and still has tools to get back out. This neutral objective, it's kind of whatever, but now Sanford realizes he spots out the yin-yang TP into the back. Wait.
Oh, nice good spot there. JP still trying to do what he's expected to as the Hilda, but Innocent has a decent amount of damage already being put out. Carl-TZ going in, but the Shadow does not connect. Oh my goodness.
What? So JP was waiting to use a stun, was able to use it, but didn't land it. Sanford now here, purple buff, still will go to Sakai's.
He uses the Phantom Execution. What?
Instant Purify. Dude, if you blink, you might just miss. These battle spells are coming out like it's common grass. When you walk outside, it's so easy to see green. But now that Slanger Red Giants have slowly itched that gold lead back, we need to see some major advantages.
It has been so terrifying on this Bajang. He doesn't even need to commit the full combo of the Fist Break, Fist Crack. Just using the Fist Crack on its own already puts so much pressure on Team Liquid and forces them to break formation. This seems to be a very different version and tempo of the Liquid we know.
Absolutely. I mean, it's clear that Slanger Red Giants have put the time and effort to come up with a game plan. The question is, how many attempts does Liquid have before it's too late?
Well, this is a really solid game plan too. As long as the lead doesn't balloon up to like a 4,000 to 6,000 gold lead, Liquid can keep things manageable. But if it falls that far, that means their gold laner is falling behind, and they need Oheb close to the farm as much as possible. That is their main condition now at this point. Sanji has been deathless as well. JP and Carl-TZ have fallen because of things that have happened to them by the Roman mid laner. Now JP might fall again.
Oh, has the flicker though, but Innocent is here. Doesn't get to finish off the kill just yet, but these are 5 members of SRG using the diversion. Where are they going? They're looking for Carl, but the fight is gonna break out in the mid lane as well. Yums catching JP. There goes Cram as well on the Phobius. Dark Wave onto 3 members. Sanford forced to flicker out. Oheb using the blazing duet. Can he go for the outplay? The Yogi Shadow kill committed by Carl as well, but Sakai's, he gets to save himself in the third round, and it's JP that's going down.
Dear God, it's down to the wire. Cram nearly dying underneath turret, and even Oheb really playing with death. For the first time, we see both teams showing massive respects.
Oh, Sanford goes for the setup, gets cancelled by Cram and Yums though, and so he has no other choice but to escape. Cram still trying to go for him though. There's the dashes used by Valentina to terrify as well, and it's an objective once more over to SRG.
All the micro crowd control that SRG has is disrupted Team Liquid's flow. Another fight.
Oh, Innocent gets taken down by Carl, though he wants to look for more. Stormy and Yums, JP's here as well, but they spot Sakai's and no longer pursue. And all the while this is happening, OHEB seems to be looking for something else.
Oh, Yums already shows himself. Sanji and OHEB steals away.
Oh,
and
oh, oh.
they're in a weird spot.
What? Wait.
JP's here. OHEB!
Sanji might have just caught the attention of SRG. OHEB lives and gets a kill. Sanji is the sacrifice just so that OHEB can live and get a kill.
And in a snap, the Stampede has trampled not bodies, but towers across the map.
Really good punish coming in from Team Liquid to try and even up this score. Sanford, he's going to try and get out, but Sakai's ain't going to make it easy as they walk away. But let me tell you how Team Liquid figured this out. Knowing the possible locations that this Loyu could send them, seeing Stormy do it out in the open, they figured out straight away that he wasn't going to the top side, but the bottom side. And immediately we see the instant punish of 2 structures just because of a blind call.
What a sequence by these two. SRG showing how much better they've gotten at the team fighting. Those little decisions, the details. They've always been good at that, but I thought that was peak. I thought they couldn't get any better, but they got even better. Better than great, if you could say. While Team Liquid, what a call to decide to play the map instead, while also still getting bodies along the way.
Yeah, it's a less than 500 or around 500 gold lead that's just existing right now. Sanji gets to escape Sakai's, uses the retribution, but the Yogi Shadow kill is all to himself. Still not enough though. Better dare strike. Innocent though finds Sanji, and now Carl is all alone on the other side of the map. Still has a quad shadow. Oh heaven, JP trying to work on the members chasing after him, and Innocent is the trade!
Sanford and JP are here to help out Carl, but SRG have read the situations that they can't go for Carl. And just like that, Liquid have priority for Lord number 1.
Level 13 to level 13, Sanford. He's gonna go for the zone.
Okay.
Wait.
Oh! There goes a Stormbind! Sakai's tries to contest, but it won't be enough! Now it's Yums and Crab running for their lives. JP, Sanford, and OHEB trying to take them down. The basic attacks, they're going, but then Crab is just too tanky. He might just find an outplay here.
Innocent?
Team Liquid might have to run away, but do they? Sanji, he has arrived. Does he have the better airstrike? He does! And they're gonna full commit under the turret! Team Liquid want more! It's a double for OHEB! And now they're gonna get one more kill!
Endless fighting, endless war! Innocent takes one back!
Innocent turning things around!
He did it in Malaysia! He does it here again! A savage! For half man, half beast!
Tell me this game ain't the goddamn best show to watch here today! What a time to be alive! Oh my lord! Team Liquid, despite everything, despite the Savage, the gold lead has swung back and forth 3 times. The metronome doesn't stop here.
Delivering as expected. There's a reason why we hyped up this match. And you see it unfolding before your eyes. Still anybody's game. It looked like it was Liquid's until SRG showed their innocence.
Unbelievable. Innocent. That was such the perfect opportunity to use his assassin mode. Every single member of Team Liquid has already been damaged and have been significantly low in terms of HP. That's an easy cleanup that they have to be really careful of.
I think worse yet. Now I think they really have to start thinking about MR items, right? Sanji has salvaged so many situations with this raw damage, allowing Carl TZ, whether it's him or Sanji, they do good work. Now OHEB has to be extremely careful. Despite having the Trinity build, it doesn't mean that he's safe straight away. If he wants to fall into another type of scenario where he's just eating damage from Innocent, a Winds of Nature is necessary to survive.
So amidst everything, that was one of those results that was definitely avoidable, and Liquid are now going to be looking to avoid giving Innocent that chance again. 6-2-1 is his standing as a Sora.
I wonder how much gold ahead this guy is.
Yeah.
Because OHEB has been really great and looking for other avenues to at least catch up or farm up himself.
Yeah.
But with that Savage, I'm pretty sure it just jumped up there in terms of the gold leads.
Look, if Yums can die twice and still commit to the same habits, if Innocent can find that Savage, I'm pretty sure Team Liquid is going to try again. I feel like they may have tunnel vision towards the latter half of the fight, but to be fair, that fight was like 3 minutes long.
Lord now up. JB's here, the position for Liquid. Oheb's going to be pushing the minion waves down bot, putting the pressure there. SRG continues to clear. They hold the middle bush. Sanford and Sanji far off just a little bit. Oheb the one starting off the Lord.
Oh, okay, the damage lands, but at least he has the DHS.
They're forcing something.
Back his HP. They don't know where Stormy is or if they're even planning to go for a diversion.
Yeah, at the same time, SRG doesn't know where Carl is, or at least may have a bit of an idea.
There's just no vision right now, and they know that bottom side is going to be a net negative. They have to fight. They have to force.
Oh, there goes the feathered airstrike. JP2 looking for the target. Sekai's trying to look for whoever he can take.
Oh!
But despite the fist crack, Carl still secures the objective. And look at that Stormlight committed by Sanford. Now 1 by 1.
Innocent!
They're falling down, but Innocent is still making things happen. Sekai's versus Sanford. Will he get to run away? And he will. Sanji and JP, they will be there to help him, and they're trying to go for the kill. Sekai's, will he?
Oh my God!
He actually does!
But JP stands tall! Innocent getting chased by the one they call Daddy! And bang! A shutdown onto Innocent!
One hell of a game! Look at this arena right now, a full wipeout! Close down to the wire. The lead has never broken 3K yet. Both sides refuse to back down here in a best of 3 of all things. It's not even a grand finals. It's just the best of 3.
Yeah, those are crazy mechanics we've seen back and forth from Sanji, from Sekai's, the predictions on where the punctures are gonna end up, and Sekai's just dodging everything. Now it's Liquid trying to go for the siege with 3 synced up minion waves.
I feel something in the air. I feel like SRG definitely still has multiple moments of brilliance under their belt. I thought we would see it. It looked very close that Innocent would be able to pull something off alongside Sekai's.
Yeah.
So that's the margin we're working on. The Liquid has to be careful lest they be trampled under the foot of the Giants yet again.
This is such a crazy series, such a crazy series. And now even Cram is thinking like, these fights are taking too long. I'm building into a War Axe, man.
Yeah, I think that's looking like a rose gold too for Innocent to finish off this item build. Sustain might be a bit of a problem if the burst won't be enough from Liquid. And it's not like Innocent shows himself immediately. He's the last guy to go in the fight. And he's the guy you do not want to see with full HP bars as the fight has taken so long.
Whoa.
Oh, okay. Sanford?
I can't believe Sanford really showed himself just to get the ultimate away. But now he had to use it just to get out.
Yeah, that's the big problem with Lancelot. You think you can quote-unquote run, but the main goal is done. You've gotten the ult away. You've got 30 seconds until the next Lord actually spawns. In terms
diversion.
Oheb saw it. Thank goodness.
Oh, it's
and
just
only
Innocent.
Innocent took it.
Innocent's
No!
all alone. Now they're gonna chase after him.
have to
He
back off.
already uses the Heaven's
Yums.
Wrath, but look at SRG running after every single member they can see. Oheb trying to go for it. Sanford there. Sekai's will fall. Ogi Shadow Kill committed onto Yums, and now that's the jungler of SRG gone.
Oh, it's gonna be a no contest here for this upcoming Lord. Unfortunate for SRG. They thought they had the angle. Oheb spots it just in the nick of time, and an instant response from Liquid.
Liquid will now have advantage for this Lord. Started off by Baby Cake. Innocent. Use the ult, and now SRG will not be able to contest.
I mean, it's fine. His ult is super short at level 15. He's already got the Oracle, the Brute Force Breastplate on top of having the War Axe. His cooldown is roughly about 13 seconds every single time he uses his ult. It should be coming back up in just a little bit, but now we need to see how this push occurs, right? Sanji, really good with the Feathered Airstrike to siege their opponent out. The question is, who can stop him without using a flicker?
That Stormbind earlier was really, really close from Innocent. But looking at the wave clear that you could expect from them, even when just Innocent uses his assassin mode, that's gonna be a lot already to deal with this potential siege that's gonna come in from Team Liquid. And even more so, the amount of dives and even the unexpected unexpected potential diversion to just bring whoever they want to onto the back lines is still going to remain a threat for Team Liquid here. And I'm mainly talking about Yums. He cannot be sent to the back lines, and he cannot find multiple members if Team Liquid wants to end it.
Just has to peel from the front. Oh, okay. Ulti Shadow Kill already out. Ooh. That's a pretty big ultimate here now that the Lord hasn't even gotten to the inhibitors yet.
Okay. They're just going to want to use it for the push. Liquid will have to wait for the next minion waves.
Sanford versus Innocent here down bottom. Oh, there's the Predator Strike. Deals so much damage already to the other members of SRG as they take down their first base turret. Oheb dealing so much damage as well. Sikai's! He will fall to the hands of Liquid, and the Lord's already inside the base. JP trying to zone out multiple members. Darkwave already committed, but Sanji, look at the damage of Carl TZ as well. Yums catches too, but with the counter plays from Liquid, it's over for game number 1.
8.6k lead right at the very end. One hell of a bout, and only smiles. This is the most amount of fun these 10 boys have on a world stage.
Innocent got a savage in this game. Yet Team Liquid walked away with, what was that, 8,000 plus gold lead, folks. That's 2 M series in a row now where someone got a savage and it's the opposing team that won.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. 62k to 53k, it just happens. It's Sanford. He's sitting there, it's like, man, this was really unfun to play.
It was not. You could not imagine the Apex Predator being held back by a Valentina pick, but we saw it happen here.
Liquid had to crawl and claw for this one as SRG took them to their limits. The highlights play out, but it was a fun one, definitely. Innocent got a savage. Liquid, though, was in control for majority of the game.
It really just came down to, it's not like they were making bad decisions. The question was, how much movement speed did you have? Do you have enough movement speed? Were you able to execute perfectly every single time? Because micro mistakes ended up I wouldn't say 10x, that'd be a little too over the top. A 4x punishment.
I really couldn't get over the fact that it seemed like such a great start. Despite that first blood that Yums had, they were still able to play equally as aggressive. And it felt as if whenever you saw Innocent come in, you just start to
get jittery,
get jittery, and
get
run away,
sweaty.
I will admit, it's very difficult to come up with an MVP here for Team Liquid.
Yeah. Wait, I can't.
I can't. There's really not.
It's a tough choice.
I
Usually we're the ones voting for the MVP, but it's really tough. I don't know where to begin. It took a total team effort by TL. What was JP did a really good job, 6-4 and 12. I think the double kill in the mid that shut down into Innocent after they were chasing really kept their lead up. Plus, he continued what he usually does as a Hilda.
But also, Oheb was the guy who spotted Sekai's.
That's true.
And was the guy who dealt so much damage when they were going for the push. But also Sanji allowed for that to happen.
Exactly, right?
Because
I'm sorry. If we can be heard right now behind the scenes, we greatly and humbly apologize that we cannot we cannot vote for anyone for MVP specifically. Like the moment you try to name one, you can't help but name the rest of Team Liquid.
It's all interconnected.
I will fight somebody in production. They say that they need one. I'm like, how can you say just one?
Shall we do what the game does and just go for the guy with the highest KDA?
I feel like best score. Let's take that.
Yeah, JP, 6-4 and 12.
Okay,
I guess that's our vote. Our vote is JP.
Okay,
just to simplify things, even though it's really hard to get to that final decision.
It's okay.
There's just so many moments that, like, if you stereotype the archetypes of players for every single role, there is a certain protocol that you usually follow within those roles. This game broke all of those rules. It's the very first time you get to see teams kind of not only express themselves in a way that is not only beautiful, but genuinely exciting because the numbers just don't matter.
Yeah, I love how this summarized the entire idea of JP and Yums and their contrast as roamers. I feel like this is such a great example and testament as to how different these two guys are. And they both work in their own way. It's just that JP is such a solid pillar to the entire foundation of how Liquid plays. But no amount of flashy fist break, fist cracks
Yeah.
was able to deal with it in
Yeah,
that game.
because JP at the end, his job was, you guys good? I'm just gonna chase whoever I need to chase, man. Like, because SRG would look at the Hilda and say, "That's not really the problem. We have to look at the others first." But then they realize the Hilda is the problem because the compounding damage that she would dish out, the more you avoid the Hilda, leads to you suddenly getting stunned down. JP's just standing there in the back, chasing the back and just slashing everyone.
Yeah. I can't forget that one play he did where he chased down Sekais and another one under the turret, and he just had to recall right over there. But okay, of course.
It's Oheb. Wow. To everybody's not surprised because again, great team, great game so far. And I think that Oheb definitely had as you can see, based off of his items, right? He is stuck with 5 items. He is stuck with 5 items. He is switching them as soon as he gets them to get maximum value. But I think it's time to really break down this game through the highlights. Because the most important thing when we talk about this game is the trigger finger, like we told before. But the early game didn't go so well for Yums. The question is, what was the game plan? Let's pause it right here, because as we see that the game plan for SRG is very simple. Take out Samford. If Samford is missing from these fights, it becomes so much easier to actually play the game. From the opposite side, Team Liquid is looking at one person first in the earlier stages of the game, and that is to punish Yums. If Yums is slow on his level 4, the whole team can actually play for their purple buff, which is pretty important for a Hayabusa if he wants to get into a position where he can start 1v5ing. As we continue to play these clips, right, just watch the positioning of specifically the man-to-man defense from SRG. When you see Feathered Airstrike in the early game, Stormy is coming to look to close it out each and every time. But I don't know about you guys, did you get the feeling that when you're looking at the draft, Innocent versus Oheb, oh yeah, the laning phase must suck for him. As soon as he hit level 4, oh my goodness, the team fights were different.
Yeah. We saw that happen. I wish we had a bit more time to look at the Savage, but I can't blame it. It happened too fast.
It happens so very quick here. And I mean, every single Lord fight, you're looking to kill the members, right? Because as soon as it becomes a no contest, it's not even going to work. And Innocent, he's able to get a lot of value from how short his cooldowns are, but his only limiting factor is how long that ult lasts for. Because look at this, every single time, big damage, big damage, big damage, and I think you want to keep your eyes on Carl TZ for when he goes for the Oki Shadow kill. His targets always line up with JP.
Yeah, and I would have assumed it was so difficult to find like targets all alone or separated from the others, or at least be able to cast his Ogi Shadow kill in a manner which won't entirely be spread out in terms of damage. But it seems,
even the Indonesian broadcast had a chuckle out of that. That's another 10,000 followers.
Oh no, is your steak too juicy? Drinks too sweet? Oh. It's okay. You can take a little bit of a breather now because we're here at the post game, and when we start looking at the items, a couple of interesting aspects that we see. Usually when we see Sakai's go for a War Axe, it feels like, hey, I am falling behind, and therefore I don't even want to complete the Fury Hammer or even the Hunter Strike, so I'll take my time. But once the timings are hit, specifically when we see not only Innocent leaving that lane, God. So I didn't realize Sora plus Phoveus is actually kind of sick.
Okay. Yeah. But this adds to the list of unsuccessful Sora games, even in the hands of Innocent.
Sorry, folks. I still can't move on. That was peak. That was so good. These two teams are so good. I love my job. I love you guys.
Yeah,
I love you all.
God, so good. Let's start over
watch
to the
this.
interview.
Let's watch this.
Hey guys, this is Rose, and right now I am with the mother of Team Liquid Philippines, Mitch. Hello, how are you?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Now let's talk a little bit about the boys and the team. First up, how was the boys coming to the match today? Because they looked amazing on stage.
Well, yes, they are actually very excited because on our first day, during they won the first day, right? So during the draw, they really wanted to face SRG like right away. But yeah, we have to wait like one another match just to face them. But yeah, they're very excited to face them again.
What's with SRG that TL really wants to meet so much?
Maybe one of the main reason is because of Arcadia. Yeah, but they really wanted to face him at the stage. But yeah, also their players are really good.
Speaking of good and their players, how did you feel about the Savage just now?
Well, I just blinked and we got Savage, but yeah, good thing we were able to get back on track. Yeah.
Yes, definitely. But I feel like it was a pretty close game, no?
It is.
I think it was a pretty good game to watch as well, especially since this is a qualification match. Now, let's talk more about Team Liquid as a team. A lot of the Filipinos in the community that I've been reading up on is really hopeful that Team Liquid will be the first team in MLBB history to potentially complete the Golden Road. You as a team manager, do you feel like this actually affects the boys in any way possible? Any pressure on them or nothing?
We don't really telling them to get the Golden Road. We just wanted for them to focus on every matches and prepare everything. Of course, the goal is there, but the players really wanted to, make sure that they're very prepared every day.
Speaking about preparation, right? We know that their schedule is rather tight.
It is.
Rather packed. I think this applies for both teams also, SRG and TL. As a manager, what do you think is the biggest difficulty that they have to overcome to maintain at the top of their game, A game, every time they are on stage?
Well, it is not easy. Players might get burnout because of tight schedule, but we had a talk and we make sure that we give them their rest, enough rest to prepare for M7 because we just came from SEA Games, and at least we give them a little bit day off for them to be ready and more comfortable going to Indonesia.
Yeah, definitely, especially since it was the holiday season back in the Philippines. So I'm pretty sure that with all the packed and tight schedule, it was rather tough, no? Now, I'm pretty sure your boys are in the room listening right now. Okay?
They went there.
Oh, they went there already, but they can still hear you in the arena. Is there anything you want to say to the Filipino fans and, of course, to your TL boys?
For the TL boys, I guess I already mentioned that at the backstage, and maybe for the community. We're going to do our best. We really prepared for M7, and also please support Aurora. We're all from Philippines, diba? So yun lang, suporta lang, and ayun, iwasan nyo na lang yung bash dun sa mga bata. I'm sure that they're trying their best also to win.
Yeah, let's lessen on the hate and increase the positivity because at the end of the day, they are all representing the Philippines. Thank you so much, Mitch. And with that, let us head into the second game of this series.
That was only game one, by the way. This is a best of 3 series. We could see 2 more games of that.
Oh my God.
Of what we just saw. Brilliant. Mobile Legends Bang Bang. MLBB at its peak of what it can be truly achieved in the game.
I'm gonna burst the capillary if that happens again. My God, that was insane.
Yeah.
Like, like as an analyst, there's so many things you can look at and be like, oh, this could have been different, this could have been different, this could have been different. 90% of that is like, bro, I don't think anybody could replicate that. Even if they tried 1-to-1, it is just not something that is replicatable.
Yeah, if I'm not careful, I'm gonna break my coccyx out of excitement.
Yeah,
my tailbone is just gonna get shattered. That's the actual name of the tailbone, by the way.
I can't believe it. I was even caught on camera.
Yeah.
You were caught in 4K reacting to that play.
Yeah, what's funny is you moved away from the side to escape the camera, yet it cut immediately to Gideon, meaning you got caught again. You were like, oh no, oh no.
Because I can't even pinpoint what play that probably was out of the many plays that happened in the entire game.
That's such a good point. Was it the Savage? Was it the comeback? Was it the old-head play?
Was it the Sekai skill? Was it the... What? Which was it?
So, Indus the Savage is the first game... in the first game, it's the first of M7 and third throughout the M series history. The first one was Carl TZ against S10 Gaming Frost in M2. Last year, it was Hiko in M6. and then now it's Innocent. The first one led to a win. The past two were actually losses, which is pretty wild when you think about it.
Pretty wild.
you're
Wait
right.
a minute. Wait, hold on.
Do we
I
still
feel like
want
we're
Savages?
missing. We're missing a Savage from somewhere, but it's not coming to me.
It might have been a different tournament, but in M series, in M series, it's really just 2, 6, and 7. I remember we had the same thing in the meeting leading up to M6.
I just remembered
No, after he go.
I just remembered the one. I thought it was a Savage. It was actually a Quadra. It got stolen at the end. SRG versus CFU.
Yeah, okay, I remember.
They didn't give it to him. He could have been back-to-back Savages on stats. But despite the stats, it's not netting them wins.
I don't know if they still want Savages after that.
Like imagine you're looking at your teammate. It's like, oh wow, you Savage. Did you win?
What if they just deny the Savage?
I think that would honestly be way more funny, especially if it's the game-winning play.
Yeah.
Because like if it's just one more kill and everyone's dead, what's stopping you from not getting the Savage, intentionally not getting the Savage, just so you don't, you know.
Imagine how crazy that is, folks. That when it comes to Savages, for us normies, that usually means I'm going off and cooking rice. My mom told me to charge her phone. Those kinds of excuses. Time for you to cook dinner. Yet Liquid said, you're our dinner.
It's wild. It's wild, but let's see this next draft here. Flying Clouds.
Flying clouds.
Ooh.
I've never seen Sora on a flying cloud.
Well, I mean, it depends on what you define as a flying cloud. Because I mean, he does
He does have a
surround
skill of
the-
flying.
yeah.
But never mind. Okay.
Yeah, man, it's built into
Okay,
his kit,
fine.
man.
Okay.
But if you want to see double the cloud, I would not mind either. That'd be pretty funny.
He gets the flying cloud in game and then goes down and then rides another cloud.
Just cloud after cloud. But in terms of the draft, right? Bans, SRG is going to be on blue side. TL now going to be on red side. Swap sides, and immediately we see the draft completely changes. Yuzong, the Lancelots are getting banned out. The Claude Kalia.
Yeah.
Like, this is the most honest first phase of the bans we've seen from both Arcadian as well as RC. These are the two picks that they think very highly of.
So Liquid now, it's going to be up to them to decide whether they're going to ban the Juicin or maybe the Grok as their last one. I think they're willing to just open up the Fanny. It's not the Grok, it is the Juicin. So is this going to be a first pick Grok for SRG?
Oh. And that's gonna... Well, there's no Claude anymore though. So that's, I guess, less threats or less things to cancel if you're SRG.
Yes.
But what could that mean for Liquid though?
I think what's going to happen is Grok or Kalia. Oh, wait. Is Kalia already banned? Yeah, Kalia's already banned out. So Grok is going to get picked up here. Or I don't know if they want to go like one step further and just be like blocking carry straight away and then just deal with the Grok.
Yeah, because it could be a carry response to the Grok. But
Never mind.
don't pick up the Grok.
I'm sorry, Yums. Forgive me for soiling your name.
That is his pick. It's one of the best shows in the world. I think Liquid can hold off into picking up their roamer until even the second phase. They can hold on. They can prioritize the XP. I think Phoveus as a rush pick would not be a bad idea at this point. You already see the show. You can just go Phoveus right now plus mid. Phoveus Farsa, considering that the Eve's gone.
I think they want to hold off on the Phoveus first. As much as I want to say that this could be like, oh, they're just going to have so many dashes, the first is carry. Second, yep, gato gacha. Because EXP is too important. There's a huge relationship between EXP and mid laners, right? So the matchups really influence each other. So now that they've got gato from the side of TL, now artillery majors are kind of out of the question. Farsa doesn't feel as good to kind of get in position.
Yeah.
The Valentina's still there for Stormy.
Hey, what if it's Liquid's turn to play the low E this time?
Oh.
There's a good argument for it.
Yeah, they love pairing low E and carry together. They did that in M4.
They should actually. They go. No, but if they show Loyi, but
either way they can get it if like.
The problem is that I don't know whether or not this is like a cram cho, is this a Yums cho, or is it one of those things that Innocent has been working on?
Another Sora.
Okay.
So they have to make a choice.
Thinking whether to start. Sora's gonna go with EXP or gold again, but considering, as you know, they can afford to put in the gold. They'll just be like a fighter gold. You already are packing the YSS.
Yeah.
You can change it. At least now you have an option to flex it. Depending if ever Team Liquid shows their EXP laner early, they can just shift into a better matchup for the EXP lane for Cram.
I think it's a pretty good idea overall. But okay, so they don't show their mid laner, which is kind of dangerous, but they get the Fredrin, which is super important. This does open up the option of actually locking in Arlet into the Sora matchup potentially, but we'll see.
Okay. So we're going to be bringing you on over back to the floor with Wolf and Rose to discuss what has happened in the draft so far. Wolf and Rose, take it away.
When you gaze into the abyss is banning.
Hey guys, welcome back to me. And of course, I am with Wolf, and we are still going to be discussing about the draft. Now, in Game 1, you mentioned you weren't a fan of some of the picks, some of the bans. This time, how do we feel?
It's totally different now. I'm not gonna lie. It's so difficult to guess and predict whatever's gonna happen, especially because of the pattern of the picks. But we are gonna see some, I would say, standard picks from Team Liquid. They went in for Fredrin carry, which I felt like is good for them. But generally in the metagame, it's a weaker composition because it doesn't close out the game as much. If SRG focuses on their scaling with the Yi Shin, maybe deny the Valentina because there's a Sora DNN. If they ban that, I think they will have a much better spot. So right now, unlike game number 1, I'm favoring the first 3 picks of SRG.
So now that you favor the first 3 picks of SRG, how do you feel about the Sora, especially since they kind of juked the side of Team Liquid by bringing the Sora in the gold lane and getting a Savage with it?
That's right. What I really like about the Sora right now is that you are forcing some counters on your opponents. At the same time, you're also flexing it because you can play it to the gold lane. This time, Yi Shin plus Sora, the Sora in the gold lane is super duper viable. And the fact that they have these set of heroes means that they will have they have more approach to the second phase. All they have to do now is to ban the Valentina unless they're prepared against it.
Yes, we are currently waiting for the last ban from the side of SRG. And you know what?
Loyi for...
Yeah.
I heard Loyi. That's Loyi, right? Loyi.
Yes.
All right.
All right. And
So
with,
that's Farsa.
yes, thank you very much, Wolf. With that, casters, what do you think about Wolf's opinion?
All right, so the pick that I thought that would be going to Liquid actually gets banned out by them. They have whittled down Stormy's hero options greatly. They can even go Kadita here unless... But I want constant damage. If he has it in him, it's time to bring out the Lilia or maybe even something like a Sicilian if you have it in you.
I think personally, both Lilia and Sicilian do very good here because no matter what, Sanji is going to be able to win that early game with just the Kimi by himself. When it turns into a 2v2, at least he's got the Gatot to say, even if you happen to get a better matchup than me, Gatot is just going to turn it into a net neutral.
Yeah, I'm liking the idea of a Lilia. We haven't seen it just yet. Oh, but and again, this is another buffed hero, so...
What is this comp?
Despite the buff, though, excuse me, I still think that Jusin's damage is actually quite underwhelming. If she doesn't get the game that she wants, Sanford satisfied with his Lapu Lapu pick.
Yeah, very understandable for Sanford to actually get into this, but this is why we see that CC was going to be the lock-in, right? Innocent, his matchup is pretty straightforward overall, but he's playing against the carry. So the damage form, that lightning form, is going to be more relevant than the auto set you get from the cloud form.
Like, here I feel like we have much more comfortable picks for both sides. Specifically Liquid, if we're gonna talk about it.
Oh yeah.
But the Zetian remains to be one of the most unpredictable parts of this lineup for a majority of us.
The Zetian pick really hurts the damage potential numbers of SRG, but they do have the damage, a lot of them, but not a lot of magic. It's a lot of physical that they're packing. Is it enough? Will a Zetian suddenly coming back be enough to bring us to a game number 3, or will Liquid lock in their knockout slot here and now with this one?
Let's find out as we see that the jungle start is going to be on the same side, mirrored side of the map. They're going to start on the top side and end up down by the bottom where the EXP laners are clashing it out currently. Now, we saw how the Sora provided some value when it hit at level 4, but prior to that, now that he doesn't have to worry about Claw getting these free hits, Oheb, I want to see how he trades against it.
It's carry versus Sora once again. We've seen enough of how Innocent actually gets to activate this hero. But I guess it's gonna be a bit concerning if we don't get to see it coupled with the right amount of damage. Again, we've pointed out Stormy as the Zetian. In the early stages, I would argue there is damage.
No, yeah. As someone who plays a lot of mid lane, it is annoying to deal with a Zetian in the lane. It's just that if the rest of the team doesn't get the start that they want, doesn't get the lead, if you're trying to make a comeback, the Zetian isn't the right hero for that. But definitely you can use it to bully the Kimi in the lanes.
I think the important thing is that everybody just wants to win their lane as hard as they can to buy time and space for Sakai's to farm back up. That's why Yums, he's been keeping a pretty close eye on where Carl TZ is going to be, and JP is now looking for potential cracks to punish their opponents.
Oh, he's charged the Unbreakable far enough to taunt Cram. Sanford, does he have the damage to deal with him though? He spots Humes and decides to not go any further. Who got the gold crab?
Carl did, looks like. I wasn't able to get to Sakai's. If he did, he would be able to tick level 4 there. Up top, Innocent cutting the lane behind Oheb.
Yep, he's going to participate for the upcoming turtle fight here, and they don't care whether supports are level 4 or not. They're going to rush this here and now.
Oh, Carl TZ spots Humes. JP's really low though. Innocent going in. Sanji, does he have the damage? Oh, there's the ultimate already coming in from the Zitchen. Abrasers wrath from Carl! And Humes is actually first blood. The flicker too from Sanford, but he might just get traded out here. The turtle goes over to SRG.
Innocent just walked away from it. Yeah. It's like Lancer, don't worry about it, sidestep.
Sanford, a little bit too greedy with that attempt. I think he was just definitely looking to finish off Innocent. It really hurt Liquid's chances there. The Sanji also was not level 4. Stormy was able to get there first. And this is what you want with the comp around the Zetian. Get that early game going strong.
Looks like it's going to be the two-finger setup for some guys. As we see him contest once again for the Litho Wanderer. Not even close. There's just too many members here on this side of the map. So they're just going to chill back out, look to scale. Oh!
Okay.
Raging Slash.
Burden Call and Yo-Yo Blitz also committed by Cram here, but Sanford will just clear the lane for now.
Be able to bring Cram low. And it looks like he will be able to get the EXP Crab.
Unless.
Yeah, no, it went to Sanford.
Okay.
Well, I think that the level lead doesn't really...
Humes finds Carl TZ. There's the counter AOG from JP though, and it doesn't connect with the A or the Abraser's Wrath. Humes gets on here. Sanford trying to go for it, but he still has the Jin Conductor position, and the Fury of the Phoenix stops them from further chasing.
The wild part is that Stormy was holding on to that for quite some time.
Yeah, I thought... Wait, is he?
He's dead. Oh, he catches him right at the very edge with the ult. Real nice usage.
Yeah, peak across the board. Stormy not using the ultimate meant that, yeah, they weren't able to get a burst, but that meant that they had a way to escape when the rest of Liquid were chasing them. So if that was an active call by Stormy to hold on to his ultimate for the retreat, it's a great call.
Yeah, I think be used either way, depending on whatever they need. But the turtle is coming up, and compared to the first instance that we saw these two go,
Sakai stole it. Sakai stole it.
He stole it, but he doesn't have Retri anymore, and that's going to be Carl's call to say, hey, we got to do this right here, right now. Yeah. If not, it's going to be too late.
Yep, and compared to Turtle 1, everyone's not that low. Oh, there's something happening up top. But before we get to even look at that, Team Liquid takes the objective in exchange of Oheb.
The guys in Innocent juggled under the tower to take that carry down. And Oheb has been struggling in the lane against that Sora. Good thing Liquid is packing a 2-carry lineup, so now they also have Sanji, who did not have the best game as well. So in terms of the major damage dealers, Liquids are struggling.
Yeah, they're gonna wait for a bit more. Ooh.
So good. So smart of Yums. Don't need to take the second half. Get that Purify out of there as soon as possible. But notice, 2K gold lead for the side of Slango Red Giants. If it breaks 4, we should be worried.
Yeah. That should mean that SRG are in a much more comfortable spot. Innocent, good read.
Stormbind, Oheb does not have a way out. JP couldn't even save him there. Not even the traction pulse is going to connect against the members of SRG.
absolutely bodied. Oheb is just straight up losing lane against Innocent. The Sora doing really well against that carry.
Yeah. No amount of dashes could really keep him safe.
Yeah, and you can see, based on the goal difference here, literally 900 ahead for the side of Sakai's. From Cram's side, he's already pushed up to 400. Down by the goal lane, Innocent is winning by 1,000.
Sanji has a slightly bigger lead compared to the Zetian, but that's only like 26 gold. And the glowing wand only,
first
along with the
item.
full build boots at 6 minutes in, mean this is going to take a lot of time for Team Liquid. Ferocious Scythe only for this carry, while still on the way to the Dominus Ice is JP.
It's gonna take a bit more time before we see Liquid actively winning the fights, honestly, because they are trying to look for those fights. And we see it time and time again, but it's just that we don't get to feel as much damage yet from the likes of Sanji, from the likes of Oheb. They're clearly trying to catch up. So maybe we might see a similar game plan as what Liquid did earlier, but not like this. Not when SRG have their eyes set on Oheb and shutting him down.
I don't know whether this is going to be worth it at the end of the day. Eventually, Innocent will start to fall off and Oheb will start to scale. And Team Liquid, they know that. They know that it's all about just holding out until we get those items, and eventually we will be able to beat them in terms of raw damage. The only problem is that SRG is really good at kiting him with a composition that has a majority of ranged heroes, well, quote-unquote ranged heroes. It's going to be extremely difficult for Team Liquid to walk out without punishment.
Oh, Humes. Will they actually go for Sanford here? Still survives. Mountain Chopper available even under the turret. There goes Sakai's. He gets to generate a bit of shield, but that's 3 members of SRG. Now TL will try to look for the trade in the mid lane. AUG doesn't necessarily connect. Oh, finds a setup, and so will Humes. And Liquid fail to find a kill. It's all SRG right now, and they get to take down all 5.
What a covert flank! A slight delay, a preemptive flicker from Stormy, an AOG to try and take out mid-tier 1, ended up with a team wipeout after they saw the dive onto Sanford. Rather crazy, and Sakai's still has more to give.
Oh, now Sanford's all alone under the turret, and he gets to receive the way of the dragon. Doesn't even get to clear the minions as SRG takes him down.
Wow.
Innocent going in once again. There's a traction pulse from Sanji. 1 by 1, Liquid are trying to chase, but the kiting's just too good for SRG.
Wow.
Do they have the damage though? A Brazer's Wrap already used. Crab finds the members in the backlines, and that's already enough for Team Liquid to run away.
It's like the last game didn't even happen for SRG, as now they look completely dominant against Team Liquid. 6,000 and great map rotations all across the board, shutting down Oheb, shutting down Sanford, and now they're looking to shut down the center of the map, meaning Liquid are going to have to crawl back from a major deficit here.
I mean, Team Liquid already made a pretty big mistake when they decided, you know what? We're going to trade your mid T1 for my bot T1, and that was not how it played out. Carolina Red Giants, I think at this point, understand they have the lead. The question is, how do I force it onto Team Liquid without losing too much?
Yeah. The difference is that Liquid 2 can't just really let Oheb go out by himself too much. Oh, the Way of the Dragon got cancelled though. By the taunt from Carl Teasy, Sanford going with the Bravest Fighter, 2-man stun with the Mountain Shocker. That was an almost team fight, but Liquid stayed patient.
Yeah, you see SRG though with how they're moving, they force out the other members of Liquid around that Lord. Although JP, Sanji, and Sanford are still here, Stormy and Sakai's are holding a very good position. This looks like it might go to SRG.
Oh, everyone's getting poked down really, really low.
Set.
JP's already half HP too. Oheb will be able to join here. Carl Teasy going in. It's gonna be a wretched battle. And Sakai's wins it out. Innocent with the setup. He catches 2. And now JP is down in exchange of Humes. But then Sanji has nowhere to run. Carl Teasy's down as well. It's only Sanford and Oheb all alive. But the Cyclone Eye! Stormy might just walk out of this alive. Sanford going in. He will get the kill. But so will Will he go down?
Well played, Stormy. His passive comes up. He knows he can buy at least half a second if he makes contact with Sanford, and he guarantees an equal trade. JP could look to block this wave. It's not worth it. Just let it go. Sanji's coming up. Carl Teasy's coming up. Oheb is here to protect. Keep hold of the inhibitors.
Yeah, he won't allow it to pop the Holy Shield. The Lord is still going to be marching up top. Liquid forced that fight because they knew they wanted to minimize the impact of this Lord. Innocent spots out Carl, and Innocent will get out. Liquid will be able to stop the Lord from getting anywhere close to the base turrets.
They get to clear it out somehow for now. This has been such a good game for Cram though.
Yes, excellent.
5-0-2 on the CC.
His late entries have been key. The use of the curtain call, tying Liquid together, the team fighting, making it awkward for them. Kick though already committed by Yums.
I mean, they're going to keep trying every single time his cooldowns are off, right? The only time Liquid decides, you know what, maybe we'll consider what you're doing is when you're already in their face and they need to respond. If not, they're just going to flop over. And Team Liquid does not like flopping over.
7K, almost 8K for SRG. The gold lead in game number 1 never reached this point. But now SRG have complete control over this game.
I feel like one of the major catalysts of this has been Yoon's presence on this show. He's just been constantly map marking, and because he has 2 other heroes with him that gives him global vision, well, no wonder Team Liquid feel like they've just been checked all throughout the game, because literally they have been. You have the Cho seeing vision with his own body, and then you have the ultimate of Zetya, the ultimate of the Yi Sun-shin as well.
Oh, they spot. He double checks it. No way he double checks it.
Good read.
Who does that? Who double checks that bush of all places?
It's that feeling. I wouldn't be surprised if even it was Sanji calling, "Hey, Dad, I feel like someone's here." And yes, they call him Dad.
Yeah, such a cute way to address the roamer.
It's like, Dad, there's someone here.
Yeah, it just sounds like he's a parent.
Yeah, one of the problems now is Liquid will have a wave that they have to think about in the bottom lane, handled here by Cram. The mid lane will get easily cleared out here by SRG. Definitely all signs point to SRG having the less awkward position when we get into the second Lord of the game, which might mean an easier time for Sakai's to just retro yet. Carl TZ isn't even level 15 yet, so Liquid will have to really work for it if they want to get this Lord. It begins with managing the minion waves, and then if they can find a push, then they can go for the full take. But with how well SRG's been managing the map, that might be way too tough.
I mean, we say that, but they're still prone to mistakes. Like Sakai is the only reason why he's 4-1 and 11, especially when he was 4-0 and 11, was because he just didn't check the bush, right? They just no resources to check it, and he just walked into Oheb. And now as they contest, right?
Oh, Innocent!
Innocent catches 2. There's the Fury of the Phoenix as well. But will they actually commit to this fight? Sanford going in with a Land Shaker. Oh, but JP cannot tank the damage. That's a monster kill for Crab. And -1 for Liquid.
They still try. I think they're still waiting for the Bravest Fighter to come back. Carl TZ will now have to help share the load of holding the front while Cram is pushing the mid lane.
They don't need to do anything. They could reset this right now. They've got a pushing wave down bot side, a net pushing wave on the mid. Top side they can start effective, but now they get into a fight.
There goes the Bravest Fighter, and it's cooldown. It's a shutdown for Sanford onto Grab, but it is in the back lines by Sanji and Oheb. Carl TZ shuts him down though, but that's already 3 members gone. With the flicker still catches up to Sanford. JP will be here, but now he's all alone. Can he clear the waves?
He's still trying, he's holding, he's trying to go after Sakai's to force him back. There's still minion waves.
Oh, the immortality popped. Now the only one is the turret. JP gets to AOG out, but there's still 1 minion left. And Sakai's just bursts him down. We are going to a game number 3.
Tell me this ain't like best goddamn series you've watched so far. 1-1 is the scoreline. SRG, make this competitive.
No better way to end this day of the Swiss stage. When Giants and Titans face each other, we will go all the way.
This is such a fun series. This is such a fun series. And TL, they get off of that. They're going to be making their way off of that stage, but you can see that they're talking to each other. They know, like, hey, we can't let that happen again. The draft had maybe a couple of holes, but there is a big problem that we're not dealing with, and that's Innocent on this Sora. We can't let him keep getting through with this.
It may have not won in game number 1, but the threat was there.
Yeah.
It was too evident that Innocent and his mastery on the Sora was something else.
It was, honestly, it's kind of ridiculous how good he is, but I feel the worst for Oheb. Not only was he dove back to back to back to back by the 4 beats, of course, SRG, but even more so is that what is considered playable space? If you walk too far forward, Cram is going to eventually catch you down, and he has Vengeance, so you can't trade back. Sora sucks you in for an engagement, you can't do much about it. You can't really abuse the range, and you will never be able to poke them out unless they truly make a mistake, like walking into a bush.
Laning up until the very end looked a bit or way too good for SRG. So, what are they doing?
They're massaging him. The Cram is just like, oh man, that was not an easy game.
That was a doozy. I also just realized, like, as we saw the team fights unfold, how difficult it was for Team Liquid to fight. Because how Stormy was also layering and timing the Fury of the Phoenix with everything else.
Yup.
Yooms would get in a kick, Liquid would want to respond, but they have to space out a little bit or they'll all get stunned. But the next thing you know, you still have to deal with, most importantly, I feel like the most worth it ultimate here was actually the Mountain Shocker, the turtle ship toss of Sekai's. It was on point every single time.
He didn't whiff it. He made sure that he always waited for the right CC to come through before the commitment as well. And yet, I think the best part about this kit, that Traceless. So many times, literally about to die, Traceless to get him out into the right position while having the iframes to do so.
Yeah, and they were just so decisive when they had that opportunity to just end the game. That was a close call for JP. He could have made a clutch play at that moment, but then a single Traceless basic attack from Sekai's was already enough to take him down. And I think that goes to show how far behind Liquid was in that game, because JP was the guy expected to tank everything, or at least sustain a couple of basic attacks from this guy and from the other guys, but he could barely do that anymore.
Yeah. I don't know if it was also a team call by SRG, because when you look at their lineup with the Sora that they have, it would be actually difficult for Liquid to fight out the turtles, knowing that Oheb's already behind. They're always just going to be going 5v4, 5v4. But what happened was, SRG said, we don't care about the turtles, actually. We just want the carry always dead. So as Gideon mentioned, the back-to-back dives onto the carry really hurt Liquid's chances in the long run. If it was a different story, if SRG competed against Liquid for those turtles more heavily, Oheb would have gotten more farm. They would have been a little bit closer to the damage department. But as they focus on the gold laner SRG, that meant the major threat in terms of the damage is really just the Kimmy, which at that point is like, we really don't mind.
Yeah, and it was somehow shut down by the range that Zetian got to offer. So there was a bit of a question in terms of if it could actually be on the same level in terms of damage. But since they got to Snowball and they got the early game advantage, you could feel how much it hurt. Like those small phoenixes and all that.
The little phoenix, the baby phoenix.
The baby phoenix.
Yes, but even so, let's give it up for our MVP of this game, going over to nobody else but Sekai's. The team, again, did extremely well, but making sure that one death was his only death that game was pretty difficult, considering that there were 4 to 5 times where he genuinely looked, he was like on his last legs.
Yeah. 7-1 and 14. Made the most out of his ultimates every time. And you'll see it in the highlights how important his YSS was.
Thank you so much. Because now, as we look at the highlights, we need to make sure that we are understanding what the situation is happening here on very first Turtle Contest. As you can see here, Samprit hasn't hit level 4. And because of this, so many important ultimates to disrupt their opponents, especially from Stormy's POV. He gets to attack for free. He is completely wide open in these fights. As you see, Innocent as well as Crime getting heavily involved with the situations here as well as here. No matter what happens, you've already pushed your enemies off of that turtle, allowing Sekai's to continue to play the game for free. But this repeats itself a couple of times, right? Every single one of these neutral objectives before the first one, it's all about getting the resources out of hand. And when Oheb continuously falls behind, turning these 4v5 scenarios by neutral takes has been a really good component and the most important component for SRG to get ahead in this metagame. Now, dive after dive after dive, let's pause this here. Because in this fight, this was Liquid's one opportunity to even the score and turn this deficit, this 6K deficit, back to a neutral state. However, when the stuns come on through, notice as the game progresses, the kick, the knock up, JP comes through, but no matter what, that Traceless, you can't do anything about that CC immunity, allowing him to get free retributions to contest every single one of them, even if he is behind. So Lance, Yishinshin, tomato, tomato, some may say. But these fights continued even further, right? With small intelligent plays all across the board. This is the one we must discuss. As the first engagement happening on this side of the map continues, we notice that the rest of Liquid are moving to the top side of the map. Now, moving to the top side would only mean one of two things. Either you are contesting for space here, or you are looking to contest space where you hop over this wall as Fredrin to try and take over, at least get close enough to the Lord Pit. The most ideal position for a Fredrin is to be right about here. Enough to contest the enemy jungler and close enough for the retribution in case you have to go for an all-in. As the fight progresses, this is where it all changes. The initial kick forcing the entire team of Team Liquid to move to the left-hand side of the map. Once they were done with this left-hand side, they continue to keep on fighting. And notice, even when it fails, that's when SRG decide to call it off. It's about impact. It's not about securing the objective. Once the damage has been done, it's a free walk in the park as they run all the way right up to the middle inhibitor, take out Daddy JP, and close out the game.
Thank you for the breakdown, Gideon, on point as always. And you saw it there, the impact, really, of Sakai's on the Season Shin. Vision provided and maximizing the stuns to go along with all of the crowd control abilities that the team of SRG had under their belt to mess up the team fighting flow of Team Liquid Philippines. And you want to, when you go up against Team Liquid and they're going for their front to back, you want to mess up their team fighting flow. Maximize the crowd control that you have, because if you let them run wild, there's a reason why they're called the Stampede. It's just this time around it was stopped by SRG.
And they had so many ways to disrupt, to do that. It's, I think, more than the Mountain Shocker that revealed so much information. Even the Fury of the Phoenix could do the same. So let's say you use it at one point and then eventually Liquid actually try to work around or find ways to reposition themselves. There's still the Fury of the Phoenix. Or if they use it both at the same time as the team fights break out, then that's all the more gonna be a problem for them, because it has, or it couples itself with more damage, and then it reveals so much, and then what do you do next? Because they could already anticipate the angles from which you're going to come from, which is why I also feel like we weren't able to see the efficiency of the Lapu as much, of Stanford as much, because of the way they constantly are able to reveal where the entry points are going to be. And so there was almost no problem for Stormy on the Zetyan in terms of positioning, apart from the fact that he alone has such great positioning already as a player.
Yeah. That's why I really appreciated that SRG was able to win this game the way that they did, playing with the Zetyan, maximizing all the vision that they have, and making sure the Zetyan was safe, so it never got to the point where her damage felt lacking. We are now treated to a 3-game series. We're going all the way, but before we continue, let's watch this.
Hey guys, welcome back to my side reporting, and right now I am with Gorgeous, the assistant manager for SRG. Hey Gorgeous, how are you?
Hi, I'm good.
You're good?
Yeah.
I see all smiles after winning game 2, but first up, let's talk about the boys inside. How was the vibe going to the matchup today?
Not going to lie, the vibe is really tense inside there, because we know that they want their revenge really bad. So yeah, it's kind of tense.
It's very intense, and I think we could see from the matchup itself, it was crazy. It was very 50-50. We didn't know whose ball that was. Hi, boys. Good luck, Yums. Okay. Do you want to say anything to them before they go in? Anything? Anything at all? Coach is here. Anything you want to say?
You see?
Intense.
It's very intense.
Serious.
So let them focus.
Let them focus.
Let them focus.
Okay, we shall let them focus. Now, what was the reaction of your team when you guys found out that you guys will be facing Team Liquid in your qualification match? Because just now from the side of Team Liquid, they were very excited to meet you guys, and they wanted to meet you guys in the second round of the Swiss stage.
same goes to us. When we find out that we're going to fight LPH, the boys were really excited. But actually, Vicky don't want to meet them actually.
Why Vicky don't want to meet them?
Because Vicky said that let's save the best for the last.
Oh.
But the boys, Stormy, Crum, and everyone was really like, yeah, let's go. Let's face LPH.
Let's face TLPH. Now, after game 1, there was a savage. In game 2, it was an amazing game from the side of SRG. What is your hopes for game 3?
Actually, I don't really care if it is a hard game or easy game. As long as we win, and then everything's going to be fine. Yeah, just want to win.
If you guys do qualify for the knockout stages tonight itself, you guys will be at kind of an advantage point in which you guys will have quite a few days of rest, right? How are you guys going to use it? Will you guys celebrate the win tonight, or, you know, it doesn't matter, win or whatever, we are locked in?
First, we need to win first.
Okay.
And then we're going to celebrate tonight.
Okay, invite me. We go eat.
Of course.
Okay.
With some good food, good dinner. And then tomorrow, straight up, training.
Train all the way.
Yeah, because we just passed this stage. We don't win yet, and yeah, we need to lock in.
We gotta lock in. I like that. I like that. We gotta let Gorgeous and SRG cook.
Yeah.
That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, I'm cooking right now.
You're cooking right now. I love that. Yes, you are, Gorgeous. Gorgeous, is there anything you want to say to SRG and to all of the Malaysians that are supporting your journey here in the M7?
To all the Malaysian fans, I just want to say that just trust us. Please don't trash talk us, because yeah, kita orang pun, we also train so hard. We also don't want to lose. And yeah, I hope all the Malaysian, and not all the Malaysian, all the fans, SRG, from Indo, Philippines, or maybe around the world, just trust us, okay? Thank you.
Trust the process of SRG. Thank you so much, Gorgeous. I am ecstatic to watch Game 3 of this series. So without further ado, let us kickstart the last game of today.
Always good to hear from Gorgeous. Now assistant manager. Wow, what a climb up the SRG corporate ladder, I guess. Hey, Brigitte, what was your favorite thing that Gorgeous said?
My favorite thing is that from all across the world, Philippines, Malaysia, or Indonesia, SRG fans, just please trust us.
Yeah. Trust.
Big trust. That's a good answer. Because I mean, if we're thinking about like all these different regions, it's like a celebration, some may say.
Yeah, the official MLBB M Series Tournament trading cards. It's a celebration for all of us, bringing premium design and modern tech together. Available this January. Head to play.com for early access. Grab yours and hold a real piece of the M Series legacy. What's up?
I can't hold it in. Yeah. You knew I went to the toilet.
No, she was too busy dealing with the MLBB Academy, which has fully been upgraded, right, Redmar?
Yeah. Like, Brigitte has been checking her personal weekly reports to understand her pacing, strengths, and weaknesses, along with the complete match history. So every big moment is recorded. You can also rate trending topics and share your perspective. Whether you're tracking stats or joining the conversation, MLBB Academy is where you watch matches and understand your growth in the game of MLBB. Check it out on mobilelegends.com/academy, hashtag MLBB Academy, and hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
I think that, you know, this is just one tool for you to just get better at the game. But, you know, considering it's been a long last year as well, I'm just curious about you, Brigitte. You feel like you've come into yourself? You are the real you?
I feel like I can be my real self together with the AIC insights from the Realme 15 Pro, because it has win rate predictions, it can analyze gold, items, and everything real time. It's like having a strategic coach in your pocket. Oh, I don't have a pocket here, never mind. But that's the AI gaming coach for you, but it doesn't stop there. When the fight breaks out, its consecutive skills feature lets you unleash a perfect preset combo with just one tap, so you don't have to do all that. It guides your strategy and elevates your execution. That's a full AI-powered edge. From prediction to performance, it's the complete package. You play, we carry, Realme 15 Pro, the M7 official gaming phone.
Get yours today while you still can, because the greatest best of 3 series is being played up on that stage here at the XO Hall. And of course, the Realme is going to be on all 5 of those seats.
I really love how the Indonesian crowd showed up for this, man. It's a packed house. They knew what kind of matches we're going to get today, and specifically for this one, for SRG and Team Liquid. It is must-watch MLBB. They've showed up. They've been fired up. People have been going wild. And, you know, interestingly enough, I would look to the crowd from time to time. This is the game where I saw a lot of just flabbergasted faces of like, what is this I'm witnessing? Is this version of MLBB that I'm seeing unfold before my eyes with how these two are playing?
It's genuinely unreal looking at them.
I'm surprised you actually got to see that, because I couldn't, I don't even know where to look at anymore when we're in game, because I think there have been so many instances where there were fights happening across the two different ends of the map, and that I think was mainly, again, their shutdown attempts on OHEB and the turtles also happening at the same time, so you don't know where to look at anymore. But I'm pretty sure Liquid will be very careful about that this time.
Well, I think the adjustment that Liquid needs to make, the one reoccurring pattern is this. Hey, Sakai's has something that has damage. Okay, sure. But your 3 laners all had losing matchups.
Yeah.
Every single one of those lanes had a losing matchup. And I think now Arfi is like, all right, it is clear that you are good enough to take advantage of this system. We need to match it.
See if it will be matched as we now head on to
where?
Ooh, expanding rivers. Yeah. So we went rivers, cloud, then back to rivers. I was hoping we'd get grass. So as we head into the draft, I think I can speak for every Liquid fan and every Filipino out there. Take the Sora away. Please ban that hero.
I do not want to see clouds anymore.
What is that?
I take it back.
Look, Sora gets banned
out.
out.
Vampires. The Sora has been removed.
Wait, no. What?
All right, Count. Let's calm down here. There's still a game to be played. We're all full of adrenaline.
Okay.
The Fanny, the Kalia, the Sora being banned out by Coach RC from the side. Blue side of Team Liquid. SRG on red side. Coach Arcadia has decided upon Yuzong, the Claude, and one more pick.
The Juicin still open and the Grok to
Yeah.
play.
Take it out. I remember in MSC, it was literally Juicin versus Farsa. The entire series. Now first pick, what's up?
Oh, dude. After game number 1, where we saw the initial punish on this Claude, it's time for the signature. And Carl Tuzzi, he's taking off the weights at this point.
They didn't get anything else. They did not get anything else. They didn't go for the Grok. They didn't go for anything. They wanted Lance right away. Didn't even consider the YSS. They said Lance.
Does he go? How do you just go Yves? Oh wait, no, there's still Grok. I mean, Claude, I'm thinking whether Claude needs to be part of this picture, knowing that SRG, oh sorry, it's already banned out. Carry also another potential option here. Unless they want to double down, no matter what they see, they're just going to try and punish. I feel like it's better for Coach Arcadia to maybe kind of set up a scenario where you can get a better matchup for Phoveus and EXP. But I have an inkling that Coach RC will suspect it.
Yeah, honestly, just go YSS, maybe? Ah, wait, no, yeah. Eve, as you mentioned, oh yeah, was still open, and then they go up for the Hilda now. Ooh, gonna be very annoying to deal with. I think if they want to be okay with it, I think they're forced into picking up a high loss for JP later on. The mid laner, they can mash it with a Farsa. If they want to save their mid laner pick for later, they can. If they want to get their gold laner instead,
There you go.
there's a high loss. So it's either a high loss Farsa. I think Valentina might be a bit meh.
Yeah, there's no need for them to go for the Valentina at this point. So, the Kais can pick up his hero here.
I mean, I'm thinking what is good, because there's only 2 bans at the end of the day for the side of TL. They can get rid of the Yishin Shin, they can get rid of a potential Hayabusa. This Lance has already been taken, leaving you with not many options unless you end up playing something like Fredrin, for an example, and then look to play Arlott later down the line. This Hilda is the thing that's really making me think, Clam might just play it in the EXP for all intents and purposes.
Oh.
Yeah, there was a time that he was always on that hero. Although they will be picking first after the next banning phase, so the CC gets picked up instead. I've been thinking about this earlier, even during the first two picks, because it feels as if it's such a great soft counter to. And they've answered so much already in terms of the Lancelot. It's a CC and the Hilda.
Yeah, one thing I like about picking up the CC when you see the high loss is that it's going to be the easiest two-man curtain call of your life.
Yeah.
You're almost always just going to be landing it onto two people. The high loss plus X.
Yep, the high loss plus X every single time. And I think right now there's a really good argument for TL to actually go for a Uranus pick here. Only because, yes, sure, you get from the Ionic Edge, you shred some MR, but at the very least, it's like if your lane is shafted anyways, I think Uranus is a pretty good runaround to kind of punish your opponents by saying, you know what, we're just gonna sandbag you the entire time. Arlet ban from the side of Coach Arcadia.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like there's so much attention towards the sides of Liquid. And SRG are doing such a great job at limiting these two these two sides of Liquid, be it in terms of the pickings or even in the laning phase. So we did put out that maybe they really want to prioritize the winning matchups, but now again it's the mid trio that's revealed to us so far. So the options are gonna get fewer and fewer again.
Yeah. Will Team Liquid still be willing to ban out the YSS?
Is it necessary? I feel like SRG, considering that they don't have much to scale with, I feel like they need to just be worried about the gold lane.
They call me a hero.
Oh, wait a minute. Are they gonna... Oh, but Yves is already on. I want to see whether Oheb is gonna get the signature pick.
What if this is...
Matrix?
I think there's a potential here for it.
But when I actually don't know where the CC is gonna go to, by the way.
It's up to gold lane or something.
If it's EXP or gold.
I'm trying to think if there's another, beyond the YSS, if there's going to be another here that you can have another gold.
Depends unless
gold
they're
lane
going for,
fighter. I remember seeing a team, was it Chigu guys? There was one team that decided to go for a full
Freya
fighter
jungle?
melee lineup, wherein they had a Ling in the jungle, they had a CC in the gold.
Cool.
I think the more modern version of that is a Freya jungle. So Freya is still an option for them if ever. But no, they still want to go for the mobile assassin. They'll still get the Hayabusa.
Yeah, gotta keep it safe, gotta keep it sturdy. Last two picks here for the side of Team Liquid as their fans are absolutely blasting the roof off of the Exo Hall. They need a couple of answers. Number one, they don't have a way to really stop a way to stop the Yves, and I think the early stages of the game shouldn't be that bad as long as JP is able to peel off the Hilda from actually interrupting Carl Teasy's farm.
Last picks, we're still looking for an EXP and a gold laner.
He's hovering Alice.
There's Alice.
Yeah, Alice would be great for an EXP.
Xborg, but I don't think we get to see that as much nowadays.
But what's the gold laner?
The hovering Granger. Interesting.
Okay.
So do behave.
Is this going to be enough though? I guess this means that from TL's POV, they're like, Sanford, they're diving you a lot, but they're also diving Oheb. You sit on your own island, we're gonna shift all our resources down to the gold lane.
I think you could you still slot in Grok here? Put the Hilda in EXP, put the CC in the gold, but then up against the Granger might be tough for you.
The Tro's also there too.
I think no matter what, you gotta have something that scales. Because this Alice is gonna be too big of a problem. Like, nobody can really take her out.
The Lunox is... Nah.
Need more physical gold. Yeah, you need something with strong, constant lockdown, constant basic attacks. Maybe they get the Matrix?
Possibly.
Oh no.
My...
They'll really pack the CC in the gold lane.
They're looking to... Wait, this is such a counterintuitive style of play. It's like, I guess they want to make sure that everybody has a form of, I can get damage in, so that the follow-up, no matter who the follow-up is, must clean up.
We also have to acknowledge that Team Liquid PH's damage are all in bursts, and they're all skill-based. So the Uranus does make a lot of sense.
They might be able to out-tank it, but I think both EXP laners are going to play a very crucial role for the upcoming war.
Wow.
Look at that lineup rating. My God.
It looks pretty
It's SRG sided.
Pretty SRG sided.
Yeah.
I don't know how true it is, though. A 2-point off to a 1.8 counter index. We'll see as we get into the game. I think that it's a lot more even than the initial take as we head on in to Land of Dawn.
5 seconds.
Liquid facing off SRG. Let's do this, my guy.
This is going to be so good. A great way to end this 3-game banger. A storied rivalry, though young as it is. Two great organizations backing them. And now Humes is going to be looking to give JP a taste of his own medicine with a Hilda pick that messed them up earlier. It's a question of how well can Liquid time the damage that they have that they deal in bursts up against a lineup that does very well against burst damage.
Yeah, and the sides look a bit more stable now. Like, I feel like they're able to manage it much more compared to how we were able to witness the past 2 games. Because even though they did win game number 1, it wasn't as smooth. It wasn't as smooth sailing as you would have described it to be. So maybe, just maybe, we get to see a better form from Liquid in the early stages of the game here.
Well, I mean, in terms of just the emblems alone, we're making sure that we are, keeping ourselves in check, right? As much as Sanford is like, oh, I'm going to get the Festival of Blood, Cram, it's all about movement speed, right? I need to get to places, I need to do stuff all across the map. While Stormy, most importantly, not only doesn't he want to control this lane, but he wants to put a big tax on Sanji.
Good disruption there by Humes. Man marking Karltese, expected of Hilda up against an assassin jungle. JP and Sanji having a tough time here against Stormy. The pokes constantly dished out by the Thieves. The guy's close by, already level 4.
That's so smart. It's so smart. It's so smart. You purposely show yourself so they reposition to the opposite side. Skies can actually find Sanji here if he just walks up a little bit further.
There it is.
Oh, there you go. The Shadow actually commits. Oh! He goes back to Sanji, but the Revitalize is there! JP saves him right at that moment. Karltese, will he get to find the kill on Cram? Doesn't have the level 4, but Sanford still goes in together with JP. Force out the flicker from Humes.
Oh man, RNGesus gave him his prayers and sent Daddy JP, and now the real world manipulation!
Throne of Ruin also used onto 2 members, but they have to get away. Crab is just a bit too much in terms of the sustain, and that's all by himself, by the way. And the real world manipulation from Stormy as they try to interrupt Karltese once again in his jungle.
Wait, decisions here by SRG. So guys,
oh, Sanford has the flicker, able to cancel out the Oogie Shadow kill, fortunately, but he's really low. Cram going under the turret.
He's fine.
Okay.
Both sides are not going to be able to kill each other, and that's a big problem. They need other people to get involved, and even Stormy is just like, I'm going to completely shove you out this lane. Whoever gets a lead, let's just take advantage of it, right? And even for Stormy's side, he's like, all right, sure, Cram, you can focus on getting that, but give me the gold. I want the money.
I like this rotation by Stormy. It helps speed up the cut. He gets a little bit of EXP himself, and now they're also going to be able to get gold through the shielding up top. So great link up between Cram and Stormy.
What happened to the bottom lane? How is Innocent a full level up?
Yeah. Karltese will try to steal away this purple buff. There's the better airstrike. Humes with too much damage from Liquid. Sanji secures first blood. Thorn Rose, but he still goes down. The damage from the Oogie Shadow kill was enough.
RNGesus was not kind that time. The last one was like, wow, that's pretty lucky. This one, really unlucky. 2 sides of the same coin, and the first items haven't even completed yet.
Now, SRG still taking control of the map through the aggressive rotations. I think eventually this is going to turn into who has the more annoying EXP laner to deal with. It's either the Alice or the Uranus. At this point, it's a little bit even. But considering the damage output of the CC on the other side of the map, the impact of that CC makes the impact of this Uranus even all the more evident. Sakai's now has the Hunter Strike as well. Dominance Ice on the way still for Humes.
Can I just say, why are we watching this? Why are we watching that? We're looking at the 2 fattest guys slap each other around and be like, hey, you feel anything? Nope.
We can go elsewhere, yo. Like, it's fine.
Let's look at something else.
We know what happens there.
It's such a dead lane. Oh, now there's something. Flicker forced out of OEB.
Yeah, that's what you get for staring at Alice and Uranus too long.
Okay, Karltese forced to get out. Sikai! alive!
Ooh.
The flickers are always being forced out.
I mean, this is one of the few techs that people learned quite late into the Hayabusa meta that you can actually flicker out away from the Oki Shadow Kill, but it's all about timing. There's a high... Oh, God.
No, Oheb!
Oh.
Might have walked into the wrong direction. Carl TZ here gets to secure the orange buff, but now he's being chased by multiple members. The stun from JP, fortunately clutch, saving Carl TZ right there, but look at SRG.
Was Sky's not in turret range? I thought for sure he was going to take at least one more turret shot, but it looks like Ram was able to block it for the most part. Yums, he's thinking about it. He's really selling this. They're really selling this.
They would need to back off. They're not going to win anything. You're just standing around. They're losing bot. And they might lose this one big.
Oh no!
They find Sanji once again, doesn't have the flicker anymore. And now Sakai's picks up the kill. Graham chasing after Carl TZ. Sanford trying to stop him in his tracks. But just look at the amount of pressure he's able to apply. That's gonna be a tier 1 in mid going over to SRG.
No, this is actually not good. Team Liquid doesn't usually play like this, but it looks like the conditioning from game 1 and 2 is definitely kind of dampened the senses down here.
Yep.
And SRG are getting away with a little too much. More than I am comfortable with, as much as I want to see, you know, my countrymen do well. I think that Team Liquid, they're kind of dropping the ball. Like, they're making some weird motions across the map, especially like Sanji's rotations back into mid. Why is he not taking safe paths?
Yeah, they're usually better at man marking, while Selangor Red Giants have taken control of this game through fantastic rotation and good timing and a great understanding of the tendencies of their opponent. Sanji again!
Oh no, doesn't have the wing by wings anymore. Now Graham once again zoning out 3. Oheb forced to run under the turret, while up top it seems like Sakai's is finding another kill. Throne of Ruin committed by Sanford, but does he have enough resources to deal with this Hayabusa? He has the quad shadow once again, and that's a killing spree for Sakai's.
I think they're a little bit tilted at this point. A lot of aggression coming from the side of Team Liquid. Unnecessary at that.
Yeah, no, it's getting to them. It's really starting to sting because Selangor Red Giants, they've already made the mistakes and it's too late to take it back. But at this point, playing from behind feels really, really bad because this is exactly what SRG has been looking to do. If anybody's able to win a lane, you start feeling the influence spill over. And I think it started too early on for the side of SRG for Team Liquid to stop until roughly, I would say, give it about 13 minutes. At the 13-minute mark, let's double check.
Yeah. SRG have been nothing short of just fantastic. I think this is another MVP performance on the way for Sakai's. He's been given a lot of information, and he's made the most out of it every time. Shadow Kill has been on point over and over again. 3 kills under his belt, but all of them incredibly impactful. Now up to a Malefic Roar as well. The rush. JP's gonna melt, Sanford's gonna melt, and we could be looking at SRG making it to the knockouts before Team Liquid does.
Okay. Gonna take a bit more time, especially for Oheb, who is now 2 levels behind of Innocent, if we were to look at it. Not just in terms of gold, that there's a lot of catching up to do. And it's not like Team Liquid could just really freely go for whatever big play that they want, unless... Oh no, JP, down bottom? Oh, using the glorious pathway just to escape.
That hurts, bro.
You hear that scream?
Yeah. You hear the one audible person. The fact they were so nervous about it. Yeah. Oh, I'm not gonna lie. This is quite a clencher if you are a fan of SRG as well as TL. Oh, this is gonna escalate.
Okay. Oh, feathered airstrike used by Sanji, but he has to be wary of Sakai's. He was looking at him right there. This is a lord that SRG will potentially secure for themselves after zoning out the members of Liquid so well. Innocent jumping in under the turret. Throne of Ruin used by Sanford, catching 2, but there's the real world manipulation from Stormy, perfectly positioned as well as they hunt down OM into the back line. Carl TZ, will he be able to look for the trades? It seems like the damage is not enough just yet. Sanford will try to look for whatever he can, but now there's 2 members on him, and that's another mega kill for Sakai's.
I gotta give it a Cram. He's playing a near perfect game and a beautiful engagement from Sanford. Don't get me wrong, but he completely negated Oheb's existence, blocking every projectile with his body, completely zoning him out of the fight while still maintaining damage against both Sanford, Sanji, and Oheb.
The Filipino sniper has been shut down 2 games in a row now by Selangor Red Giants. Innocent's curtain calls have been well-timed as well. But now Liquid can just stand and watch. We'll try to defend Athena Shield for Yums, who also on this Hilda has been a nuisance. Though low-key is the impact. You can feel it when the bodies start dropping on the side of Liquid. SRG closing to an 8,000 gold lead.
The Sky Piercer picked up by Sakai's as well. Now all their base turrets are going to be exposed. And they'll have to struggle just to clear out this potential Lord Siege coming in from SRG. Cram standing in front of everybody! A perfect real-world manipulation catching Bogey shadow kill committed as well! There's the Phantom Execution. They have to pay attention to the Lord first before anything else. And it will gain access to the base, but they get to take it down. But they might have to say goodbye to the Holy Shields and potentially more. Throne of Ruin committed by Sanford, stunning them. But look at that stun from JP! It's a shutdown over to Team Liquid.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Team Liquid side. Cram, he's not going to take too much damage. He's just going to walk away. But this completely shuts down the secondary push. As now the Holy Shieldings are completely gone, this second Lord is going to be do or die for Team Liquid as they find themselves in the exact same position as they were, if not worse, from game number 2.
Someone tell Team Liquid that he's got to lock the in right now. He just keeps getting caught way too easily.
Oh, Carl TZ. Oh, the stun lands onto Cram, but he just gets to dance around all that. They don't seem to have enough ways to deal with this Uranus just yet.
Oh no. Cram has completely outscaled them. They just don't do enough at this stage of the game. And even for Sanji as well, right? He has to make sure that he buys anti-heal. But now that he's got the Genius one, it's like, yes, I can do a little bit of damage, but it's too late when you already have so much MR on your side and a whopping 2.1k lead individually.
They all have to scramble to build magic defense, but no one is answering the physical damage output of the Hayabusa, CC, and the Hilda. There's not a single anti-Cuirass or Dreadnought armor on the side of Team Liquid. They couldn't build it.
No, Glorious Pathway committed. Sanford doesn't need to use the Flicker anymore to set up. They might just have to run away from this for now. Innocent, though, has his eyes set on this Alice. Now the Flicker's used just to escape. And JP, the Revitalize had to be committed as well.
Worth it. Now they can guarantee a no contest on that Lord or force a fight by it. And you can see that TL, they're so worried. They know that if this Lord gets taken, it's game over as they're too far behind. And Stormy, he's making sure, not revealing himself, but ensuring that key points of the map are locked off.
Okay, now it's caught by Cram once again.
Dear God.
How do you position yourself in this kind of situation, Carl TZ? He just wants to take this purple buff, but even that gets denied. Another perfect curtain call coming in from Innocent. Now there seems to be a bit more damage coming in, but when you see Liquid forced to run away, they just can't commit.
Select Red Giants now looks like they're basically working on a taxing system. Moments! That could have been a moment, but they want more with the Lord in hand, and Stormy now finally has the Lantern. All these tanks don't mean much.
Will Team Liquid be able to hold on? There's no marksman on the side of SRG, but it's a different story. SRG have taken the definitive lead without a marksman with great early to mid-game play. Now Liquid, they have their Granger. Is it enough? Is the force of damage enough? The answers to those questions have to be yes if they want to be able to hold on. But all signs are pointing to SRG being able to make it to the knockouts first, winning this game 3. Let's see.
Okay. What will they try to approach first? Sakai is using the Quad Shadow already. They will be dealing with the minions in the mid lane first before they transition towards the Lord up top. And they seem to have managed it to some extent. But does SRG want to go for another attempt? There is a way for Liquid to set things up, but the curtain call was already committed. There's the real manipulation once more. It's countered by the Fettered Airstrike, but Sanji has nowhere to run. Fortunately, uses the Wings by Wings to fly away, but the Throne of Ruin catches Sakai's. Sanji's still alive. Liquid defend.
This is the perfect scenario for Liquid. They now get to come back into the game. Now Sanji can get his third item and you have some real damage for the upcoming fight. But at the very least, they don't lose anything off of this.
That was so close. Like, Sanji had 2 members on him, but he waited until the very last second before he wings by wings down.
Yeah, it's going to be a long climb back for Liquid though. SRG still hold the definitive lead, but that will help. See Halpern already built up by Oheb. Carl TZ gets his orange buff, and I will be back to once again to a counter defensive positioning. Again, the problem with a lineup that doesn't have a traditional marksman is now going to be felt by SRG. If Liquid hold out even longer, then this game is going to get harder and harder for SRG to end.
Yeah, and that's the scary part, right? We need SRG to close out the game while they still have this 6.8K on their side. It's a lot of money, but just notice, like Cram is like, yes, I'm quote-unquote indestructible, but at the same time, I'm realizing that Lancelot is kind of doing a lot of damage with the with at least the Endless Battle. But with the Divine Glaive already completed by Sanji, right? Even if he builds more MR, it's not going to do him much good.
See Halberd as well for Innocent. Full build now for this CC. And Team Liquid are going to be in a world of hurt. It's understated, but the sudden spike, very late game from a CC with a Sea Halberd is busted, bro.
Should not be fair.
Yeah, and we get to see the constant Hylos plus X curtain call happen multiple times throughout.
Lately, it's been a little bit more of like either Alice plus X or even Lancelot plus X. Because Carl TZ's trying to get close and deal damage. The moment Innocent sees him, it's just like curtain call. And then if Carl TZ tries to get away from it, at the end of the animation, it's going to be someone else linked to that curtain call because he tried to get away.
Yeah, it's just, there's not a lot of counterplay to it. You really just have to like micro your way out of this. And I think that's the beauty of the... Oh, wait!
They're actually bursting down Grab! JP with revitalized, but Yume sends guys from behind. Might look for other targets as much as they can. Stormy gets to find the kill on JP, but the Yogi Shadow kill is already committed. They split the damage, but Sikai's is still after Carl. But Carl gets to run away. The stun doesn't land. And now Sanji is down. Oheb doesn't get to escape. Carl is all alone. Sanford has to recall, but Carl is still alive, but can he handle this?
Sanford still running back to the base. Carl TZ suddenly comes out revitalized and rejuvenated. Forces Humes back. Liquid still in this.
Why wasn't there a call to close out the game? I guess they understood that Sanford was able to buy some time, and now they need to guarantee this. So guys have 50% and fallen.
Okay. Will they actually still try to go out?
If Carl gets this, no way.
Stormy has another real-world manipulation available. Phantom
no more Phantom.
Just
He's
to
dead.
escape. Oh, he gets stunned. Thorn Rose, but there is no way out. Sanford and JP have to return to the base.
That's Lord. That's Lord going over to the side of SRG. Carl TZ caught out. And a great angle from Sakai's. Great, honestly, amazing stuff from Innocent to block. He understands he's not just the marksman, he's more.
Okay, but their strike. They clear the waves as much as they can, but this is just the beginning. There's a Lord Siege upcoming from SRG2. But Carl will be able to get back in the game 8 seconds before he gets back.
Long though.
I have a feeling this game's gonna go on way longer than we realize.
For sure, because right now SRG, the big thing is that their wave clear sucks, and all of their main damage dealers who have physical damage need to walk up to the crystal in melee form.
Not a lot of immortalities left up, but they left a minion wave up top.
Oh no.
You're gonna have to clear it.
Okay.
Not a lot of immortalities on the board. Only both roamers have their immortality. Sanford doesn't have it. Cram doesn't have it.
Gotta breathe for a second here. They're not going to initiate until that Lord starts knocking on that base. Now the real question is whether or not they want to sync up these waves, because they're letting this Lord slowly push in as Yums is trying to clear it up. They've got almost a sync, half a second delay.
Oh,
look at the damage.
The damage from Innocent is a bit too much. Better there strike. Carl TZ is trying to hunt down Stormy, forces out the real world manipulation, and he successfully finds it. Does Team Liquid have what it takes to actually defend the game? And it seems like they do!
They pull back, and it's great. Innocent's still there, but there's not enough minions.
Innocent, try to run away, but Sanford catches him! He has 2 members on him, but he will go down! There's 1 minion left in a wave completed mid. Team Liquid have to defend again!
Innocent still had the vengeance, no wonder Sanford couldn't finish him off. The minion waves will get cleared up though. But Liquid are just barely holding on every single time, every time. But it's not yet their time, as SRG will have to try one more time to end it.
Now it's dead even. Despite SRG having every single one of these structures, they need all 5 members alive and taking out a 2-for-1 trade each and every time if they want to punch above their weight. The biggest issue we're seeing so far is that, guys, he's trying so hard to get into that backline. He's actually getting caught out. JP has got his number. Sanford has got his number. Even Sanji has his number when it matters the most. This lead that we see, this 5.8, it's just extra money for SRG to try and item swap to make the difference.
Folks, welcome as we get closer to the 20th minute mark. We're all at the edge of our seats.
We aren't even sitting on our seats.
There's no point. There's no point. I mean, I can sit on it. I'm the analyst, man. I'm having the time of my life. And I also need to pee. But I need to watch this game. With full items all across the board. I am a little curious about how many stacks Oheb has. Same goes for Sakai's, which I'm pretty sure he got reset like 3 different times. So I'm guessing 20-something, 21?
I'm guessing it's somewhere around 40 because there's a lot of times where there's still a good amount of health on the side of Liquid, but then during the shadow kill animation, they just drop like flies. SRG are going to be looking to rush this Lord. They have great positioning. Yums, man marking Innocent, the damage again, making JP melt.
Oh, Sanford tries to look for both of them.
Oh no!
Throne of Ruin committed. Stunned through, but the real manipulation. Catching JP.
Oh!
He gets bursted down just like that by Oheb.
Oh my goodness, Sanji and Oheb just shared the same brain cell, targeted the same guy, blindfolded. A good attempt, but now it gets even scarier.
Oh my goodness.
Still a lot of minion waves coming in for SRG. Marked very well. Yums even guiding the minion waves up top. Sanford forced to scramble. They see Stormy. They force him out. Sanji already flickered forward. He's greedy.
Okay, Stormy has the immortality. Yums, tries to stun Sanji, but he has the Winter Crown. JP Mortality Pop might not get to escape this.
The base!
The waves up top. The base. They have to clear the base. Crab is denying them of actually defending this. Pops the immortality from Oheb. Sanji trying to help him as much as he can. Secures the Lord!
Easy falls. Yums takes him down. There's still a lot of minion waves in for
How much time? 12 seconds. 12 seconds until Lord spawn.
Liquid has the Lord. They can't march out with it, but SRG might just be able to stop it as it marches out.
Okay, they have to deal with the waves. They have to deal with the waves first.
Spawning. It's too late. It's too late. They have to back off here. An amazing defense, an amazing attack coming in from both of our teams as finally the score evens up 8-16. Look at that gold lead. 6K turning down back into 1.9.
We didn't get to see how he did it, but Conti's getting the Lord. Yums
once again stunning Oheb. Sakai is trying to follow up with the Throne of Ruin. Might just make it in time. Immortality pop for Yums. Sanford will be the trade, but they get to survive.
Stormy!
No one goes down just yet from SRG, but Stormy's a bit too deep. Sanji, will he actually be able to finish off the kill? It might not be him. It's gonna be JP.
Well played coming in from Team Liquid. They're trading bodies to buy time, and right now time is everything that they need other than a wave clear. That's good enough. And so guys, you'll be able to clear this out. He's fast, but honestly, Liquid really showing some grit.
They are holding on by their fingertips every time. 44 stacks on the Sky Piercer, 714 on the passive. And there are no first-tier towers down just yet on the side of SRG. It has been 23 minutes of Selangor Red Giants domination. And more than half of that is them being unable to end this game number 3.
It's the nature of the composition. Their wave clear has never been their strong point. Snowballing is, but closing out a game requires different tools which they don't have access to. However, Team Liquid, they're very good at sieging. They have the exact tools, but they need to get all the way to the enemy inhibitor if they want to enact that plan. Up until this point, they're just waiting for SRG to fight around this Lord because they know that's the only thing they care about now.
Not a single turret down from SRG. Team Liquid are really banking on that possibility that they get to win a fight and just take it straight from there. But does SRG, or will they even allow that to happen? Oh, the Venom Strike's dealing a bit too much damage. Glorious Pathway also, but then Carl Teasy fortunately still makes it out alive. JP will be gone for this Lord take, however.
Okay, all right. Some pretty big ultimates already out. Sanji should be able to get back up before this upcoming fight, and I think that Carl Teasy, he's on the run. Yep, he bought rapid boots. He needs to get there.
Okay, Carl Teasy, what is he gonna do, and what is he gonna try to do? Shut down onto Innocent.
Oh my God!
As well coming in from Sanford. Oheb is down though, but Stormy's next on the list for Carl. Sanford finds the kill on Sakai's as well, but Sanji's all alone here up top. Does he have a place to run? He might not actually get home, and Cram will take the kill.
It's not over yet.
It's not
no
over.
one wants to give this up. What it means. These are two teams who are not facing elimination, but a Giant and a Titan looking to make it to the knockouts.
Okay. Can Kram and Yums deny the objective from Liquid? Sanford and Carl trying their best. He gets to secure the purple objective. But they do not allow them to secure the Lord.
They can't afford it. And the problem is that Liquid doesn't have some extra time to just breathe, right? Just find that moment to be able to start pushing back against their opponents, because their waves, the maintenance, the chores, the duties is just too high. But though, we do see that Carl thinks he has to give up the Lord because he's just too strong right now. We're going for another 5v5, man.
But now they have space. Stretching out the minion waves so OHEB can be left behind to clear up the bot. I thought Carl Tizzy would actually try to continue forcing the minion wave to push into the top turret just so they have a little bit more space to work with. But it seems they're not going to be able to get just that. This is how massive the SRG lead has. Look, the gold is now towards Team Liquid, but the map is still SRG coded.
Yeah.
Until they can get towers down, Liquid will feel like they're just bumping their head into a wall. JP forced to use the glorious pathway to get away safely.
This is the first time I've ever seen both of these teams genuinely play scared. Like they're actually nervous to walk up into these bushes. They're actually nervous to take any little bit of damage because that could be the game-winning play.
Okay. Oh, the stun from Sandy.
Oh, the castle!
Yums finds him as well, and he has no way to escape. That's Sanji gone for Team Liquid.
Careful, keep your eyes on Carl. If he steals this, they might have just bought themselves another 5 minutes.
Okay, Sanford finding targets, and that's gonna be Innocent. Innocent trying to escape this. Sakai's going in with the Yogi Shadow kill. Does OHEB survive? He somehow still does, but Yums and Sakai's are on him, and now he doesn't. JP tried to run away. Immortality pop, but then that's it. 3 members are down for Liquid.
And then there were 2 Yums going after Sanford, but Sanford gets away. SRG still has the lead. Only 2 members of Liquid. SRG looking to end it here.
They're excited, but they also know that they're capable of many things, and Carl will try his damnedest to defend this base.
He dodged the stun from Yums, but then that's about it. Not for long. The Apex Predator all alone trying to prolong the siege, has the immortality, dealing with 4 members all at once, but they will not pay attention to him anymore. Winter Crown play, but that's it for this game. SRG are going to the knockout stage.
Woo! What a game! One of the best series we've seen so far here at the Swiss stage to keep the entertainment lively in the EXO Hall live in Indonesia. Fans spilling out from inside to out. What a beautiful game. Congratulations to SRG to move on to the next stage. Team Liquid, their journey just got 1 day longer.
This is what the M Series is all about. When the Giants and Titans face off against each other, the world watches. And as the world trembles, we tremble not with fear, but with excitement with what we witness. And what we witnessed was one of the greatest series in M Series history of all time. The team looking to complete the Golden Road. The road gets longer, but for the Giants, the dream gets closer. Welcome to the knockouts.
A sigh of relief, a breath of fresh air.
Unbelievable. We on the desk, we could be as tense as we are, but imagine for the players who we again mentioned seemed scared for the first time, and how many times that we've seen them play and go up against each other. Their movements were just so careful and calculated. But then there were just so many loopholes all throughout. SRG, they did not let go of a single turret.
Yeah, they didn't. I'm surprised that even mid-tier 1 was still able to hold at the very end here, but I think the biggest problem was that TL, once they were finally, we evened it out, we've got no inhibitors.
It is only the Swiss stage, but we are witnessing world-class, almost grand finals level performances from these 2. But now it's time for us to bow down to the Giants and hear their cry. Hear their declaration as they walk into the knockout stage. With Rose with them, it's Kais, Stormy, Yums, Innocent, and Cram. Congratulations again to SRG!
The Giants stood tall against the Titans tonight. And with that, Selangor Red Giant officially qualifies for the knockout stages. This was a qualification game that felt like an elimination, and that itself is grand finals worthy. Boys, congratulations. Innocent, how do you feel like being the second team to officially qualify for the knockout stages?
We're happy because it's not like before that we're fighting for our life to enter the playoffs, and now we're just being consistent.
Yes, the tables definitely have turned compared to their journey in the M6 last year, in which they were placed in a do-or-die situation. This time, they stood tall and is still on a very convincing win streak for this M series. Now, Stormy, how important is this win for SRG, especially since we know that TLPH is one of the hardest contenders you guys ever faced in your journey?
It's really important for us so we can test our limits, and we're happy that we win today because we can get more rest.
Yes, definitely there is more rest involved. How are you guys planning to spend your prolonged or extended rest because you guys qualified early? Macam mana korang nak celebrate ataupun spend korang punya off day?
Dengan tidur.
Dengan tidur. Sleeping is very important, and I feel like a lot of the pro players actually lack sleep, especially during the tournament season. Now, Cram, just now I interviewed Ate Mitch and I also interviewed Gorgeous. Now, both sides said that you guys were very happy to be meeting TL in this qualification stage. Do you feel like you finally have gotten your revenge against TL after all the past results that you guys have had?
To be honest, I was really disappointed in our game one, but I'm so happy to my teammates because we get bounced back from the loss.
Yeah, the bounce back was really amazing in that last game. Oh my gosh, I think everybody was at the edge of their seats. And of course, guys, how did you prepare for actually facing with the GOAT? Track record-wise, it's not looking too good for the side of SRG, but how was the preparation like today?
I think what I did, I just keep watching their games and try to do some review what they always do and what can we counter their rotation kind of thing lah. So basically, most of it just analyze his gameplay like that.
You really locked in and made sure to watch and do what you could in order to secure a win up against the GOAT today. Yes. One last thing before I forget, an honorable mention to Game 1's Sora, Innocent. Let's just talk about this just a little bit. Okay, you got a savage in that first game. Have you ever played Sora? Why did you decide to play Sora? Anything at all?
Because Yums that time watch Wildcard. Okay. Then he asked me, Sint, I think you can play Sora here. That's why I play.
Did you ever try it before, this game?
No.
Oh!
I just watch.
Wow! So you tried and got a savage. That is insane. Amazing one, Innocent. And of course, to wrap up this interview, my favorite person to interview on the stage, Yums. Anything you want to say to the fans and to all the Malaysians supporting your journey?
Terima kasih semua orang yang support kita orang dan let's go knockout stage.
TLDR, not too long anyways. Thank you to everyone for supporting us in our journey. Let's go knockout stage. And with that, thank you very much, SRG, and once again, congratulations. Let us throw it back to the panel to analyze what happened in this amazing full series.
Selangor Red Giants now joins Alter Ego in the knockout stages. Well, Team Liquid PH, as mentioned earlier, will just have to fight one more day. But who knows? That could be two, depending on what happens.
Hey,
That's the beauty of Swiss.
Don't do them dirty like that. They had a long series to play ahead. I would like them to qualify for the following round just to ease the pain and maybe get a chance at a best of 7.
Yeah, because that was such a hard fought. I don't even know if I'd call it a fight or a defense, because like for majority of the game they were defending against SRG.
Before we hop in, we actually have to correct the list of savages. You have Carl Teasy, Lancelot,
I
against
knew it!
Gaming M2, Hiko's Beatrix against CFU M6, Innocent Sora against Team Liquid M7, but in M3, Albert's Roger against RSG Singapore also scored a savage. So there have been 4 savages in M series history. Again, that's Carl, Albert, Hiko, and Innocent, M2, M3, M6, and M7, just to clear out the record for everyone here. It's crazy how this series began with Innocent getting a savage on a Sora that he allegedly never practiced with, only watch. I have to double check with him if that's actually true. If it's actually true, bro, I wasn't familiar with your game to that extent. And Liquid won that game. Game number 2, it is then SRG dominating Liquid. And game number 3, we saw what happened. Stormy on this eve is the MVP. 2-3-13, real world manipulation on point.
I think this is one of the few compositions where it's just so volatile. Like at any point of time, if SRG makes too big of a mistake, it's over for you. There's no coming back from it, right? Your wave clear generally just sucks, and Stormy is the only person who can realistically do it, and he's not even the best hero to do so.
He was super on point. He always used it just when he wanted to stop someone or at least catch someone with the stuns from the borders of the real world manipulation. And it was almost always Oheb, Carl Teasy, or the High Loss running away just so they could definitely finish off the kill. So
yeah, I mean, in many of these situations and in many of these kills, as you can see here up on your screen, you're seeing that these fights really break down to am I able to fit the puzzle pieces in the right places, right? So when we look at the initial fights, especially how long this game initially was, let's look at this one key moment, because this is where the initial catch happens. With 3 ultimates already coming out and the feathered airstrike, notice, give it a moment. Oh no, passed it, too late. But overall, it's about poking at your opponent and getting consistent resources out of them. You have about 2 to 3 second windows between each of those ultimates to make an attempt again, which is where we see that both Liquid and SRG had a very deep understanding of, hey, he's 4 seconds away from getting his ult. If we can make something happen in those 4 seconds, we must take it, which is why you have probers. In this case, the prober is going to be Cram, who's very good at wasting the time of TLPH, who needed 4 members, inclusive of Oheb and Carl Teasy's Lancelot, just at a chance of clearing him off the map. What makes this even more unique is after Cram becomes less relevant, Innocent was able to kind of take that mantle and was able to scale defensively whenever he had his vengeance. But overall, his main goal, his main focus, poke down the opponent, bring them low, force them into a situation where they don't have control over the tempo. You gotta follow our timer, not the other way around.
It even just got to the point where you got to see, despite how good Liquid were holding on with the sheer mechanics and individual decision making they were doing during the team fights, the fact that they could not get any towers down at all really hurt them in the long run. All the minion waves constantly crashing in. Not a lot of teams can do what Liquid did here in terms of holding on for as long as they did. But for SRG, they managed their resources in the map so well. You also have to credit them for making sure that not even a single tower went down. That means they were timing their team fights to the point where even if Liquid won, they cannot push into any turrets or lanes.
And I mean, the way that Yumes was just controlling the map was insane. I feel like even though it seemed like such a picture-perfect opportunity for Liquid to just go for the fights, even when Sanford was able to go in and look for the stuns on 2 or 3 members with the Throne of Ruin, and then there's the Glorious Pathway as well, and Carl Teasy, and everything being laid out, it feels like if you were Liquid, you'd still be hesitant because you don't know where the Hilda can come from. And it's always Oheb that's being hunted down by Yumes. So the way that SRG series long was able to shut down Oheb was on a completely different level. Like, I barely saw the Filipino sniper in action in the series.
Honestly, the Filipino sniper was literally half a screen away to deal damage, right? The one few times that they actually caught people like Kramer. Sometimes, most importantly, that bought them, 13 minutes worth of time was killing Sakai's 3 times with the help of Sanji and Ohep targeting the same guy.
Yeah. Gosh, everything just worked so well.
Wait,
for
hold on.
SRG.
Did we skip the entire third turtle, now that I think about it? There's 2 turtles for the side of SRG. We never got to the third one. They were just like, we'll wait it out.
Yeah, wait. Why do I remember there being 3 turtles taken?
I think they just either skipped one or the Lord already spawned.
Yeah,
it
just
transformed.
Yeah, it just transformed into the Lord.
Maybe that was when they were taking a bit too long dancing around the objective that eventually became the Lord, because yeah, they were in control of the map, and Liquid could just show themselves every now and then, but not too much to commit to a fight because, again, of how the other members would just suddenly show up in the back lines.
Great value with the Hilda and Eve. And still, the fighters dominate in the gold lane. And the lineups that require to play around the marksman a little bit, not a little bit, it's significantly more demanding. Considering if you play the double fighters and then you have an assassin, it's easy for you to just, okay, we'll just control early to mid. But how well does the team with the marksman manage the map so that they're not going into the moment where they're behind, that there are actually turrets that they were able to push, and it's not just completely stumped. We look at SRG.
Wow.
Happy, proud. Congratulations again to them. Incredibly well-deserved win for the organization in what was a awesome, absolutely just awesome series. As a Filipino, not even mad, because that was damn good MLBB. That just makes me very happy with what I do and that I'm here and I get to do what I do.
Yep. That was truly, honestly, I would say that, like, after watching a lot of these M series, these are the ones that I feel is the most cash money. Bang for buck, they say.
Yeah.
I can only imagine how many people were on the edge of their seats watching all of that. Oh, by the way, should I?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You know, in Mobile Legends, every big play, similar to the things we saw in that previous series, starts the same way, with the small moves, of course, that matters. So the early rotation, the upgrade path you map out, the skin you unlock that makes your hero feel like yours, those little choices set everything in motion. And when those moments hit, you want nothing slowing you down. That's why your unlocks, your upgrades, and every step in between stay fast and secure, keeping your game in rhythm and giving you smooth access to everything you need, both in-game and beyond. All brought to you by the official payment partner of the M7 World Championship, Visa. Be the champion you want to be.
Nice.
Nice.
On time.
That was a good run. That was a really good run.
There you
But,
go.
I mean, if Visa is able to do one thing, sometimes I imagine, you know, the imagination, because you can do so much when you've got it.
Yeah, so imagine if you want that you have friends and run a restaurant, then the Fest event shop is available till January 26. Let's dive into the deep sea and explore underwater treasures. You run your restaurant that sells pizzas, burgers, sundaes, chicken, burgers, soda,
chicken,
and fries,
ice
and
cream.
chicken, and ice cream. And you get coins so that you can spend it to get SpongeBob.
Yeah, you cook the patties.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but those coins actually go to something, right? You know, at the very least, as you build up these coins, you may even get a discount for yourself, or even get an entirely one with the Patrick skin. Blue Patrick skin is also available in-game, so please don't miss that one out, because it's way too funny not to have.
Hey Gideon, can you give us your best Patrick impression?
Hi, SpongeBob.
Me.
Okay, bring it up. What's your best Patrick impression?
Hey, SpongeBob.
I think we have to revisit Gideon again. Let's wait for the camera to get onto Gideon. Get it on them.
Hi, SpongeBob. How you doing there? I'm waiting for you to get back.
I don't want to fight that.
All right, put it on the chat. Bring it or Gideon for the better Patrick impression. What a day. Fortunately, of course, we had to say goodbye to Boostgate Esports earlier today.
Yeah.
We did see teams now eventually move up to the 2-1 bracket. Liquid will be there in that 2-1 bracket. And we are officially done with the best of ones. All the series that we're going to be witnessing are all going to be best of threes. If you could sum up this day in one sentence for the general viewer, how would you sum it up?
massive payoff.
That's 2 words. Okay, now I'm gonna use 2 as well.
I couldn't think of a better one.
Heart attack.
For me, it's if you don't like MLBB, or if you don't, I forgot this. If you don't like what you see, then you don't like MLBB. Because today was just a brilliant day from all of our teams and the showing. It's only day number 4 of the Swiss stages. We still have more. We're still neck deep in the M7 World Championship, and it's been terrific having you with us. Once again, bring a little bit more color into your life. It's RGB, Renmar, Gideon, and Brigida. Thank you all so much on behalf of our wonderful production team, our talents behind the scenes, including Rose as well. But it is not done just yet, because it's time to have another draw, because we are still going to be drawing the next matchups for the next legs of the Swiss stage. Once again, thank you so much. It's been a terrific ride, but we'll see you back in a bit.
Realme 15 Pro M7 official gaming foam.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the M7 World Championship Swiss Draw. With me here this evening, we have Brigida.
Hello, Rose. Welcome to Indonesia. We saw you just earlier from the airplane.
Yeah, flying. I was the one flying. And of course, we have very special guests. We have Pika. Hi, Pika. How are you?
Fine. Oh my goodness. How about you, Puni? How are you?
Hi, I'm good.
Okay. Are you excited for this draw?
Yes, yes.
Oh, she is. Okay. And that's right, because you will be starting it off, I believe.
Yes, just a quick recap. We have already wrapped up the third round of the Swiss stage, and after this draw, we will be heading onto the fourth round of the Swiss stage. Everything is definitely intensifying here. So, Brig, are you excited?
I don't know. I'm not even over what happened just now. I could still feel the cracks in my voice, but now we are about to see what the matchups are going to be for tomorrow, and I could not wait. So I'm looking at Funi right now.
Yes. Funi, what do you think about the Swiss stage so far? Did you expect all of this to happen? Did you expect SRG to get into the knockout stages with Alter Ego so early into the tournament?
For SRG, first I thought that TLPH will win. Yeah, so it's a bit unexpected for me.
I see. How about you, Pika? Did you feel the same? Did you think that SRG would win this, or were you believing in Liquid?
Yeah, actually, I think the LPH will win the previous match, but
Oh. A lot of us are surprised here, I guess.
It was a very surprising matchup looking at the history and the track record of both teams. However, before we dive into the draw, I would like to give a little bit of a reminder on what cannot happen. Two teams that has faced each other previously cannot face each other again, which means that Black Sentence and CFU cannot face each other again. And on the other side, Team Liquid can no longer face Team Falcons and Aurora Philippines.
And a quick reminder too that we no longer will be best of ones. All the matches from this point onwards will now be a best of 3 because they are in a 2-1 or a 1-2 pool. So the magic number is 3. And it's gonna result in either your qualification to the knockouts or your eliminations from the tournament.
Yes, it definitely gets spicier from here onwards. And we will be starting with the 2-1 pool on our right. And after that, we will head onto the 1-2 pool on our left. A quick reminder to everybody that we will start the draw from the left side. And once it's done, we will move on to the right side.
Okay, so are you ready?
Are you ready, girls?
Go ahead.
Okay, Funi. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Dun 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 dun. Ooh. She's struggling a little bit. Okay, you got this, girl.
Okay, you can give me the other side.
All right. First up, Aurora, Philippines.
Okay, a Philippine team. First up.
How are you feeling about this, Brig?
Yeah.
All right,
That's
the
all.
next one. 3, 2, 1. Let's go, Funi.
Yeah, so there are 2 more teams who could or will not go up against each other.
Yes.
Because we are completing the left side first. So let's see what the next team is going to be. Okay.
Okay. And here it goes.
Ooh,
Okay, Team Liquid. This is getting interesting to say the very least, Brig.
She got both PH teams first.
Yes. Pika, how are you feeling about this?
oh my god.
That's all she could say. I mean,
Okay.
I understand. I feel the same way.
3, 2, 1. All right. Who will be avoiding the Filipino teams?
Who gets to avoid the Filipino teams?
Yes.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, sorry, guys. All right.
It's gonna be Team Falcons. Okay, Team Falcons will be staying safely on the same side as the Philippines. So
All right. Next. Now, these next draw will be on the right side. So the first one will be meeting Aurora, Philippines. Dun, 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 dun.
Let's go, Funi.
Funi is also very nervous. You can see from her face.
The fate of the Philippines. Okay. Team Spirit.
Team Spirit will be meeting Aurora, Philippines.
Oh, how do you feel about that matchup?
I think it will be a fun match between them.
Okay, it's a fun match.
Yeah, I agree.
definitely.
I agree. It's gonna be a lit one, to be honest. Oh, now the next one will be meeting Team Liquid. The ball is in Uni's hand.
Oh my goodness. Team Liquid, who just got off that intense series against SRG, will now have to prepare for their next matchup against Yangon Galacticos.
YG! Oh my. Things are getting interesting here. So, of course, the last one,
Yes, for formality, we just have,
Aurora Gaming left.
yep, just have to show it to the audience. Okay.
Yes, and there you go. Team Falcons will be meeting Aurora Gaming.
No Aurora matchup, I guess,
Yes.
for our 2-1 bracket.
All right, thank you very much, Funi. How do you feel about your draw so far?
I
Okay.
think it's not so bad after all to do the drawing here.
But are you nervous? Are you still nervous, or are you happy with the results that you got?
Because it all happened already, I'm not nervous anymore, but I was.
Okay,
Alright.
okay.
Okay, Pika, girl, it's your turn. Are you scared?
Yeah.
I think Funi's draw is pretty good. I honestly think it's pretty good. No pressure. Okay? You may start. 3, 2, 1. In the 1-2 pool, the first team.
Okay.
First team is CFU.
Okay.
Okay. CFU played pretty well today.
They did.
Yes,
I
they're
feel like
back.
they're slowly getting back in shape.
3, 2, 1. This team will not be meeting CFU. Once again, they will be placed on the left first. Dun, 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 dun.
Black sentence.
Black sentence. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so far.
All right. Next up, Pika. 3, 2, 1. Dun, dun, dun.
I like the ton before every single
Right?
reveal.
It makes them more nervous than they already are.
Evil.
Okay. Left is looking pretty promising so far.
Yeah, we only have CG, Team Zone,
And Onyx ID.
Imagine seeing Onyx ID here in the 1-2 pool.
Okay, Pika, go. This team will be meeting CFU. And the team that will be meeting CFU is
Do you see a glimpse of it? Team
Zone. Okay.
Oh, that's an interesting matchup.
Yeah, I agree. All right, up next.
We only have 2 left.
Yes.
Either Onyx ID
Or CG Esports.
I think I saw it.
You saw it?
Yeah.
It is CG Esports from Malaysia. Ooh, this is gonna be a spicy one.
Well, you know what's spicy?
Uh-huh.
We all know what the last matchup is gonna be as well, but we have to have Pika take that last ball just for formality. But it's such a unique matchup.
Right? It's very jumbled up. I love it.
Look at this, look at this. Okay, now we know who is going up against Evil, and that is none other than
Onyx Indonesia. Okay, I'm pretty happy with this matchup, with the draw as well.
I am. I think both Funi and Pika did a really good job.
I
in
think
this
they
round.
washed their hands just now.
Yeah, I wonder how they prepared for this.
Tangan wangi, you know, today.
What's that
It
exactly?
means the hands smell good. In a way, it means the hands are lucky.
Uh-huh, you guys have lucky hands.
Yes, they have lucky hands. You know what, Pika, come here. After seeing the matchups that will be happening in the Pool 2-1 and Pool 1-2, which matchup are you actually very excited to watch?
Maybe I want to watch Onyx.
Onyx ID versus Evil. Why?
Because I want to root for Indo teams.
Yes, possibly the second one to enter the to enter the knockout stages.
Yeah, I'm standing right beside you because I will ask you the same question. Yeah. So from the 2-1 pool that you drew just now, what is your favorite matchup among everything?
I think TLPH versus Yangon.
May I ask why?
Because Yangon defeated Onyx, right? So I think it will be such an exciting match.
Do you think it will also go 3 games?
3 games? No, I think 2-0 for TLPH.
Oh!
2-0 for TLPH.
She has locked in her predictions before we even know the schedule. And guys, once again, these draws do not dictate how the schedules will play out on the next day of the Swiss stage. Why, Brig? What's wrong?
I'm trying to match your heels.
Okay, I
Because
am
I'm
sorry.
wearing sneakers today.
I have no control over my height.
Okay.
Unfortunately. But maybe we could ask the girls once again, since they are rooting for Onyx Indonesia. We have seen the game today, and Onyx is honestly looking quite shaky, no? This Swiss stage. In your opinion, especially you guys who were previously pro players, what do you think they could improve on to, do better and get another ticket for Indonesia?
Okay. Would you want to go first, Pika?
You can use your mic.
I think they just need to watch other teams' previous match so they can adapt to their meta.
Yeah, that's true. And I think they have a decent amount of data to get when it comes to preparing for the upcoming matchups. What about you? Do you have any messages or thoughts as to how Onyx could potentially bounce back here in the Swiss stage?
Just as Seper said to Adi, jangan telat panas, guys.
Oh, jalan telat panas. Don't get hot too quickly. It's a saying in which if you're in the game, you shouldn't overheat too fast. Keep composure, kind of thing. Keep your head cool.
Okay. So you're...
Yes. So you know what? Brig, Funi, Pika, let us see the bracket that you guys just have drawn just now. And we shall be seeing it.
Okay, in 3 seconds.
Yes. There you go.
That was accurate.
And this is the Swiss stage bracket. Things are getting intense here at the M7 World Championship, definitely.
I wish I could see it up close because it feels like it's a mile away from here. But yeah, this is the second to the last round of the Swiss stage. So we will be having 2 more days here in the Swiss stage because we cannot have all of them tomorrow at once because again we are now heading into best of 3s. So we will determine the schedules later on in the day, but this is gonna be like the do or die matches for majority or for all of them, honestly, because they're just 1 loss away for those in the 1-2 bracket.
Yes, indeed, Brig. In the 1-2, 1 mistake and they can say goodbye to their journey in the M7. Those in the 2-1 pool definitely have more room to breathe, but I don't think that is a risk anybody wants to take, especially since they're so close to the knockout stages.
Yeah, that's true. Especially for those who already came from the 2-0 pool.
Oh.
Because they were already 1 step away from qualifying, but now they have to go through another round. So let's see how they all adjust from the things that happened today, Rose. I'm still not over everything that happened today.
Yes, today was definitely a lot to digest. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. Today was crazy. I think our guests had a blast watching the games today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us, Pika. And of course, Funi, thank you so much. I hope you had fun. Tangan sangat-sangat wangi ya hari ini. I really love it. Their hands smells amazing. The draws were immaculate. Brig, you were amazing today on the caster desk. I will scoot down for you so you can be happy. Okay?
Yes!
Yeah?
We can end the show like this.
Yeah,
you know?
we can end the show like this. All right, since I can't squat too long because I'm wearing heels, to everybody who is watching the M7 World Championship Swiss draw today, thank you so much for tuning by. And of course, we have 2 more days of the Swiss stage left, so don't forget to catch us and wait for the schedules so you know when your favorite team will be playing. Once again, this is Pika, this is Uni, this is Brig, and this is Rose, signing off from today. Bye, everybody. Thank you for watching.
Bye.